dropped it. dropped. Either one, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Let's dive in with the Falcons for our Aramco pick'ems. Now, there's a few different questions to ask you here and see how you kind of feel about expectations for some teams coming into it. First one I'm going to ask you is sometimes a bit of a harder one, but who would you pick as your dark horse for the tournament?
I would pick... You have an idea first?
No, I'm trying to think who's in the tournament.
Always helps.
I think I'm picking Furia.
For me, I will take Virtus.pro.
Okay. This one's a bit of a tough one. Who do you think is going to be the biggest disappointment?
I think right now can be either FaZe or Dark Zero for me. Dark Zero is the last major winner, so people have expectations about them. And FaZe, obviously, because they won 2 years in a row the World Championship.
A lot of pressure.
So if they are losing, I think it will be a big disappointment.
I was thinking about the two same teams for the same reason, but I will pick Dark Zero on my side.
Okay.
The disappointing result for them will be maybe top 4.
Yeah,
so.
of course. Let's go with the next one then. 2 finalists, who are they going to be?
Us versus Liquid.
Oh, okay.
Can be a good final, to be honest.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I would say us and FaZe. I want to play against them, so yeah, I would say...
Be a banger.
I would say that this is the final, but if I'm not counting ourselves, I would say FaZe against Virtus.pro, because I said they are the dark horse. You know.
And another one that's, well, it could be an easy one potentially. Who's going to be the MVP in that case?
I'm saying the name and you tell me if it's obvious or not. Soulzan.
Obvious.
This is obvious.
Obvious. But I didn't think about him. I was like, okay, because most of the time the MVP is like the guy who's going in gold final.
Yeah, of course.
So if we...
I don't like that rule. Either you have to win the tournament or the MVP.
No,
I don't like the rule.
Yeah,
I think you can still play very well, but not.
I think you have to at least be in final or semi-final.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Because you have to go far, but if you lose at the end, that doesn't matter if you're the best in the tournament.
Of course.
But if you are staying in the same logic, so the guy who's going grand final, I would say Soulzan or NG.
Okay.
NG can do. I mean, he was MVP already in the World Championship, so why not?
Why not? Why not? Guys, thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
One singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move. We booked Esports World Cup.
So it is a little bit like my game that I play as well, to be honest. It's an FPS, but is there like, sliding and stuff? Are we, like 40 kills a game or anything like that?
No, we don't really do that. But we do use our brain in comparison to you guys.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Off to a good start. We use tactics, strategies, things like that.
Oh, okay, that's very nice. Anyway, I've been the Club Championship reporter for the last 5 weeks here. I've been covering all the bases on all the big Club Championship teams, such as like Falcons and G2, that kind of thing.
Nah, I hate to break it to you. Falcons got eliminated, and G2, they didn't even make it to Esports World Cup. But best I can offer for you for the Club Championship is Weibo, but Weibo's playing in like 20 minutes, so we should probably go.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get on with it. The playoffs for Siege start right now.
Welcome to the battlefield.
Remember, we are the hunters, they are the prey.
A real hunter always watches where he steps.
Come closer, I dare you.
They said it cannot be done. They were wrong.
I trust my teammates, and they trust me too.
Let's get to work. Just south of the River Seine in Paris, France, a new day begins here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and it's a day, luckily, you are right on time for. But if you know somebody who wants to see some of the best FPS action, I'm sorry, Chris, tactics are involved in this. I've heard it described as 4D chess. I've had the privilege many years ago of being a part of it, and now the biggest stage in France lights up the biggest players' names as we begin the Rainbow Six at EWC playoff bracket. It's going to be so exciting, and I can't wait for you all to be a part of it. My name is Rain Day. I'll be with you as a studio host all throughout the week with some amazing, talented members who need no introduction who are joining me. If you know the R6 Siege scene, iconic Alphama here as your analyst throughout the week. Guys, how we feeling?
I'm feeling amazing right now. I feel right at home, I had to take a 2-hour train ride to get here.
It's not fair.
I'm very lucky, I get 2 SCR events in Paris in 1 year, what to say for. I'm so happy right now.
I feel like it's not my home, but I felt at home these last weeks, so I feel like it's an amazing city, and I can't wait for this atmosphere inside of here. It looks beautiful.
We've shared some homes, Atlanta.
Yes.
I lived there for a few years. I like my ATL. Obviously, France a little bit different, and the storylines have been different as well coming into this. There's so much at play. And speaking of just joining us for the playoffs, we had a whole group stage last week that you gentlemen were able to cover. Let's talk big picture. How did we get here? We've got 8 teams down from 22, Iconic.
I feel like it was just such a good tournament. You saw a lot of teams who weren't expected to win games, and I feel like that's the thing that really makes Siege special. You can show up with what you've worked on and really challenge your opponents, and I feel like here, we've seen some teams we expected, we see some teams we haven't really expected to come through, so I'm really excited to see who can handle the pressure, and honestly the challenge, because pressure is a privilege here.
Yeah, we've always seen EWC as an upset factory because of the format, and I think this year it didn't disappoint. I think of my EML teams, I think of my VP, I think of my Falcons, supposed to be some of the biggest favorites for this tournament and having completely disappeared, leaving 2 EML teams, Gigi and Secret, making it when no one expected it. So clearly upset factory, and I'm now excited to see what's going to happen in those playoffs.
It's kind of wild watching that Falcons interview with Chris before the show, talking about who's going to make it. Well, probably us, if not us, virtus.pro, and mentioning all these teams, Iconic. This has really been a tournament that's already given us so many upsets.
And it's a catch-22 when you get those questions. You really have to make sure that you can actually get yourself into these tournaments, because if you really think that you're going to show up and automatically be in that grand final, every game that slips away from you, you're putting so much more pressure on your team's mental to actually have to achieve that goal. And the main thing too, being at the bottom in these quarterfinals, these teams need to make sure they're taking it step by step and game by game, because if you get too focused on that final, it's going to slip from your hands.
And the main thing, if you think of EWC, you think of a massive cash prize, you think of prestige, you think of no lower bracket.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's a big one for Siege because we're so used at these STR events for lower bracket. No here, elimination directly, every single match. And like I said, some surprises all the way here.
Exactly, from GK Esports to Team Secret, FaZe Clan and Team Liquid, which will be a battle of South America, Dark Zero, Weibo Gaming, which we'll have coming up first, and Wildcard and Fury to close out our day. In fact, that's a good time to lead to our schedule for this afternoon. Dark Zero and Weibo Gaming are going to kick us off. Then it'll be Wildcard and Fury. Wildcard coming with questions about could this really be the time that they take this tournament. Dark Zero, Weibo Gaming, different questions themselves. We'll dive into that, but Dark Zero coming off winning in Salt Lake and now looking at can they do it again, Iconic?
I feel like obviously just going into it after that Salt Lake City major, hearing what they're talking about, usually as a team you see a decline come after a tournament when a lot of players don't really get back on the same horse. But one thing they really made sure was they got back to their fundamentals, which is the key for every team to find that success in the long grand tournament. So I feel like they've really made sure they've gotten back to their basics, their fundamentals, and they've had a strong showing coming out through the group stage, not dropping a map.
Yeah.
And obviously here, a lot of momentum. It got kind of canceled out with the 4 days off, but with a system like that, you know they're going to come into this match ready to go.
That's beautiful. You guys as pros, current pros, active pros, if you somehow don't know who they are coming into the scene, just because of EWC, you'll get some top tier analysis from them throughout the week. Laxing will also be rotating and joining us later on in that second set. But for now, we've got somebody who's going to be consistently giving us the updates on what's happening with the thread that connects the entire EWC. All the tournaments around have clubs that are fighting for the club championship, and Chris is here to break us down.
We're having a lovely old time here in the middle of Paris. Sweating is, well, not necessarily what I'm doing. I am sweating as well, but it is Falcons right now. As far as the club championship is concerned, they came into this as the absolute favourites, but right now they are not the team leading. Plenty of things can happen this week, so bear that in mind, but ag.al right now, at this moment in time, lead the club championship. We talked of them as the dark horses for so long, no longer. With 2 weeks to go, Falcons are finding themselves about 400 points behind. They can absolutely catch up this week. They've got a couple of good competitors in chess. We'll be checking in with Trav over in the Allianz Vault for that one, and everything else going on. Of course, we've got PUBG Mobile on one side of things. We've got Rocket League on the main stage. They could potentially do something there, but it's now feeling like Falcons need to catch up. They're not the ones setting the pace any longer in the club championship.
Big thank you to Chris Tunn, who we'll be seeing much more of throughout this week, alongside Fast Ann, who we'll see in just a moment for some interviews. But taking a look at this club championship and the rankings, Alphama, this is, like Chris said, not Falcons' game anymore to lose. They've got to catch up. ag.al in the lead.
Yeah, the main thing is that for two of these teams facing elimination in Rainbow Six is obviously sad news, but one team that maybe is looking towards making an upset is Weibo, all the way on the right side of your screen, placed 13 right now with 1,100 points. Their team is still in the tournament. They're the closest to the first spot here in the club championship, so I think they're hoping for a miracle run, maybe.
It could be. I mean, 1,000 points for winning. They already have a couple of points, so it's not going to be from 1,000 from 1,100 because they have a few from qualifying in top 8, but we'll keep an eye on how they do. They will be featured in our first matchup today. And for those of you who are familiar with how we do things over here at EWC, we've got our pick'ems that you can be involved in to let us know whether you think you have an eye on who's going to get the upset or who, if the favorite is going to run away, how fast they're going to run away with it. Let us know. You can earn your share of $300,000 just by participating. We'll have that for this current match live now, so go ahead and get your pick'ems in. Gentlemen, it's a little harder to kind of dive into, pick'ems when we look at this group of teams because there have been upsets. We have seen things happen against what we expected. I remember watching Team Falcons go home and Team Secret having this amazing performance and going, wow, no one expected that. Do we have that on our hands here with Dark Zero and Weibo Gaming, maybe, Iconic?
I feel like in every game, there's always this possibility of the unknown. And I think that's really what these players have to embrace going into this, because there's so much known factor this late in a tournament. There's so much maps you've already shown, so much intel both teams can collect on each other. So it's whatever team can really make each other uncomfortable and actually go for the win and go for this tournament right now. And that's the thing that you really have to get yourself into it mentally and physically to sustain just the pressure that you're under.
Alphama, how do you feel about this matchup? I mean, two teams kind of fighting for different levels, I would say. It seems like Dark Zero fighting for that top tier, get back, win a major. Weibo maybe fighting for something a little bit less, but still want to make it through in this tournament.
I guess if I have to set expectations, right? Yeah. Dark Zero, semifinals, expectations. We expect them to reach that level.
Right.
Weibo, semifinal. that's history for them. That's
yeah.
them breaking a wall. That's them reaching something that they've never had before. They've been in quarterfinals before. They've been quite good at it. They've been consistent. The most consistent team out of Asia, in my opinion, and probably the one with the highest skill ceiling. But there was one wall, which is the quarterfinals. Can they eventually make it to the top 4 of one event? Speakeasy has done it before in 2019. That was against me. He eliminated me and benched me from my own team. So if he does something here, at least I'm safe.
That sounds personal.
That does sound personal, man. I don't know if I could trust this anymore. No, actually, the funny part about this, the first time that we met, I didn't even know I was meeting you because I happened to be doing an event and you were a player at that time, right? I mean, look at this. And you're still a player. You're still rocking it, man.
It's full circle. Life is crazy.
I love it. Well, I love just hearing your guys' thoughts on this. We're going to break it down even further as we introduce Dark Zero and their roster. This is a team that we mentioned comes off a major win in Salt Lake. And so that is looking to be, I think, aptly question, can they do it again? Can they get on another international stage and win? That would change maybe the course of the thought process around this North American team. We had a chance with Ann to sit down with Kino before the matchup and talk about their expectations.
We're speaking to Kino from Dark Zero ahead of his game. Kino, you guys actually had a few days off before coming into the playoffs here. Was it full focus for all those days, or did you get to do anything fun in Paris?
No, it actually wasn't full focus for all those days. On the first day off, we did an enrichment day. So we were exploring the city, going shopping, just doing random things around the city.
Is that like a mandatory thing for you guys to do, like enrichment, to have a feeling like a group bonding thing as well?
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Even after the boot camp that we did a few weeks ago, we had an enrichment day, is what we call it.
Awesome. Well, you as a player have been performing quite well for multiple events in a row now. What do you feel like's been contributing to this consistency?
I would say our system and our culture, like the backbone of the team. Like we have like a very hard like bond with each other, and we all like respect the standards that we created when the team first was made, and like that's like our whole goal. We follow the infinite game, but just progress over anything else, over results, over whatever else. And yeah, I feel like that's what's keep us alive.
That's awesome. Well, you're going to go play against Weibo today. They crushed 2 keys already. You're looking to not become the 3rd key that they'll be crushing. What's the game plan going into today?
Game plan is to have fun, right? To enjoy the game. I haven't played in about 4 days. I'm just craving, some Siege. Just playing, feeling excited, being on the stage with literally my brothers. That's all I'm looking for.
That's awesome. Very poetic. Thanks so much for your time and good luck with the game.
Thank you very much.
All right, great conversation there with Kino and Ann, and you've played against Kino.
I played with Kino, brother, love him, love all the players on DZ, the coaching staff. They're more like family at this point to me.
How do you feel about how he's approaching it? I mean, that giddiness of, it's a big tournament. We're getting in and probably eating different food. They're probably just hanging out at the hotel, prepping, but anxious, right, to start this off.
I mean, I feel like you can hear it from him too. They don't let anything get to them. I feel like there's a lot of narrative going around these tournaments, the pressure that we try to stack onto them.
Yeah.
But you see them really flip that pressure and say that, they're here with the opportunity to play a video game. They're here to enjoy themselves, to have fun, and to embrace that unknown, because they've been working every day with each other to just get the best out of each other. And I feel like you really sink to the level of your training and not to the height that you want to reach. So I feel like they've really been putting in the work, and I'm excited to see what they've been working on here.
They're known in the worldwide to have the best system ever. They all think about discipline. I mean, you've teamed with them. I've teamed with Cole, the coach of the team. The first book he bought me was Ego is the Enemy. He really wanted me to be humble somehow. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm French. Who knows? But I guess he was really trying to implement the system already in 2019.
Yeah.
That was so far back, right? I think that system is proven to them that they can reach a major victory.
Yep.
What I'm waiting for them to prove is, can they win a second S-tier event? That has never happened in history. I fact-checked everything. A North American team has never won 2 S-tier events back-to-back in terms of major EWC. That would be a first. They're great at Fulgurance. It's great at having one team win an event, but 2 in a row, building a legacy, that's the question mark I'm putting on them.
On the flip side, we have Weibo Gaming, who many are looking at the semifinals as their, coup de grace. They're a big opportunity to be, this is us making history. And I kind of likened it to, somebody who's got a family who maybe their parents didn't go to college. So getting into college, completing it, that's a big deal in their universe. And when you look at somebody who has families who, they're all Harvard grads, they're all Penn, grads, and you go, yeah, well, now I'm trying to see if I can get to Yale and do it cum laude. to me, it's like, what a standard that we're setting for both of these teams. Dark Zero, we already won a major. Now can you win EWC? Weibo, can you get into the semifinals? So with the difference in the scale, Alphama, how do you manage that as Weibo Gaming and feel good about whatever you do?
That's 100% a strength. You're coming in as the underdog. You don't need to have the pressure. You've been here before. We watched the results here on your screen. So like City, they get out before even reaching top 8. Didn't even make quarterfinals. Quarterfinals at SI 26, quarterfinals at EWC 25. There needs to be someone breaking that wall. And if you need to have all the pressure on the one major winner on the other side, then let's have it. That's a strength for you.
Yeah. A great opportunity as well, if you flip the script, Iconic, to do something without, like you said, the pressure, but also against the Dark Zero team who know how much pressure they actually have on them.
And I feel like, too, it really does matter with your team and just how your team is really approaching this map, because in these best of threes, on these stage games, it really does depend on your team's wall. And if you have one player breaking mentally, it's going to hurt your system, because this game, you have to be so in sync with your teammates, making sure you can actually adapt to what the enemy's throwing at you. And it's a constant adaptation, a state of just being in that flow state. And if one of your teammates is thinking about the last round, thinking about the pressure of going through, it's going to affect the whole system, and the whole system is going to start to slow down. And that's when you see these teams start to crack. These big teams like Falcons, like Shopify, who got extremely early in these tournaments, they let that pressure build up mentally, and it just slows them down inside the game. You really have to make sure you're just coming into it with a clean slate and allowing your team just to play like you play every other day.
Listen, a lot of people thought virtus.pro would be in this spot instead of Weibo Gaming. They showed resilience. They came back, losing that first map, and then obviously finding a way to come back in the second too. So that is a great time to introduce this roster. If you don't know them as well, you can take a look at their player names here. This is a team that is trying to do something historic for their region, making that semifinal, but against a team who many expect to be in the semifinal at the very least. We had a chance to speak with Speakeasy a little bit before this.
Talking to Speakeasy ahead of their game today. Now, Speakeasy, you're playing with Weibo and you've crushed some keys already. What are the vibes coming in today to secure that third key crush?
Hey, the vibe is just we're just gonna be ourselves, you know. The pressure's on them. Like we're coming here kind of like an underdog, but you know, we're just gonna play our game, do our own stuff, and have fun. Basically, have fun.
Now, you as a player have been competing for a very long time. We're talking the Vegas Magna, the Tokudame finals. What do you feel like this experience gives you that advantage?
I think overall the experience gives me more of like confidence-wise and nervousness. That I tell to my team, like, guys, it's okay. This feeling of nervous means you're doing the things right, and it's okay to be nervous. But it's just reassuring the teammates that everything's gonna be fine. Yeah,
that's really important as well. Now, you reached top 8 last year at EWC, at SI as well. This would be the first time that Weibo would reach the top 4 if you win here today. Does that play in the back of your mind anyway?
Obviously, the questions do come up. Like obviously the top 4. Top 4. Could we ever reach there? But we always try not to think about that, and we always try to be like, just play the game like it's any other game. So yeah.
And you already said you're coming into this as kind of like the underdog. How would you rate your performance in the tournament so far?
I think there are some bad performances and good, but we just focus on the good and learn from the bad. And hopefully, against DZ, it'll be good.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, and good luck with the game today.
Thank you.
Well, Speakeasy saying focus on the good, but learn from the bad. Champions of the APL first stage, and then obviously have a team and a roster that has been to and through many different things. Alphama, Goaty's somebody you mentioned has quite a story to get here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know Weibo as the kings of Asia, really, but they were always missing that one player who had them break the ceiling and finally make top 4, right? I think that player might be Goaty. Goaty started his journey in South Korea and played for PSG Talent. He was there for 2 years, and I think he wanted something more, maybe a team that had more potential. He made it to CNL, surprisingly. Played for 4 Angry Men there, and after a quick stint, he landed his spot on the best team there is in Asia. Now he is on a spot to make history, finally maybe making top 4. I think that's a cool journeyman story of all these countries in Asia, and now maybe he lands the final spot that lands him maybe his best achievement so far.
And I know how much struggle that is. You know it right now. I mean, you're in it, and coming in from playing professional soccer and having that idea of, I'm going to have to be willing to go to Turkey. I might have to go to, DC, or I have to leave people behind. How can I do that? Because you have to take those risks if you want to be on the right team, Iconic. It is a great thing to be able to see it come to fruition. And then on this stage, put some type of punctuation to it, exclamation point, or maybe a comma saying there's still more to the story.
I feel like that's just a great part of life. You know, it really does bring you worldwide. And then I feel like for him too, having people who support him and going out there and achieving these things and then coming back to, you know, bring those stories back. I feel like that means everything to your family. And honestly, just building your name, building your legacy inside of this game. And we see this game that means so much to people around the world. No matter where you go, Siege is something that's worldwide. And it's one of my favorite games.
Oh, it's such a fantastic thing, man. I'm excited to see how this all plays out as well. Speaking of getting to the play, we've got our map bans coming up, gentlemen. So that means we're going to see which maps we're going to be going to for this first series of the day versus Dark Zero and Weibo Gaming. We see a Nighthaven Labs right away.
I don't know about that one.
How do you feel?
I'll be honest. I did not expect Weibo to pick that map. It's not a map that is necessarily strong for them. It's a map that they lost quite a lot against weaker opponents like Daystar, like Enterprise in their season. Obviously, they did beat Enterprise recently at EWC. That maybe shows a little bit of confidence for them. But it's not a weak map whatsoever for DZ. They played it a lot in NAL. They were quite strong. And even the few losses they had were so close against some of the best
teams. And I feel like too, though, you see, honestly, you kind of want to go to a map if you're a little bit on Weibo's side, a map you can see DZ, what they do, kind of be ready for some of their plays. And then, but it still is a strong map for DZ. So I feel like if DZ can come out, take Weibo's map, then they might be in trouble going into Lair.
All right, DZ go Lair, right? So what is the reaction to that?
I mean, that's a strong map for DZ. They had a 6-win streak before coming to this tournament. They only lost it to CAG coming here. So it was a 7-2 loss, a harsh one. But one where you know the system inside DZ. They're one of these teams that can bounce back from one day to another. What looked like a really weak map might become the best in 24 hours. So I'm not so worried for them. On the side of Weibo, complete shadows. They haven't shown it in 3 months. So it's completely picking blind here for DZ.
Wow. So I really relate back to the Weibo getting here story. virtus.pro taking the first game against them and then being able to bounce back and win on the Decider map. So this Decider Clubhouse, how do you favor, if we get to a Decider map, who do you favor in this one?
I feel like I do favor DZ, you know, being one of the stronger maps in their recent history. They've lost it to only strong teams, won it against strong teams. And I feel like that's the main theme, just making sure that you have a good style of Siege on these maps, because these maps are very nature heavy. You have to be able to play into your win cons, into your ideas, and you're going to see that in the game, how fast these teams are able to recognize what advantages they have in the rounds and take those advantages, and what teams know on the attacking side, on the defensive side, what weaknesses you're seeing and how you can exploit those. So it's going to be a game of Siege. It's going to be amazing.
From a storyline perspective, one has got to end right here, Alphamo. I mean, that's the sad truth about it.
I mean, there's a David versus Goliath. Clearly, there's an underdog and there's a giant that won a major. Whatever happens, history will be made. You know, DZ is one step closer from making history for North America, winning maybe 2 S-tier events in a row for the first time ever. On the other side, Weibo maybe finally cracking that top 4, maybe proving that APL has what it takes to maybe one day win an S-tier event. That would be massive.
Well, the beautiful thing about Paris, France, and the opportunity here is that these gentlemen, alongside all of you and our casters soon to be introduced, get to see some amazing Siege gameplay. And when it comes to these bright lights on the stage of the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, who steps up is the only question that matters. Will it be history on the side of Weibo Gaming, a semifinal in their sights, or will it be Dark Zero, many think, who can claim the championship, making it one step closer? R6 at EWC begins.
Bienvenue à Paris and welcome back to the French capital. We are here for the Esports World Cup featuring Rainbow Six Siege. It's our second week and it's all about to go down. My name is Adam Savage here on the main stage. Joining me is the operator of epic proportions, the wonderful Milos.
It is a pleasure to be back on here with you, Adam. And really, it's Siege, right?
Yes,
it's never one person doing the work. It's all about teamwork here, not just here for us on stage, but everybody making it all happen, especially those who held down the fort in week number 1. That was all in our group stage that came in. 22 teams from all around the world came for this giant opportunity here in Paris. Only 8 remain. There's a lot on the line here.
There is so much on the line. Let's remind ourselves here of the stakes as well. You mentioned 22 teams down to now 8. $2 million worth of prize pool on the line here. The top team taking home $750,000 of those dollars. However, there is also a place in the 6th Invitational 2027 up for grabs for that top spot too. So it's all to play for. We of course have the 8 teams. Paris, are you ready to meet those teams? All right, then let's do it. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, it's Wildcard. Please welcome Spiker, Kansan, Baby Shark, Bay, and Adrian, the champions of North America, topping their group at EWC. Can they continue their ascension to the top?
Next up, it's Furia! Volps, Lyra, Herds, DS Lucas, and Buck Zera! All 5 players that have a lot of rich history in Brazil, led by the one and only Herds. Can they do it once again here in Paris?
Paris, give it up for GK Esports! Yaga, Sarks, Groovy, Upor, and Ask. The EML Dark Horses, their first time as a team on the main stage internationally. Can they deliver the goods?
Next up, it's Team Liquid Alienware! Nade, Maya, KZ, JV92, and in my mind, the best ag.al of them all, Philippox! A team of 5 that is looking for glory once again with Maya on the squad. Can they deliver now at EWC?
Next, would you please give it up for FaZe Clan! Vita King, Souls, KDS, Handy, and Cyber. The best to ever do it. Back-to-back world champions. Can they deliver again here in Paris? Let's find out.
Well, then our next 2 teams, my friends, will open up the quarterfinals here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC. So please join me in welcoming Dark Zero! Winners, NJR, Kino, J90, and Fultz. Some of the best to ever do it, your reigning Salt Lake City Major champions. They're here in Paris looking for glory. The question is, can that story continue and clinch 2 back-to-back for North America?
Next up, would you please welcome to the stage, Weibo Gaming! Turd, Speakeasy, Reeps, Hoven, and Gotti. They talk trash in the server, but can they back it up here on the main stage? They need to go all the way here after beating out virtus.pro, destroying Enterprise. Can they come all the way and make their way up against the Dark Zero champs right now and defeat them?
Well, that makes it, what, 6, 7 though?
I think I count 7. We need 8, not to mention as well, Milos, we haven't even got a trophy.
I'm very glad you mentioned it, my friend Adam. Please join me in welcoming the defending EWC 25 champions, Team Secret! Oscar, Flexi, Drills, Noah, and Mowgli! Yes, they're back at it again at EWC 2026. And you asked me a few months ago, there would have been no way these guys have made it. But they defied expectations. They've done them again in the group stage. And they're here to defend their hard-earned title from last year's EWC. Different roster, same expectations. 8 teams remain. The competition heats up here on the main stage. So let's get it all started right here.
This has by far been the most competitive EWC that I've participated in. Every single match has importance to it, and each and every single team is gunning for that EWC title. If you lose, you're out. Doesn't matter if you've been flawless throughout this entire event so far. Now you're in a situation where you don't have a parachute to catch you when you're falling. That's exactly what you want. You want everyone's backs against the wall. That's what's going to make these matches to be the most exciting that they possibly can be.
It's Holven to finish it off with a double. We're going to overtime.
I'm extremely excited to see the stage, and I'm just hoping that we have crowd and the energy in the room.
I can't wait to play in front of the French crowd. It's gonna be incredible.
Let's have a good game. Let's have some fun.
We'll just go there and do my job.
The pistol shot connects. Side champions are playoff bound.
Assim como vocês, a gente também quer ganhar, mas a gente é um time mais forte, a gente é um time mais preparado e mais uma vez a gente vai vir para ganhar o campeonato.
To be honest, I'm really confident after the win against Falcons.
I think it's hard to counter us because we could do one thing, but we could do another thing, and you'll never know because we won't even know until we're in server. Try your best.
Deixou a gente chegar aí a Liquid nos playoffs e agora eles têm que se preparar porque a gente tá muito confiante para levar esse caneco que falta pra gente aí.
Ganhar é a nossa única opção. Esse troféu é nosso.
This is the Esports World Cup, baby. This is where legends are made.
Well, thank you so much, Milos and Adam. What an introduction to the teams that we're going to be seeing throughout this playoff run. Starting off with Dark Zero, and whether it was their entrance, their confidence, the interview with Kino saying literally brothers up on that stage, or Milos saying some of the best to ever do it, it's going to be hard to doubt that they can get this done. Iconic.
Yeah, and I feel like looking at them too, look very calm, both sides getting ready, getting their huddles going, and I feel like too, you see it in the eyes, the eyes tell the whole story, whoever's going to be locked in, not letting the pressure face them, not letting the close rounds face them, and I feel like it's going to be a close game here.
Alphama, you were a little concerned, or a little questioned about this map pick first for Weibo Gaming. How do they overturn some of that concern for you? How do they make you feel more confident with how they approach these first few rounds?
The main thing is I'm not in the system and I don't know what their scrims look like. Maybe their recent result, the fact that they came in EWC, had a win on the map, gave them a little bit of confidence. The fact that they have some great information as well, because Dark Zero did play the map as well. They prepped some counter strats. I think 90% of this is mental anyway, and I think that's the biggest and scaring factor for me is everyone knows DZ as that team that has the system, that has the discipline, and that looks like absolute cyborg every time you meet them. They all go to the gym. Look at these guys. Look at their biceps. I mean, they're kind of scary. And so you need that battle cry. You need that kind of confidence on the side of Weibo to try and think, yeah, we can do this one.
You've been in this situation before. You guys both have in many different moments. What does it mean to be the first opening a ceremony, opening a series like this in playoffs? Are there nerves a bigger factor than usual?
I feel like you get to set the tone, let the people know how the season's going to be, if it's fast-paced, if you're exciting the crowd, and I feel like you really get to just show out first.
Yeah, I've been in that spot multiple times before, and let me tell you, I never won one. I got eliminated every single time.
It's not looking good.
No, it's not looking good. I don't know I don't know what's the recipe, man.
That's true.
It escaped me.
Well, listen, one of the things that even, through the eye test, I say it because I don't get the chance to spend as much intimate time with you guys in your scene. But I'm here for these weeks. I'm here for this tournament. Seeing Virtus.pro, the one word that I had, Weibo against Virtus.pro was resilience and finding an answer. Gohan and the coach coming to this moment of, hey, we just lost basically 7-0, 7-1. That could be easy to turn your head around, right, Iconic? But the conversation was, we got this. We have a game plan. We need to execute here. Part of it is just probably having the confidence to get through those tough moments when they do happen, because they're going to happen, right?
Of course, like you said, confidence is key. And you see both sides actually having that. DZ with the loss up to CAG 7-2, having to bounce back. You see them locked in, getting that meditation, getting that grounding and on the stage. It's going to be a great game, and I'm excited here. You see them all very locked in. Zen Masters.
not a surprise, right? We always
Ego is the
expect it.
enemy.
We've said it before. On the side
I
of
love this.
Weibo, I think, I think they brought two missing pieces. I think Gohan, as the coach, is one of the oldest, most legitimate coaches we have here on our scene. Gohan was a staple Brazilian player. He won so many things there. And I think he gave depth to that team. One thing that we lacked in Asia was the depth in strategy, but also the depth in mental. Having experienced players, experienced coaches that can teach you how to win and overturn some very difficult BO3s. They proved it against virtus.pro. Maybe they can prove it again here against Dark Zero. And aside of Gotti, also a new player, someone that has the hunger, that had the hunger of leaving his home country to try and play for this team as well. That's two things that, in my opinion, are massive and new for this team to maybe this time break the ceiling.
I love the story. I love the story of Gotti. I love what you mentioned about Gohan as well, that experience coming in through the coach, and now gentlemen picks and bans.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a very classic one, right? We're starting on Night Heaven Labs, and we're going to see the classic, I'm going to remove all of your hard reach, you're going to remove all of the old denial, so that we can break this first layer of defense as quickly as possible. That's my expectation. We saw Kaid being removed, we saw Ice being removed, I anticipate Bandit as well.
They got rid of the mirror, so they can't really trick IT. It's going to shut down the side of the map. Going to make it a lot harder for DC to contest that wall, so you're going to see a lot of Bandit 2-barrel coming out here, and just a different type of scheme to really slow the wall. If they want to bring the map to, you're going to see a lot of C4 play coming out for that.
It's going to be exciting, gentlemen. We'll be back after our first map is done. But to kick off our series and to get more in depth into how these two teams and their legacies on the line are going to shape up, we've got our casters standing by. It's Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. Yeah, it's about time to get kicking into the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup. Pengu, this has already been such a long event from the play-ins, group stage, and I gotta say, APAC has survived to make it up onto the big stage. I'm a very happy man.
I heard you doing the player walkouts. You were the loudest kid in this room, James. Oh, Weibo, whoa, let's go!
Kid in the candy store, but it's going to be a tough match going up against the reigning major champions, DC.
But it might not be the end. I think that's the most exciting part about this entire match with DC and Weibo. They legitimately could take down the current major champions, but it's not going to be easy. And I saw the players, doing their prep work. I saw Gohan locking eyes with his boys, infusing them with that confidence. Hoban, first round, takes down J9O right off the whip from that spawn peek attempt, and that right there is shutting down DC's confidence and gaining Weibo and much of their own.
Yeah, huge opening pick. I don't know if that was a spawn pick intentional from J9O, but he was caught by the window very early on the Azami, an operator that has regenerative utility.
Exactly.
So J9O is not getting the full value out of that Azami whatsoever. One of the most pivotal operators, especially in the late round on these defenses, especially because, Pengu, do my eyes deceive me? Have we gone to the kitchen bomb side on the first round?
We have. I feel like Weibo might have learned something from Wildcard, where you start on the weakest bomb side, or sorry, DC have learned something from Wildcard from NA. You start on the weakest bomb side and kind of work your way into a stronger and stronger position. And it's a matter of throwing a curveball, right? You go into your game with your match prep expecting they're going to go top floor, the most common bombs that they work out to basement and then tertiary. You kind of remove that prep work, throw them that curveball, and make the players fight for in-game adaptation rather than relying on prep work from the coaching staff and the analyst. So losing J9O this early on that regenerative operator of the Azami is actually going to be even more damaging because they're a much weaker bomb side statistically.
Yeah, but of course this bomb side, it is weaker in theory, but if you can bunker down and stay alive for as long as possible, it does become difficult. The attack can stall out. However, that hasn't happened so far. Weibo, while they are focusing on the vertical game, they've almost killed Faults, a lot of damage taken, and as you say, the Capitao fire is still there. However, Kino is on for a flank, spotted briefly. Weibo seem to be dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's.
The only scary part is that if they can clear Faults with, that fire from Capitao, for example, the only real damage left on the board, by getting rid of those Womai magnets, that can literally win them the round. The Clash is the only stopping power for the plan to be successful. And then we saw Kino earlier try and go for a flank attempt, but that too was figured out by the drone work.
This is a great position to be in here for Weibo. However, DZ retaliate. They fight back and they kill the most important operator here in that Capitao that was meant to finish off the Clash. However, Hoven can get the job done with his DMR instead. Numbers advantage for Weibo Gaming and time ticking down. What a big one-tap though. Oh, actually that was from Kino, not from Newers. But Speakeasy going down does put Weibo back on the back foot.
Issue is two attacks are outside the building, forced to jump in these windows. Not a favorable spot to be in, and last guy's gonna go for hash drop. Gotta hit their shots.
It's not likely to work as the gadget does get impacted by Kino. It's a last-ditch attempt to get into the bomb site. DZ
come back despite losing the opening pick, despite losing the clash to win the opening round.
It's a classic, right? DC again, they always have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. There's always these small moments to a round where they have different ways of playing it. And we saw early off, Genano spawn peak, that's going to be the win condition, right? Try and play the game of disruption. That gets shut down. Then they play false clash, passively by the bomb side. Then he dies eventually. And then it's a matter of understanding where the attacker's actually entering from. Have a guy watch the hatch from Soda Machine, have a guy watch the window from the corner of the bomb side. Now we're locking out the attackers who are in very poor positions to take a fight in their favor, and they make a 3v3 actually go much more on their side despite being on a weaker bomb side.
Yeah, no refrags there from Weibo of any of those pushes that came out from DZ, the retaliative peaks. And what's more, I think particularly losing the Sens gadget, once that got impacted as it was tossed down, you just can't safely drop down that hatch. You can't aim down sights while falling down the hatch, and once you do land, there are feet holes in that wall, which means the defenders will see him, and he's just completely shut down. Very fast time to kill in this game. So yeah, can't afford to be holding on to a hope and a dream that you can just drop the hatch and make something happen. Not in this matter, not with that utility to support it.
But I will say, that was a very successful attack from Weibo Gaming. They got all their steps accomplished, right? Top floor control, opening pick, verticality, deal with the clash. They just didn't get to a proper bomb site execute. But they got into a position where they could go for an execute. And I think that actually is going to be a big win for them. Yes, it's a round loss, but they're starting off on the right side of a loss. They weren't like getting spawn peak continuously, couldn't breach the wall, so they couldn't get the vert done. They had the right operators, the right utility, the C4 tossed out, either shot or sapped, either way, not successful. And this is what Iconic spoke about from the disc, right? When you're banning the different wall-denying operators, also hard breachers, you're gonna get this mini-game between the C4, the Bandit, the Tubra, the Maverick, and there's like 1,000 ways it can play out. For the attackers, Hobbin is playing the Maverick, trying to either open the wall, that was too risky, but he sapped off the Bandit battery. That now enables Gotti on the Hibana to then get into a safer breach position with that ranged hard breach destruction, and now ensure the wall gets opened up. Again, we're 5v5. Exact prime position for Weibo. The big question is what happens in step number 2 when you start choosing where to attack. Is it going to be Catwalk Rafters? Is it going to be Aqua? Is it going to be servers? That's where most of this round will be defined if they can find those opening picks.
Yeah, Weibo are playing it slow and steady, similar to what they did last round, but that does make me a little bit worried.
A little bit predictable.
Yeah, exactly. A bit predictable, which means that as that time starts to whittle it down, once we've got 45, 30 seconds left and Weibo look for an execute, DZ, if they have the numbers, might be able to lash out. The critical thing here will be taking down J9, or even Kino, and Speakeasy counted on the Blackbeard. The gas and enough damage there to help out Kino. However, a backstab from Weibo finds a little bit more damage. DZ, however, win the exchange as Reaps enters the building. He has been spotted. Now, Bombsite is actually down in control, and that defuser still remains on the top floor.
And again, DC, as I said, in front of one. They have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. When Kino said the action is happening top floor, ag.al knew or started playing much more passive by the bombs and saying, if Kino falls, we still have a 2v2 on site. Or a 2v3 maybe, if it all goes wrong. Instead, they had numbers advantage until that very moment. Hobbin finds on ag.al, Kino low on health, no gas in pocket, meaning that timer of 40 seconds, it's accurate. So there's actually plenty of time left on the clock here. We're able to make the right moves, divert destruction, cover a couple angles. The big question is, do they leave an attacker above to watch down those holes, or do you stack together on the bomb side?
Oh wow, jump straight inside to try and bait out any potential C4 or traps. The danger here for Weibo as they go for an execute is plant denial. And that could come laterally from above or below here for DZ. Kino at the same time and Newers together look to try and push on the same bomb site, on the same floor. Instead of playing the vertical game, they're out of position and they have been outhandled. Reaps from the vert will take down that final player from DZ and guarantee that planter's safety. It's a response very swift from Weibo Gaming.
And again, so much confidence to their actions. They do go for the quote-unquote risky play of having one player above, one player below. It's risky because if that cover isn't perfect from Reaps and the verticality, the planter dies, round is over. But on the flip side, if you don't leave an attacker upstairs and a defender was to walk up that staircase, now it works against you. So it's a lose-lose situation. But they start planting, they get about halfway through, they get off the plant and they swing together. They try and force that 2v2 into a 2v1 on their side, and then the plant is much safer. So Weibo, in terms of fundamental skill and decision making, again, they're good 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, particularly from Kino there at the top of the blue stairs with the smoke. Just enough damage to get the down onto Speakeasy, combining the gas babe with the shotgun to the feet. Kino, a very prolific shield player. Despite
smoke player.
Yeah, and a smoke player at that. Despite having his unfortunate moment with Monty a few years ago, which you rinsed him
That's always going to hunt him, I guess.
It will, but I think that really made him determined to nail how to play shields, and he's one of the best shield players in North America and the world as a result. But I could say the same for Speakeasy, arguably, top 3 shield player in APAC, and there are a lot of good shield players in APAC.
Maybe top 2. Maybe it's Annie and him.
I think so.
It could be like that, actually.
I think so.
I also think, more importantly, it's not the shield player himself, but can the team play around the shield? And I will say CG, they are phenomenal playing around the shield operator. I think Weibo, similar story. So while you have a good shield player in Speakeasy and Kino, DC and Weibo both understand how to support them, what they need to thrive in around.
And also how to counter them. That's what Kino was very good at last round. And that's what Fultz is leaning into. Second round out of the Clash pick, one of the best shield counters.
That's a bait, right? They're trying to force the Clash ban, just to get that out of the way, then force the real playstyle after.
Oh, here comes the shield once again. It's Speakeasy. Instead of the Blackbeard, he goes for the Blitz this time. Better in close range, but weaker at long range compared to that BB. Funnily enough, the Monty actually hasn't been banned here. And Speakeasy quite likes playing that as well. So talk about baiting out bans. After this next round, we get another set of operator bans, 1 per team. And Speakeasy hasn't yet shown the Monty. He might lean into that afterwards if they decide to ban something else.
Same story for DCR with the Clash, like I said before. That can kind of bait out the 2-bro bandit combination later on, for example. One of many possibilities. We'll have to see when we get there. But for now, it's a very similar round number 3. Weibo force back DC from the roam game, starting a bit of verticality, setting up for the execute to come later. DC still have a little bit of roaming presence because of Newers and Cafeteria Hallway that could go for flank, but currently isn't. And then they have the Clash on the bomb side, giving information, C4 from Wamai, Toxic Babes from the smoke. They have a lot of different ways of dealing with the plant. They're also playing aggro on the cargo stairs, a double reinforced wall that Weibo haven't yet dealt with.
Oh,
so this is DC going for maybe a double flank. Newers in the hallway. And if they break the keeper from cargo, they have 2 different angles of impact.
Question is, will they have any retake ability as the execute comes onto the bomb site? Speakeasy takes a lot of damage again, and it is a retake on the roam upstairs. However, the pick has been found on the bomb site. Finally, Fultz get active on that vertical game, and the Nitro Cell will deny the plant from NJR on the Wamai. Weibo have the bomb site, but DZ have retaken up above. And now they need to make sure that Weibo can't reclaim that diffuser.
Turns down plan pressure there with the gadget saying, NJ, I know exactly where you're at, but you have no idea if I'm pushing you or standing far away. Meanwhile, Weibo have regained top catwalk control as well, so it's a very awkward map state for both teams. Turson is helped by the bombs to go for a plant, and the Romans above need to find a kill or surrender the verticality, and then their own holes will work against them.
Smoke grenade denies 1 line of sight, but still active on the bomb site. Reaps will find his pick. Meanwhile, Gotti needs to find NJR. Can't do so. 1 HP on the NJR, the Wamai that denied the plant earlier on.
Has to answer.
It's all up to one of the best players APAC has ever seen, Reaps, as he fires the first one! Oh, Reaps! Something we have come to expect from this man! He pulls through when it matters for Weibo. A massive 1v2 to wrench back the momentum for the APAC squad.
But at the same time, this has been Reeves and Weibo's gaming's biggest problem internationally. Reeves was shot down in big moments like that and started hesitating a little bit. There was no hesitation. He calls NGR, he got the info from Gotti, he is so low on health, if you call him, he has to answer. So he starts the call up, he checks the UI, he sees the fact that Wamai is trying to answer the phone, so now he has his gap, it's a 2v1, but because NGR is busy dealing with the phone, it's a 1v1 effectively. And he knows DC, they're a smart team. They're gonna try to set up a crossfire. I peek the guy answering the phone, his teammate swings me. So he wide swings it off the rip instantly, then strafes back to his left side and pre-fires against what should be the most logical spot from the crossfire itself. Beautiful way of picking it apart.
Unbelievable from Reeps, and you're dead right. I mean, the stats don't lie. Reeps is an online player. He's not as much of a LAN player. If you look at the 3 matches that Weibo played so far, hasn't had a positive rating in a single one of those games. His rating at Salt Lake City, he was the 77th ranked player at the event with an 83 rating.
Mind you, this guy owns top 3 APL all year round.
100%, 117 EPS in APL itself. He's also, by the way, as we've always talked about, a very peculiar player because he runs the highest mouse sensitivity I have ever seen from any player.
Yep.
And he kills it every time. It's how he can pull off insane plays like that one. But it's not just about the speed, it's about the precision. And that's something that sets him apart. If Reeps can start delivering on land the way he delivers online, then, oh my god, Weibo are in for a massive upgrade.
The Arbor Bends, they have actually got shown here to us, rather. And it's very interesting to us. Neither Weibo or DC took the bait.
Yeah.
The Monty left open, the Clash left open, and because of that, we're going to continue seeing the battle for the wall denial and the breaching. The fact that the DC bans the Maverick, Weibo expected to ban the Bandit, ensures they can actually get through those walls.
Yeah, that's good.
Had the Maverick been banned away and they banned the Clash, all of a sudden, 2-Bro Bandit could lock you out from step 1. Reeps would clutch big last round, shut down by Jenna. He's playing the striker, so a lot of secondary util, but he's not the most instrumental operator for this round per se.
On the flip side of that, J9O being the Wamai is one of those operators that DZ really didn't want Weibo to ban out, and you can see they're now leaning into projectile denial and shields. However, good read from Weibo with Hoven on the Flores. It essentially bypasses those magnets and makes sure that shield gets destroyed regardless.
I love this about the new operator ban system is that at the highest level of siege, more commonly we start seeing like a second playstyle being hidden in the pocket, and this is that from Dark Zero. Heavy util, a gap being found in Victorious Next.
Oh no.
He was a second though, but because General saw him, he had to go for that first fight.
Yeah, now numbers are even again here. DZ have lost their advantage. They've also lost a lot of map control. Rafters taken for free by Speakeasy. Critical kill though from Newers. Turd should never be losing a fight like that, especially not with the F2.
Absolutely ridiculous. That changes everything for this round. Mind you, with the Monty, there's one less gun on the board, and there's no verticality. There's no Deimos downstairs, Bach, Sophia looking for a kill, and it's all softball beneath Newers' feet. But no one can find that angle, no one can get that kill necessarily. Now it's a triple crossfire on one bomb side, which means the other side, a lot more vulnerable.
Oh,
that's
wow.
a Clash.
The Clash and the Chunker both counter this Montaigne pick here from Speakeasy. As you say, Weibo lack lethality here. They don't have anyone to go down below and kill these players vertically. So instead, they need to take gunfights on side, and Newers is always happy to oblige. A second kill with the DMR, looking for a third onto Speakeasy, but Weibo have truly stalled out, and they are surely gonna fall. Newers with a big 4K. DMR on site is simply a turret and Dark Zero responding kind.
Okay, just understanding when you can play in the corner position. Had they known there was a vertical operator like the Deimos on the board, Newers could not exist on that particular area of the map. But they knew, guys, I'm counting the Flowers, the Striker's dead, there's a Monty, there's, Heartbreach or whatever. They don't have the tools to deal with us staying on these, what usually is unplayable positions.
Yeah. Ironically, the two operators that probably could have been swapped out for a Vert operator, the Solid Snake and the Striker.
Yeah.
Ended up not really being necessary. Of course, the Solid Snake is nice, it makes things faster, but yeah, not quite as essential as some kind of operator to challenge these power positions. If there was a Deimos on the board, I would hate to be playing Faults on the Clash or Newers on the Aruni in a position like that.
I mean, obviously, Weibo didn't know exactly what DC were trying to attempt in that round until they started meeting them in the middle. But the Nomad is like, we don't want to get flanked sort of operator, but there's no chance you get flanked in that round from where you are attacking from, because attacking from outside the building and external doors and windows. Nomad was also super not activated, if you will. He had 2 spare traps and flashbangs in pocket when 3 attackers were dead. So it's like, again, there were options for change, but this is the difficulty with attack a repick. You gotta try and sacrifice X amount of drones, 1 to 5, on how much intel do you want on the enemy's playstyle.
Yeah.
But then it's also a matter of how many do you keep alive to have more drones once the round begins. And you want to try and hit that middle area where you spot out maybe 3 of all 5 defenders. Obviously you see the bomb site, and then you gotta make a decision. What operators do we bring to deal with all the problems in our path? Like, we gotta deal with both the mute jammers. That could be either verticality or sectarian peace. They got that from Dokkaebi. Then the castle. Well, Hibana is great for that because 2 Excalibur pellets will break the castle barricade. Then the Clash. That could be the grenades or something else. But Speakeasy, who had those grenades, is now dead early.
Wow, that's
on the Blackbeard, he's 0-5 right now, not finding his kills. That's fair enough. He's playing the shield, but also he's been dead a little bit too early in 3 of these 5 attacking rounds.
An unlucky way to die as well. I think Speakeasy was just dashing open to breach that external wall down in the basement. You shouldn't really be exposing your head to a headshot there. So a bit of a mistake from Speakeasy, an unusual one, as you say, 0-5. Not a common scoreline for him. Also, can I just say, Gotti, 0-4 is a big red flag. When Weibo picked him up just a few months ago after the Salt Lake City Major, they said they picked up someone who just won't die. They said we need someone who simply will not die. And Gotti had the best survival rating in the world this season at 52%. He hasn't got a kill yet and he's died every round. And it looks like the rest of Weibo Gaming are soon to follow. Reaps needs to pull off a bit of a miracle, but let's be real, it just ain't happening, especially not against that Clash.
No, complete lockout from DC. They started playing heavy util and said, okay, what if we don't let them in the building? They don't work for an execute. Folks goes wide for a swing and falls down, but that's just one of the 4 defenders upstairs looking for that battle. But now the rest of DC, they all play more disciplined. They fall back, surrender top wall control, help each other with the Asami barriers, and just kind of peel back the layers. They got so much map space to work with, and only 60 seconds left here for Weibo Gaming, who's lacking verticality, soft destruction, and even ways to deal with these annoying laser gates upstairs.
We have one last set of 2x Kairos from Gotti, which can be used on the laser gates if required, or on the Kazami barriers, but the DMR will make short work of those. A plan here is nigh impossible because the retake potential from DZ is too strong. Gotti can give it a go regardless, but no, not safe, and the Nitro Cell forces him out of position straight into J9O's hands. Great shot from Reeves. I cannot believe this guy does it on a sensitivity like he has. 8 kills so far in 5 rounds. Hungry for another one, but he won't have a lot of avenues to get back to that diffuser. Still SMG-12 in hand. Out goes a bait EMP, but of course it won't matter. Straight into the beeper, straight into J9O's hands. He has been tearing Weibo a new one with that DMR as the Americans take the lead.
DMR Merchant, huh? So efficient with that particular weapon, but it's working great in his favor. So why
Use it
not
while you can, my friends.
Yeah, that's it. A little birdie told me that DMR nerf is coming. Can't wait.
Speaking of little birdies, I saw Joshua Mills, game director, just bumped into him yesterday walking around the venue.
Nice. So he's going to be telling us about these changes, yeah, I reckon.
I've got JV here trying to steal our equipment while we
steal the equipment.
Hello, Team Liquid. You guys are looking lovely. They're standing right next to our casting booth, and there are 3,000 people trying to get their autograph.
The struggle of being famous, huh?
Oh, must suck. I wouldn't.
Lobster to buttery. You know?
Are we going really back to the tertiary bomb site? All right, maybe this is just the real deal from DZ.
It's very unusual, but I will say the one time where I think it's not blatantly trolling going to kitchen is when Clash is open.
Yeah.
Because it's the only operator that really gives you a way of fighting for like the lobby control next to the bomb site. That long
Clash and the Azami as well. I mean, both.
Azami partially, but like that'll be shot by DMR, and then like that's it. And the Clash is like unstoppable by most metrics.
Yeah.
Unless you make a huge misplay as a Clash player, or get like, I don't know, blatantly counts, which is quite rare to find, you should be more than fine. Like playing Capital Nomad, that's going to be your counter operators. Nomad makes sure that the Clash can't push into their faces, but ideally what you want to try and get is the Clash stuck in the corner, use the Capital Fire, and then just burn them. But as long as Clash recognizes that you're up against a Nomad and a Capital and positions accordingly, the Fire will do damage, but really rarely kill the Clash operator. We'll just move away.
The thing with a bomb site like Kitchen is it really is a pocket pick.
Yeah.
And fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If
that's
Weibo
it.
lose this twice, that is a massive red flag, especially considering Nighthaven Labs was Weibo's map pick.
Well, again, they're making good progress on the strat. The only issue is it's very similar to what happened previously, so it's a little bit more predictable than before. Comes down to gunfights again. It's also a 5v5. This time, J9O on that Asami is still up on the board. Really looking for Gotti and Speakeasy here. Get your first kill before the half is over, before going on to defense. Because right now, you got the strong gadgetry, you got those strong pocket operators. When you go on defense, you're up against the Deimos, Dokkaebi, the Solid Snake, the Shield. It's not going to get any easier to find your first frag. And finding that first kill is going to be a huge way to gain back some of that lost confidence. Newer 6 better damage. Both fires spent extremely early.
Oh, wow.
While they're pushing the Clash up above.
A lot of damage onto Fault on the Clash. Can they finish him off? Indeed. Speakeasy from behind, off the donut. And on for 2. As DZ feel the round slipping away from them to close up the half. Weibo are desperate to even the score.
Huge gap. That fire was spent very well. Smoke 2 was covering Speakeasy on the push downstairs. So they find, or rather create a gap out of thin air. And it catches DC by surprise. Predictable? No, they were not. The did exactly what they had to and threw them a curveball in response. But it's still those 3 defenders alive. Inside our kitchen is Jane. I know taking a lot of damage, but still staying alive. And sure he is. He can shut down that window jump in.
He's in one of the few safe spots on the bomb site right now, but he won't be safe for long as he's lost his Kiba barrier, and a flashbang from up above is coming his way shortly from Gotti, who's still a little bit worried about that flank. This might enable the jump in here from Turd. Not yet. It's just the bees, and actually they're going for a plant. Hoven forcing that diffuser down. Cover of smoke, but it is next to a soft wall. If DZ knew about it, they might have been able to deny, but not to be the case. We're into a post plan. 3v5 on a nigh impossible retake for Dark Zero.
They got the Vert, they got the men advantage, and they got the better operators for this kind of post. And DC, they just gotta go for kills. They pop an Nomad and they get injured.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen here. Low HP on J90, and New is trying to retake the hallway. Speakeasy, a 3rd kill on the round. Low HP, J90. It's a flawless cap on the half for Weibo Gaming to tie up the scoreboard.
1 round at a time, just back and forth, and if you're thinking for DC's side, maybe not the best case to be, but for Weibo, you'll love having a close series.
Very much so. Let's have a listen to what DZ are
They're just
thinking.
clearing with the fucking Dokkaebi and the Snake the whole time. Bring the mute out off the extension. We get, honestly, even if we wanted to, we could even run that last scheme, just swap the go out for the mute to give about a little more of a delay and swap somebody else onto the Goyo and put one on the water door, and that'll stop their quick water crank. It'll also make them actually drone and clear off the top, but we need to avoid kitchen. So if you're looking for that, also I'd avoid command too, quite frankly. I'd probably go supply and basement.
Okay.
First half, like supply first, basement second, and on the basement second, just lean into the mute to counter the fucking Snake and the Doke they're using.
Heard.
Yeah.
Heard.
Heard.
Outside of that, fellas, macro level here for the attack side. Just at the end of the rounds and like these 2v1s and shit like that, prioritize the aggressive option together. Like they caught us a couple times. You guys already know the rounds I'm talking about. We were kind of playing it back a little bit. The trade wasn't as fast as it could have been. One, when there was that plane go down supply, we just double styled through. It would have been 1v1 killing that guy, and the other one was like the 2v1 on the guy in basement. So if we're in a similar situation on the attack side here, proud of the aggressive option. Just go together and peek together and go kill.
We're gonna have a bulletproof with the Goyo, okay, Goyo?
Yeah.
We're gonna have this. So every time they smoke, try to look the default cam, okay? If you see they are not coming from both sides, look the default cam, tranquilize the team so we can still hold on top. And remember, how they like to clear on top. They would like to split first floor. One coming from kitchen or lobby side, another one coming maybe storage, maybe vending window, another one fork, another one down garage. They like to do this play sometimes. And also, of course, the default map control, 2 guys on top and another 2 on first floor.
Wow, a lot of interesting insight. This is the first time I've got the pleasure of having team comms, coach comms, in the halftime scheduled timeout. Yeah. But it was a little bit confusing hearing DZ because it sounded like they were talking about a defense half, even though they're now going into their attack.
Maybe I was trying, but I was thinking like, is this from like before the game started where you know the plan was going into the first half? But no. But I feel like when we got to Gohan's side, it clicked a bit better for me, right? Because call out from DC's coaching staff said that ignore kitchen, for example. And Gohan goes, they always in the guy kitchen. So a bit of small adaptations, and I think call out was actually also talking about what they did previously when they were playing that heaven lab, so from their side, and what micro changes they could make for this second attempt, because Weibo will have prepped for that, of course.
Yeah, interesting.
But still a bit surprised or confused rather by the DC approach there.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to figure out what call out was saying, but it did sound like he was making comms about a defense half. He was talking about lean into the mute, lean into this. Which, yeah, is obviously what we just saw. Yeah. They said avoid kitchen, I would also avoid command. Maybe they're talking about how to lurk on the attacking side, because that was the big focus for Gohan on the Weibo side when we heard their comms.
Where they attack from.
It was very much talking about, okay, you're gonna play like this, play your setups, you know your setups, read your handbooks. But DZ, they like to lurk from here, they like to lurk from here. Of course, we actually haven't seen a lot from either of these teams on this map during this tournament. We've seen both of them play at once. DZ beat Secret, Weibo beat EP. But the funny thing with the format here at EWC is we don't have a round robin phase. We have play-ins, which is double elimination. We have groups as double elimination. We have playoffs, which is single elimination, which means DZ have only played 2 games so far, and Weibo have only played 3. So a lot of material hidden in the back pocket for both teams, which means the name of the game is your adaptability, not what you can guess the team is going to do, because good teams will have new stuff every single day.
Seeing a potential, maybe, fast tech here from DC, a glass in the mix, Capital, Blackbeard. It's one of those lineups where you can find a kill pretty much out of nowhere, right? Sophia downstairs, 3 big booms, that can be a vertical kill, glass to a smoke, that could be easy, Capital fire, you get the idea. There's a lot of different ways of getting that opening pick advantage, but also a lot of ways of dealing with various problems in a round. Should there be soft destruction required, a clash on the board, or an annoying to deal with position on the site. The only thing they do not have is any like reliable verticality. There's no, you know, buck demos downstairs. Sophia has 2 more explosive canisters in pocket. We saw DC bend away the kite mirror, so a similar fashion. A lot of work here on the hard destruction of step 1, ensuring that you just blast through those walls like it's stuck on the outside of the building. And for Weibo, they didn't want to get intel red paint by the Grim Beast because they want to stay in those specific player positions and not have all that pressure upon them. And Thermite for the exact same reason of the reinforced walls.
Patience here could pay, never mind. J90 gets swung on from Turdster. Uncommon to see the guy going negative. He's the top-rated player for Weibo. And he's on the Azami, back on defense. Turts is definitely a defense player. He prefers that defensive side.
Give this guy a spot, and he plays it beautifully. He masters that one spot. It can be catwalk afters. On Clubhouse, it can be catwalk right here.
Retake attempts. Aided with the Thorn Trap from Speakeasy. Speak about retakes, a lash out from Reeves. Onto Electrical as DZ try and get aggressive. Weibo very much ready for it.
Just gotta make sure that right now when you Weibo, choose who's holding what angles and leave no gaps. DC, they bring the fight to the defenders, and they just fall apart. It's going to be a flawless first round here for Weibo.
I mean, to cap off what was a flawless end to the first half as well on the attacking side for Weibo, indeed. It's 2 flawless rounds in a row for the APAC squadron, and DZ starting to sweat a little bit. They will take their tactical timeout, and Call Out immediately gets another chance to talk to the team.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Prioritize going off the base book here like that was a completely different setup. So if we do see something like that, if we only see what we talked about before, only call the prep. If not, call it as we see it. So like an opportunity right there, if we go back to attack in the command later and we see they're giving up bottom and they're going to play top with traps heavy, we can just go linear off that, like towards the weed side, and then we can flip back into Rafter, or we could just start with Rafter. We don't necessarily need to go for a quick spread and something like that, because they're not doing the 41, remember? Like right there. Correct me if I'm wrong, we said it was a 50. We only do that attack if it was a 41. Because we want to take the 5v4 in sight, correct?
Heard. Yeah.
Make sure we're reading that, fellas. Same thing, it's a CAG game here. Don't get married to any one attack.
Heard.
Call as we see it. Heard. Keep it simple, too. You can get a little bit creative, be a little bit creative.
Indecisive. Hand warmer. Sorry, Nick.
Infamous for their cryptic comms call out saying there's a 41, there's a 50. They have code names for different strategies. Had an interesting podcast recently where Call Out and some of the boys were talking to Parker Intero on his podcast, and they have so many technical terms and so much prep, but really insightful there. Call Out said, guys, we got baited into what we had prepped for them, what we had voted them, what we expected them to do was not what they did. That is massive credit to Gohan and the Weibo Gaming side, because they're changing their setup. And so Call Out looked at Fultz, the ag.al most experienced player, former world champion from DZ, and said, okay, stop focusing on the prep, call it as you see it.
Yeah. If you recognize the prep, you can do it, but if not, call it as you see it, right? It's one of those understanding that we're in the moment. These guys have actually done a little bit of depth to the strategy.
For sure. Also mentioned the CAG game as well. Of course, it was a big surprise to see Dark Zero go a map down to CAG in the qualifying game for this tournament. They're actually only 2 rounds away from being knocked into the lower bracket by another APAC team who eventually didn't make it to the playoffs. They lost 7-2 on lead, CAG, if you recall. That was a very dominant scoreboard against them. It's not common to see. I mean, they were very strong in NAL and, of course, extremely strong at the Salt Lake City Major. They only lost 2 maps throughout that entire event.
Okay. Successful bandit trick. I like this, right? DC sends a sole player downstairs. Can I get the wall for free? No, it gets zapped away. But because DC only sent that one attacker, all the other 4 members are still progressing the map, droning top floor, entering the building slowly, and continuing to gain some sort of map control. Or a lot of teams send 2-3 guys by the breach because, oh, it's gonna get open up, boys, right? Don't worry about it. You don't get it open, and now you're just wasting precious seconds.
I mean, you say they're taking map control, but they're actually struggling to do so. Look at the extension here from Weibo. The Solus has done a phenomenal job. Even Hoven roaming on the first floor. Dark Zero, a minute into the round, are only just hard breaching and entering into kitchen cafeteria, and they're about to walk into a crossfire again.
This is the big moment. Tursta again in that position where you're playing for your life. Either you get a kill or you die.
mibr is also going to protect against the blitz's flash in close range. Good kill from J90. Tursta cannot stand forever, but apparently he won't need to because Gotti and Hoven together have done most of the dirty work. Hoven almost hitting 10 kills, and Gotti with a nitro cell to take down the blitz of Kino. It's Fultz, the man who was meant to call the strat, now has to call a 1v3.
Play it as you see it. They walk straight into trap once again. Such a good crossfire there from Weibo, understanding who's peeking, who's playing that pillar spot from Turdstar, and they all get out alive. I say all, the 2 people did die, but people that were in those prime positions, the Gotti, the Turdstar, they got out. They were the ones that were supposed to die first probably in that strategy. There's a good C4 there. Now all they gotta do is play safe. Play by a jammer if need be, run away from the gadget.
It's true, but you also have 2 shotguns here on Weibo, so they'll have to be careful not to take long range
but this guy can't plant. 7 seconds of Fultz, you got 3 members, a C4, a Solis, and if he goes down any of those staircases, nothing is stopping Turst or anybody else from like retaking the top floor control and use the vert against him.
Yeah. Oh, you're damn right. I think the big thing here is Tursta on the Solis. He's got the best gun, he's also got the gadget to call where Fultz is pushing from and where Fultz decides to plant. The only win condition here for the attack for Fultz is just if he can find a free pick here or there, or if Weibo make a mistake.
Huge mistake that would have to be.
mibr jams out the death mark.
Exactly. They used that one jammer probably by the bomber side. They just rotate players on top of that location. 20 seconds, trying to go for plant. Again, C4 and Pug with Speakeasy, and 3 minutes I can swing you.
And they're not getting baited. And they take the kill as well. Big from Turdstar. Bigger round from Hoven though. On the Goyo, on that roam. It's a perfect roaming setup. Every player from Weibo complementing each other, and a second round in a row where Dark Zero have no idea how to attack. They've had 2 kills in the last 3 rounds.
Also, just like when you bring out the Bandit shotgun, it can be so tricky to get value in a round. Gauti found 2 kills. One with a gun, one with a C4.
Did he get the kill with the shotgun or
I honestly did not recognize during the chaos of the round because I think he got the kill on the player jumping in the vending window, which could have been vert below, could have been from the staircase. I'm not entirely certain. But either way, he got these 2 kills.
Yeah.
So everyone's on the board now. Like Speakeasy's there, Gotti's there, and honestly, big praise towards Turdstar. He has been a player that, you know, came up, was a little toxic in the beginning, got dropped from the roster, then brought back because he actually retrialed and beat everybody else in the trial system for it. And since then, I don't want to say more humble, but maybe more mature.
I think definitely Turd needed a coach who would demand his respect, right? And Gohan, he's like 6'5".
Demands your respect.
He's huge. Even before he opens his mouth, he's actually a very kind man and a very well-spoken, softly spoken man, very smiley, very gentle, but you can tell he's a no bullcrap kind of guy.
Yeah.
Like he's going to whip you into shape, and if you mess around, he's going to tell you, okay, that's enough. Turd was, I think, 18 years old when he moved to Singapore from New Zealand to play professionally with Bleed. He's only 21 now, and while he is the best player on the team, and he was the 2nd highest rated player in the Asia League, he's very inconsistent. He went 4-12 against Furia, and then 21-9 versus Enterprise. So he is up and down, but tends to be up more than down at the moment. Good kill though from Kino. However, the barbed wire actually finishes off Fultz, and the push is very quickly thwarted here from DZ.
Yeah. There's no second go at this because there's no second shoot to go for that same kind of push. So you go elsewhere, met by Castle Barricades, denying you an injury path forward. So Weibo get a bit of breathing room. Communicate, okay guys, how are we going to play out this round? Do we still hold on to top floor control? Well, yes, 3 people, only leaving Reaps downstairs by the side. Spare Razor Bloom pocket for information. And it's going to be very comfortable by side. I think the Barbed Wire also still alive on the window jumping, so he has so many different tools to work around. For DC, it's once again playing for an opening pick somewhere, hoping Weibo will make a mistake. But no one's swinging. No one's having an ego going, oh, I'm bored, I'm going to go for a peek. No, they understand. If they do nothing, time will be on their side. DC, they have to make the first move. And they Castle Barricades on all the important doors.
DZ are great at calling win conditions when it's in a 5v5. Very difficult to do once your main push has failed. And the Lion will telegraph that DZ are looking for something, as will that nade to destroy that castle barricade. When does Turd go for the swing? Does he time it with his teammates? He's currently holding a very narrow angle, hoping that he can swing off of Speakeasy's contact.
It's a really good crossfire established. Again, no ego there from any of the players from Weibo Gaming. They would peak that in the past, but not now. They are locked in. They are playing this as seriously as they possibly could. And DC, they're starved of options.
Could this be an early map point for Weibo? DZ are not looking too confident here. And finally, the swing comes through from Turd. It's goodbye to Newers. J90 and NJR, 2 versus 4. And again, they're just fishing for a pick. J90 knows there's somebody above him, but I don't think he's going to be gifted a chance. NJR, however, is. And Gotti to fall. That's a big player to take down. No more smoke available. And a second kill comes out as well for NJR on that top floor. Bombsite is down below, but the pressure vertically is now alleviated.
They're looking for Turds now. Up the aqua stairs for a flank. They want to get the kill, but now he can just run away. And he's got the case, 20 seconds.
Turd knows he can just fall back. There's no way NJR gets back to site and finds that kit with it. He's going to have to go for both kills. And Turd should know about it. What a shot, though! 1v1! But he's up against Reaps, who's 12 and 4. At the moment, he doesn't have the defuse. He's going to have to push for the kill. He doesn't know where Turd is. He goes for the kill onto Reaps. Close-up range, but Reaps withstands. Balls of steel, he will wait, and there is no shot for NJR to clutch. It is map point for Weibo.
So disciplined, so decisive. And again, they're not falling apart in those critical moments. Crossfire established, and then Tursta makes a huge decision that saves the round again. When both his teammates around him top 4, they fall apart by getting picked off guard. Well, he recognizes, oh my god, I'm getting pushed from Catwalk and from Aqua Staircase. I gotta pick a fight. He turns towards Aqua, gets the kill, runs away. NGR, heroic effort in like an impossible position. But this is Weibo making good play after good play, more so than DC making inaccurate or bad plays. They've had the wrong read, the side rush, 50-50. You get in, you get the kills, you win the round, you get in, you die, you probably lose it. They're willing to play that risky game despite being down 3-5. Maybe trying to catch Weibo by surprise, but not to be. They have been so ready for all the attacking pushes thus far.
3 map point opportunities here for Weibo. Reaps is having a hell of a life game as well. I mean, even just the skill required to hold on in a moment like that, never underestimate it. Reaps, I feel like this is a big moment for him in the tournament where he shows that he can have a big performance on LAN as well. It's not just an online fiend, right? A map like this is certainly a good part of that conversation. This is his best performance of the tournament so far. I mean, you look back, his EPS in stage 1, like I said before, 117 against Fury at 96, against EP 91, against virtus.pro 100. He hasn't had a standout performance as of yet, unlike Tursta who went 140, Hoven or Gotti who went 120 and above. This is a big moment for Reaps and a big moment for Weibo to go 1-0 up in the series. All they need is one more round.
And it's all about holding on to that, right? If Reaps can show up right here in map number 1, that is half the story. We need him to be consistently showing up also in map number 2, map number 3 if you have to go there. Because you cannot write off DC too early in a BO3, but you also cannot get ahead of yourself and saying, if Reaps drops 12 kills here on the first map, he'll do so in the second, because that has been the problem, consistency. DC, they are one of the most consistent teams with the system that they have in order and how they play the game. So for Weibo, I think we gotta look at every single round. Every round victory is a huge win for them, but the job is not done just because you're up on Nighthaven laps. They're looking to get it done in a 7-3 fashion. They got Speakeasy on the Clash to stop any of those pushes. DC are onto a more, let's say, consistent operator lineup. It's not going to be about the 3-2-1 fast push with the Glass, the Blackbeard. It's going to be about utility, picking apart the setup. And they're also playing into a much more default defense, I would say, from Weibo Gaming. They're going to be having fights in the more predictable spots, in more usual circumstances. And really the only thing DC are kind of lacking here is verticality. Yes, they have Sophia that can use a gadget downstairs for a singular kill, but imagine you had a Bocker Deimos for this round, right? There's no mute on the board, and they're all standing on the soft floor.
NJR trying to hold the flank. His air jabs will help him on out. That was actually the trap thrown out by Reaps, who finds the kill.
Was he not full HP?
Onto NJR, 100-0 so quickly. Wow, this is not a good look for DZ, who haven't won a single round on the attacking side as of yet. If that trend continues here, I mean, it's done and dusted. We go to Lair.
Incredible start. There's that Sophia. Shoots out all the primary gadgets. So now, again, no value from beneath. It's all lateral push right now. It's all in front of you. But you're up against the Goyo Fire, the Clash Electrification, the Baba, the Asami Keeper Barriers. This is going to favor Weibo heavily. DC got to hit some gnarly shots. brute force opening somewhere on the map. And honestly, right now, I don't see any gaps.
Yeah, but there is a chance here to take down Speakeasy using the fire there from the Capitao. However, he manages to find a spot where the floor is not lava. Fault needs to find kills here, making his way forward, but Weibo are not giving up anything. Reaps finds his 14th as Kino finally finds a gap for DZ, but it is not enough to find a way into the bomb site. No more util remaining except one flash in pocket for Kino, and he's gone down. Gotti to find the double, and Weibo Gaming to take the first map handily. Indomitable on defense. The APAC squad is one map away from their first ever semi-final.
Celebrations, handshakes, hugs here from Weibo's side, but as we always say, the job is not done. I think Gohan's gonna walk in and say, guys, good job, one more map, let's do that again. But this proves the level at which Weibo can play when they're at their very best. And it proves that this game, which people go, easy DC victory, not so easy after all.
Oh, absolutely not. For the reigning major champions and a mainstay roster in North America, arguably one of the best teams NA has ever seen. They're one of the favorites to win this tournament. I think most people are talking about DZ Wildcard and FaZe as tournament favorites. Well, Weibo have already shown that they can hang with the big kids here on the world stage. Finally breaking through groups, taking down Virtus.pro, and now a map up over DZ. It's a huge moment for these 5 squad, which, by the way, haven't been together for very long. Porte is only a recent addition after a disappointing Salt Lake City. Everybody would have favored Weibo up against Enterprise in Salt Lake. They fell short. They drop up 8. They bring Gotti onto the roster, and he fits like a glove. They get their revenge over EP. They take down Virtus.pro, and now they're on the verge of giving it to DZ Major Champions. Let's see what the analysts have to say about it.
Well, thank you so much, Devin Pengu. That was a third map in a row that we've seen go the way of Weibo Gaming, coming off 2 in a row against VP, now taking 1 off of DZ. I mean, if you look at those stats, looking like a favorite. But of course, this team is trying to get to the semifinals for the very first time. What a performance there, Iconic. A lot of people surprised at home, but I think a lot of people also saying this is what this team has showed they're capable of, maybe just not consistently.
Yeah, I mean, for Weibo, that's a great start coming out. It's a map you want, especially being your pick coming out strong in this series, really putting your foot down too, because a lot of the time, if your map's a little bit closer for your opponent, it's a little bit stronger for your opponent, but really showing out with the 7-3, it was a great start too. The guys look confident, but if I'm a DZ fan, I would not be worried at all. I feel like this is right where you want it to be, and I feel like they're going to come back here.
1 win away, Alfam. I know you're going to break down some stuff a little later for us, still have scoreboards, some highlights, but they're on the verge of breaking history.
Absolutely, and we've mentioned it before, right? In these kind of tournaments where the format is quite close, there's no lower bracket. Everything is based on momentum. One guy that carries the momentum right now is Reaps. He goes absolutely crazy. He's been so good, so good. I mean, look at that scoreboard. Wow. He was always known to be the best APL player, but he never disappoints. He may have the highest sense in the world, yes, okay. He may move his keyboard, or his mouse pad, sorry, just a couple of inches to get a crazy 1v2 clutch in that matchup. But whatever happens, that guy always delivers, right? And I think today, the momentum is on their side. He doesn't feel the pressure, and the pressure is on the side of the major champions. We're not supposed to lose to Weibo.
174 rating. I love that the casters were talking about, Devin Pengu, that, you know, he's been waiting for his breakout game. You've seen guys have it on Weibo. It's now time for Reaps to step up, and that's, you know, one of the higher ratings that you can have. I mean, 142 is what I think we have Bay coming in, and Wildcard is as the leader in this tournament. So what a performance from him. The question, Iconic, to you is, where do you go from here if you're Reaps?
You have to reset. You know, you have to go again. It's 0-0 in the overall standings because, you know, you won that map, but coming into your opponent's map pick, and then you have to reset for that. And then if that goes your way, of course, that'll be great for them. That'll be a 2-0. If it doesn't go their way, they're going to map 3. So obviously, that's just the beginning of it. And we know from seeing a lot of these teams play, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Gotti as well. We talked about his impact, his story getting to this moment for Weibo. Again, 1 game away from a semifinal. That journeyman kind of narrative that he's had, able to really put something finite to it in a moment. You can see how excited the coaches were behind the scenes. And now again, we look at it, speaking of just coaching, Alfama, I'll ask that same question to you. How do you keep these guys level now, knowing that you did well on your map pick? You've got 2, so you could lose 1, but you obviously don't want to.
I think you can see it from the player reactions, right? They're hyped up. And I don't think that you necessarily need to reset. I think if you're on the side of DZ, I know they like the mental, the quiet, the comms to always be on the same level.
Yeah.
I think for a team like Weibo, they thrive on momentum. They thrive on chaos. You don't want to reset that energy. It's fully high. So you feel that. Gohan will be riding them up. And I think that's exactly the right thing to do. If you look at many of these rounds, it's on the back of 1 or 2 multi-kills, 2 clutches on the side of Reaps that are absolutely crazy. That's what gets them fired up. Keep the fire going.
Let's take a look at that, because I know you set up a little telestrator action for us. I kind of going to help you out with the mic there. Let's break down what made this such a good map for Weibo.
Yeah, a very interesting moment, in my opinion, was we talked about the depth, right?
Yeah.
In critical moments, how do you win? Well, we're going to start and we're going to have a look at this round. That's round 2, and that's a 2v3 on the side of Weibo, and you might think, in what world do they win this? The target will be ag.al here on the Wamai. So let's pay attention to what's going on right here. First, you see that Wamai is stuck on the bomb site. And what is going on here? We see that Hoven, from above, has directly a line of sight. If you see Wamai pushing through the rotate, he's going to get killed from the vert. So you need Wamai to move. You need to create some pressure. And so Hoven calls for Rips to come in and create some pressure. Vertical play. That's it. Wamai is moving. And he's going to be an absolute free kill for Hoven from above. And suddenly, it's not a 2v3. It's a 2v2. Now, most importantly, they need to create a win condition. What do we see here? We see Rips staying above and create some more vert. They need to create movement. So Hoven is going to go downstairs and he's going to fake the plant. Not to actually plant, but look at this guy on the left. He's running. He's afraid. He does not want the plant to go down. And that's going to be the movement that they wanted. We're going to see the player from above get the first kill. That's Rips. And once again, they're going to fake the plant. And once again, another kill from above. They created a win condition out of nowhere from a 2v3, thank you, Iconic, to a 2v0. That's the tactical depth that we wanted to see from Weibo. What a way to win this.
So teamwork makes the dream work, man. That's how you have to do it.
It's a beautiful thing. I mean, a 4K as well in round 3 from Reeves, but you talk about the tactical play. What do now Dark Zero need to do, looking down the, I guess, barrel of a potential exit in this tournament quite early, Iconic?
I think you saw Kala talking about in their tournament, not going against the prep that they've seen, playing to what they see in their eyes and just playing it like any other moment, any other match that they've experienced. So I feel like you can really see them look to just reset their fundamentals and really go after this game here on their map.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is take away what's the biggest lesson here in the first game. They're struggling against aggression, quite clearly. They're going on a map that they just lost to CAG, one of the most aggressive team in the world. So you just seen basically your team lose to that playstyle just before. You've that experience of that one map where you could not deal with that aggression just a few days ago. Surely you've learned something that you can use in this game. They have the same playstyle. You're playing a similar opponent on the exact same map. They have to learn that lesson coming into the second map.
It's a great point. We'll see what happens, how it shakes out in map number 2. But before that, we've got a club championship update with Chris over at the Kadia City Grid. Chris, what's up?
Managed to make it down here at the Kadia City Grid. A lot going down, Lauren. You've had 2 weeks of competition for PUBG Mobile.
Yep.
It has been I wouldn't say a slug, but we're getting to the point now where things are starting to happen, but a big moment potentially in the Club Championship,
Absolutely. We're in the last 2 matches of our 2-day-long survival stage. And the 2 teams we've been paying attention to the whole time, GK Esports and ag.al. ag.al obviously being the biggest one with them being on the top of the CC leaderboard right now. We thought they'd be able to do it. However, it's been a rough 2 days. A very close lobby across the board. Right now they're in 11th place, which doesn't sound great. You need to be top 6 in order to make your way through to finals. But that difference in the leaderboard is only 9 points. So it's not a lot. It's a gap that's very close, but unfortunately everyone's kind of been playing around the same level of capability right now, which means they haven't really had the pop-off performance they're looking for. If they have that right now in this match, they'll be safe. If they don't, it's all down to that last match, and you don't want that additional pressure on your shoulders.
Well, we're going to check in with you. We're in between maps right now as well, but we'll check in as soon as ag.al and what's going on here. Big moment in the Club Championship. Lauren, thank you very much. Guys?
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, a very different image from one you just saw there to the one that's on stage right now. Dark Zero maybe searching for something there, Alfama. Discipline was what came up in our conversation during that break.
Yeah, I mean, you're the most experienced team. You've just lost, at least 3 rounds where you were in a heavy man advantage situation. You're playing against a weaker opponent, someone that has not won majors before, that has not even reached a semifinal before. Surely, discipline needs to be the key word here. When you're in a manpower situation, you close this round out, you breathe, you meditate like they've done, and you make sure you close the manpower situation.
I feel like too for Weibo going into this, just going a map up, making sure that you can actually maintain that pressure, because I feel like as a player, a lot of the time, the closer you get to the win, the further it actually feels, because we just start to think about it more and more, so being able to detach from that and go for it again is going to be very big for Weibo here.
Playing with house money because no one expects you to get past DZ. Now you're at the door of getting past DZ. Do you start to think about it too much? Now you're like, we're here. Wait a second.
That's the question here. Looking at DZ2, looking very calm, look like they had a good reset going to this map. I'm expecting a lot closer one here.
Picks and bans here to kick off map 2.
I like the Solid Snake ban. I think it's been so useful on layer to clear out so many positions. You get a lot of intel just from outside of the building with that radius. So it's a strong one, especially to remove against such an aggressive team.
Capital too, going to help the top mez extension, especially too if they want to bring the clash for the chest extension too. Yeah, it's going to be just shutting down a little bit of the clear potential in the hard zone spots. Look to see some more Zofia demos come out for that.
Best of 3 on the line here in Paris. Dark Zero. Wow, expectations so high for this team, but staring defeat right down the barrel if they cannot get this map win. It's Weibo Gaming now with the pressure to close it out. We'll see what happens as we send it back over to Dev and Pinku.
Thank you, Rander. Yes, we will indeed. Dark Zero have everything to lose here. As one of the tournament favorites, they need to step up on their map pick of Lair. But look, Pengu, in the last 6 months, DZ have only lost this map a single time out of the last 7 plays. However, that was against little old APAC in CAG, and it was a dominant 7-2 loss just 5 days ago. They haven't played it at the tournament outside of that result, however, have been very good locally within North America. I wonder if Weibo have been studying that DZ versus CAG map and picked up a few tricks.
And you said it best, right? They played this map a fair bit in North America, but going back to Kolar's timeout that we saw in Nighthaven is the unusualness of Weibo that catch them off guard, right? Oh, they didn't do the prep work. They didn't expect it from them, and I think honestly, when you look at APAC, that's always been the story. Yes, they tend to play a bit more simple in the server. Yes, they have maybe a little less prep work, but now we have imported coaches. We have Gohan behind the players. They got much more layers to them.
Absolutely. I think you said it, Weibo play weird. Well, if you're not used to playing in the APAC region, then yeah, you might think so. I think that a lot of teams get so familiar with how their region likes to play that they underestimate other regions. Now, there's a reason why Wildcard chose not to pick Weibo. Wildcard had a choice between picking Weibo and Furia, and they wanted to play Furia. Yeah, Furia over Weibo. So DZ maybe getting a little bit more than they bargained for.
Well, Wildcard said, now those guys, they play weird, man. We don't want to get into that. We don't want to play that. We don't want to get in the mix of that. It's just an unknown entity the entire way through. I like if ag.al though swung out early, exchanged bullets with the glass, so him and Hoven are equal on the health bars.
If there's anything going for DZ here, it's that they're back on the defensive side. Funnily enough, Weibo chose to start on attack here on Lair, but DZ have been a lot more comfortable on their defense. However, this could be a cracking way to start the attack here for Weibo if they do land the 3 big booms with that Zoth. The first boom to land is actually on Gotti, however, as Speakeasy takes a hell of a lot of damage as well. Big Nitro from Faults.
Zofia downstairs is quite nice, but if she's like wasting time looking for that red ping to come through, you're not going to get a lot of value, but Reap's simple solution. Demo strike, get the ping, shoot straight through the floor, get that kill. That's NGR. There is still Kilo on the smoke, popping a bait, falling on back. could even reinforce as well, but it's too risky with the verticality downstairs, so that rotation will stay open for Speakeasy to utilize later on. Newers don't help. Hobbin Speakeasy don't help.
They're giving up ground. They're actually just giving the
Peeling
entire
back the
VARC 6
layers.
room over to Weibo. Well, this is risky though, Pengu. This will have to be a retake. Speakeasy could be in a plant position in just a few moments.
He's about to be. Track comes through, punch the desk, and there's 1C4 impacts in pocket though.
He's already low on HP. There needs to be a retake here to push Hoven off of his position. Otherwise, he will be able to prevent that flank. Hoven doesn't matter as Weibo again fire up on their attacking side. And look at this, there's time remaining. They don't have to rush. It's up to Newers and Kino to try and cook something up, but it's not happening. The bait again and again as Hoven with low HP. Newers does find him Speakeasy in the 1v1. This has been such a big round for Weibo right up until the 1v2. A much-needed clutch up for Newers to stem the bleeding from Dark Zero.
Such a hard spot to be in there if you're Hoven, right? You're 1 HP outside the window. If you jump in, if there's a barbie or a trap or a person waiting for you, you're as good as dead. So he's staying on the exterior of the building until that final moment in the 1 versus 2 where he had no other option. But Newers, great job, pushed forward, isolated gunfights, found the first, and then it's just a matter of taking down the Blackbeard, which is again 1 HP because that C4 earlier to Speakeasy did all the damage required in that round. A lot of good moments though again from Weibo. It's not a round loss where they fall apart early, it's a round loss where they do a really good job early on. Problem solved on the fly, adapted, got into a plant position, and had it not been a trade between Kino and Turtsta to get into that 1v2, the coverage would have been perfect. So we're talking tiny details of adjustment here for Weibo. Or so DC gotta dig a little bit deeper probably in towards the problems. We saw it on Night Haven Labs. Thankfully for DC, they find the first round, and the problems of the past won't chase them right at the heels, not yet at least.
5 seconds to go.
Still, there's one thing to win a round in a clutch, another thing to win a round because you played it convincingly. And I
round win is a round win. In 3 rounds from now, you won't recall what happened that first one.
Sure, but a lot of the micro went wrong there for DZ. Weibo have a lot of bite on their attacks. Don't forget, remember the start of last map? It was very similar. Yes. DZ won a lot of rounds off of small moments. Now, Weibo Gaming lost a 7-0 earlier in the tournament to virtus.pro and came back to win the next 2 maps. I talked to Gohan after the game and he said, I was very happy after we lost that 7-0. We had an embarrassing result, but we knew exactly what went wrong in all these minor details. We knew exactly what to fix for the next 2 maps. And I think we've seen that in a few of these rounds where Weibo have let it slip. I hope that DZ are thinking the same because, especially on their attacking side, too much has been going wrong.
Turtsta Fuse LMG. Hoven playing the Nook, creeping around. Speakeasy on the Monty.
Spiker said it, they play weird.
Yeah, how do you prep for this? I'm not sure you do. A Clash Shield. Well, that means that Nook sneaking around, no longer effective. They'll be watching out for that. Newers looking for a backstab as well. Here's each other. Question is, do you want this fight if you're Hoven? Because the Clash can close in. Then you gotta get out of there. And he will jump out the window. Don't want to get 2v1'd. Yeah. Progress elsewhere is okay, but Speakeasy tanked the C4 earlier, I believe, from Newers. Which means his health bar is not looking too great. Has to really respect Kino now with the Toxic Babes.
And you can see DZ continue pulling on back. They're happy to give up this map control again and look for a retake later in the round.
Smart there. He's worried about the verticality, the crossfire from that angle.
And here comes the Fuse to actually open up some of that verticality. This is such a strange attack here from Weibo, but DZ actually also defending it in a very unorthodox way as well. As Fultz peeks outside for a bit of info, the Clash is an instrumental part of this defense.
Yep, that's the whole retake as well. Bit of a battle. There's like an island in the middle, right, that nobody wants to go into. Turtsta goes down from Newers, who's still downstairs by the rocket staircase, and that's going to open things up with DC and further stall out the push.
Problem is here for Weibo is having top floor control is only good if you can go for an execute. Now they do pivot. We've got 2 players dropping down below. As Hoven needs to try and prevent the retake. Indeed, he does. He wants to try and get up in Fultz's face as well, as that Clash continues baiting back and forth. Meanwhile, the plan has been confirmed by Weibo. It's a difficult retake now for Newers and Fultz. But with that Clash shield, they at least have a way to deal with Speakeasy. On the Monty. Oh, big shot on Gotti. If you can do enough damage on a Speakeasy, this might be possible. Newers tries to get up in his face. It's Reaps up on the vert above that needs to have a big impact. Speakeasy's taken down. It could even become a 1v3 if the revive can happen here. Indeed it will. But there's not a lot of time on the clock here for DZ. Reaps just has to prevent that counter defuse from coming out. And a shotgun kill up close from J90. Big retake from Dark Zero.
Little bit of a blunder there from Weibo, though they're stressing that injure on the staircase where, guys, you have the 3 versus 2 effectively. Leave the guy injured, fall back, play the verticality. They're chasing for that kill confirmation. You can just have Monty extending inside the bomb site, where Reaps watching from above from the vert, and you can fish for a couple of kills. Instead, Speakeasy unextends the shields, dies here unnecessarily, and then they get for the revive and the retake and the round victory. So that was a bit of a shake there from Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo are shaking for the first time, but they'll take a tactical timeout and immediately look to try and fix their mistakes.
I don't know if it's worth wasting a ban on him, to be honest.
Yeah, heard.
So
I agree.
Just bring the mute out.
What do you think is a good ban then?
Grim. I think we're gonna go. We're about to run the base and roam now. We could do Ram, then go for consolidation after, and like put Baja type of deal for bunks, and then we play down for the base consolidation after going roam here. It could be good, or honestly, just read.
If they repeat that, you need to be prepared, okay, guys? Come on, guys, come on. We are the best here, guys. Come on.
Come on.
We can win this shit, guys. Let's go.
Come on, guys. Then we're gonna go for Armory then.
Of course, the confidence there at the end, just saying, come on, guys, we got this with the best team that is here. And I think that's what they need, because a little bit of choking in the server, if you will, small indecisiveness, hesitation, and leadership, a little bit lackluster at the end of that round.
We just needed to stabilize for Weibo.
It really was a matter of...
If you're Speakeasy, I mean, you've got a Monty alive and a post plant, you're going up against the Clash. What's the most important thing? Just don't feed the Clash.
Yeah, that's it, right? I mean, Holvin was in a tough spot, found the injury, found the injure, and then just could not make up his mind.
Yeah.
Do you go up the staircase? Do you push the Clash? Do you get out the door? Wasn't sure about it. But that's not the issue. Hoven did his job. He got the 1-for-1 trade, but peeking outside the window, trying to fight back against the Clash after, it's like, that's unnecessary.
And like I said earlier, I mean, literally the one reason why they got Gotti instead of Ape is Weibo just wanted someone who simply wouldn't die. And I said this stat on the first map, but I'll say it again. The best survival rate in the world in Stage 1 at 52% of rounds survived. And he's also the top 6 at EWC with 41%, despite already losing 2 maps. You have other players who have played on teams that haven't even lost a map yet.
Yeah.
And Gotti is still in the top 6. And yet today, he's really struggled. First map, I wasn't very impressed. Second map, 1 and 2 so far. It's very uncharacteristic out of Gotti.
It just means that he has to fix his own problems, so somebody else has to step up and cover for him. That was kind of what Reaps was doing in the first map, having a stellar individual performance.
It's a problem for a lot of the Weibo players. Turd, Reaps, and Gotti have all been quite inconsistent.
Have to see, though. For DC, they're going to feel a lot better about this. They feel like they finally have control over the round, how to problem solve and reading correctly into Weibo. I think Newers in particular, I mean, he won the first round 1v2 clutch, and second round he gets 2 kills and he finds the opening frag. I mean, that's massive.
Yeah. And I think DZ have really restabilized and got a better read on the way that Weibo are playing. They're happy to expect the unexpected and then play off of what happens. Last round, the plant went down. Didn't matter. DZ say, that's fine. We've got 2 players. We can slowly find picks back. And another opening kill. Guess who it's onto?
Yep.
Gotti is dropping the ball. This is very uncharacteristic out of the Korean.
And DC also defending this in very unusual fashion. They're almost not even playing by the side itself. Instead, they're highly prioritizing, holding top floor. 2 people watching the flank, 1 guy watching the vert. That means they're ready for a fight above, but also covering the player downstairs, Newers, who's playing that instrumental spot of locking down the bomb site. If he falls, they can push in deep, and then the round could fall apart for DC.
So close to that bomb site, so tempted to make a play onto it. Speakeasy does get inside. He knows he needs to find the kill onto Newers first, but he's straight into the crossfire. Great aim from Newers. Quickly minces up Speakeasy by shooting his feet, and a lot of damage as well, as Weibo Gaming are stalled out. But who other than Reaps will find the opening? Immediately followed up with the E1D, the lion scan from Turd. While we have players in the bomb site from Weibo, it's not enough.
No. With the shield being dead, who's going to make that push? I mean, you look how unsure Weibo are about the player locations. Nowhere Newers is, but not about anybody else.
The vertical control is too powerful there, and Newers on the bomb site does eventually go down to Turd 1v3 as he can grab that defuse. Never mind, he can't, because Foltz is watching it from up above. The most convincing round we have yet for Dark Zero as they go 3 straight on defense. Weibo have burned their tactical timeout and found nothing for it.
A little bit too linear. A little bit too simplistic, but even when it's simple, it gets complicated. Because you had a sole player, Speakeasy in the Blackbeard, pushing Newers, sprinting. Feed exposed, gets shut down by Newers immediately, no follow-up, no trade, and also he had the diffuser. So they lose everything with one member dying, plus they lost Gotti early. Operator bans, Wamai and Deimos. I'm all for it. Again, Weibo, gotta deal with so much utility. Wamai is gone, makes life easier. DC, worried about the verticality and information gathering lethality of that vert.
Speakeasy.
Bit of tilt because Speakeasy now 2 rounds in a row has made a couple of errors.
Yeah, he keeps dying on the shields just by exposing his feed. Perhaps he's not used to playing against players that are so quick and unfearing of those shields, and because it's a skill issue, right? Like, you have to quickly flick down to the feet, land enough damage to try and get the down. And with the TCSG, that time to kill, time to injure by the feet,
a few shots.
It's 2 to 3 bullets depending on how much damage you've taken outside of that. And Speakeasy perhaps not used to players being so quick to land that. 3 rounds in a row, Dark Zero have found the opening kill, 3 rounds in a row, and they have looked better every single round as it goes. Remember that first round, that atop onto the top floor. Weibo looks poised to win it. It was a clutch from Newers. Second round in, plant down, looking Weibo favored, and DZ retake. Third round was the first time that DZ looked well and truly in control.
And now they've flipped the way they're gonna win, right? Now they're gonna play 2-burrow Bandit, and then playing Goyu and Smoke. All about the clock, burning down the timer. I think also recognizing that Weibo are gonna slow down the game right now because they're dying early, they're making mistakes, they're like getting caught off guard. So if you expect them to play slower, you're playing time denial, you're double dipping.
Yeah, this is a good read from DZ.
You're also forcing them into like problem solving at, I want to say, like at the highest level. I think the dance around the bandit batteries and the hard breaching is such a beautiful way of playing the game. And right now in the attack and lineup, who's supposed to go downstairs and deal with NGR? I mean, everyone has a primary weapon, but there's no operator right now where like, oh, we're gonna deal with the bandit. That's because NGR was hiding in server room the entire drone phase.
Yeah.
Weibo probably don't even know that bandit existed until the round started.
And one of the best counters to that bandit is the Deimos that DZ banned. The Deimos that,
I mean, Sophia below would be good, IQ.
Very
but
true.
Yes.
Any vertical operator. We've even seen Weibo recently rocking the Buck as well. A bit of an old school way to do the vertical.
Of course, home with the bailiffs and a shotgun could become that vert operator, but again, he's fighting against maybe a roamer. They don't know because again, Deimos track. They don't have Solid Snake available. The vert is there. He sees it and feels the pressure. But if you don't get those bandit batteries off the wall, the hard breacher cannot do breaching. That means that you have people in wasted positions not helping each other progress the round, and you're not getting further. Then you start feeling pressured and stressed in the server, and you start brute forcing a play, getting impatient, and maybe getting caught off guard again.
Yeah. And as we saw on the face cams earlier, a little bit of tilt from Weibo. Very early in the game to get tilted, I must admit. So they've got to make sure they keep their mental in check and continue working through the checklist in this round, because as you said, the win condition here for DZ is the clock, and they've already burned 2 of the 3 minutes.
And they haven't done the hard breaching. Turns is AFK the entire round watching a flank. Hobbit look up the vert. Now they're getting gassed up on the main staircase. I mean, what exactly is the win condition? They're going to have to flip the attack for the 3rd time. There's not enough time left for that. 55 seconds, and only 2 people, now 3, have even entered the building.
Kino's got the read, but he might be revealed here by the Grim Bees. And indeed, the flank from Fultz with the TCSG in hand on the Goyo.
I don't think they know either.
DZ are in perfect positions to win this, and they don't even need to make the first move. Turd, an unusual miss from him as Fultz are able to get away safely. Kino as well contesting with the shotgun in close range, hungry for more. Gets taken down, but Turd is also on the floor. Reaped finally
the timing
wrenches over the numbers advantage here for Weibo, but the time is of the essence. DZ still maintain the map. They still have the bomb site. It's going to be 15 seconds left. How do you not see him? Gotti finally takes an NJR. It's J90 and Fultz to clutch up, but they have an impact and a nitro cell between them. Now it's just up to J90. This was looking like the best round Weibo had up until Reeves comes up big with the triple. Finally, Weibo off the donut and onto the scoreboard.
Not the way you want to win a round, but thankfully they just get the round regardless. Again, everything fell apart. The time, the wing condition, the only breach to reinforce wall there from Gotti with 20 seconds left on the clock. And no easy way forward even after getting that breaching done. Turd went even upstairs as Simon thankfully ran away. Turd gets revived to get 2 kills. It kind of bites them enough space in the server. But DC, I mean, they have gotten to a different level right now in terms of just countering Weibo, putting up difficult problems to solve in the server and not showing their full hand in the drone phase. So they're now making Weibo play how they felt like they were attacking against them. Yep. Oh, they're not doing the prep work. Now we gotta adapt on the fly. It feels like that's the kind of flair they're putting into this matchup, saying, hey, you don't know what we're doing, have fun figuring it out.
But again, mid-round mistakes can cost the round. For example, NJR was the bandit prone on the floor in the bomb site.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was just the noise and calamity of what was happening in the server, but he didn't hear the breach open up behind him.
Maybe he thought it was clear, like he rotated away or whatever.
Exactly, and it meant that he wasn't in a safe position. There are a lot of safe positions still to play on that bomb site at that time. If DZ had been able to play the clock just a little bit more, perhaps they would have won 4-0.
Also, small thing, Kino did burn 2 toxic babes on the rocket staircase when there were nobody from Weibo because Force was downstairs. Yeah. They arguably probably should have thought that it was clear.
A lot of respect for Weibo.
Well, Weibo did rotate off it because they did have that person, just they did flank it after the fact.
Yeah.
But if that toxic babe was on side, you know, what if?
Still a bit scary. A round should not come down to the clock having less than 10 seconds there for Weibo getting into the bomb site. But we'll see. This bomb site here was, again, a very strange attack last time and a very strange defense from DZ. They brought the clash out once again for the second and final round of the half. Oh, Newers might be on for a run out here. Doesn't have the read. Doesn't know Speakeasy's droning. That would have been a free kill.
Again, just a quiet... bit of quiet before the storm happens. We know that once the fighting starts, it's not going to end until the round is over. DC, they will either lash out first with the clash, utilizing a push with a gun behind it, or it'll be Weibo finding a gap somewhere and finding an opening pick. Newers has been so good at playing the solo lurk game.
Yeah.
Just his game sense of understanding where he should be and where the enemy could be as well. When you saw the window prep, there was 2 attackers right outside. And then things, okay, don't get me called, they might know.
I actually go for
Thatcher, Smoke, Monty.
This could very much be on. Is there any smoke in position from Kino? NJR has to get active right up close and personal. He doesn't realize the shield is blocking the damage, but not enough! Reeves will trade, but the plan has been denied for now, which is exactly what DZ needed. The win condition has been found as Kino immediately follows up onto Hoven. Gotti and Reeps left to salvage what is a nigh irredeemable round. Maybe would have been possible if Reeps had found that kill. Now he's in the bomb site. He has the defuse. He might be able to EMP out that bulletproof camera and look for a plant himself, but it is a fickle affair. There's Vert above him. There are flank opportunities, especially from the main stairs.
They have no real intel either. Smoking it in pocket of Gotti though. Maybe Smoke can go for a plant, but then Gotti has to pop off with the coverage. Ideally, you find a kill here for Weibo. But DC, they can just sit back. They got a camera inside, so that's no longer EMP. They got full intel on the push and the plant.
It's time on the board here for Weibo to play this out for the next 10 seconds to feel out whether they can take a 1v1. A 2v2 might just be possible. Reeps, though, needs to land his shot, and it's not going to be easy when the angle there from that staircase obscures his position. Now he once again does go for the denial of the info, but Newers is still watching the vert, and this is going to be a 4th round for DZ, I'm sure of it. This should be easily deniable from the vert. A good read from Reeps to take down Kino, but surely not going to find a second or even a third. There'll be 3 seconds of 0 on the clock as the Nitro Cell all but confirms it. He's forced off, and DZ will win the round on time.
I mean, we're talking half a second, James. NGR just barely saved the round for DC, sprinting on in, whiffs the entire first magazine. The Deagle comes out and it finds the plant there of Speakeasy. But also, you're planting in the smoke. You can't see through. There's no glass behind them. It was just a regular gun. I think it was Reeps himself actually looking. Yeah, right there. So that smoke grenade works both ways. It's super risky to plant in the smoke like that. I guess they are hoping to catch them all by surprise, and they wouldn't be thinking, oh my god, they're going for a plant. But guys, when you're smoking and EMP with Thatcher, you're kind of telling them that what you're going to be doing.
For sure. I mean, there's no way that you wouldn't read that there's a plant going down in that position. And the smoke coverage was not vast enough to obscure the plant position, right? Like, you've got one smoke, you know you're somewhere in that smoke, you can pre-fire a lot of the obvious positions. If they threw another smoke deeper, then they might have been wondering, oh, is the plant happening a little bit further up? Maybe he has to pre-fire more positions. But as soon as he starts shooting and he hears the bullets hit the shield, he knows roughly where that Monty is. Another option would have just been flashing while that smoke was there, because even if he knows where it is, while he's flashed, he's not going to be able to land those shots. I mean, his chances drastically reduce. So DZ, look, another round where it comes down to such a narrow margin, but a win is a win. Yep. And 4 rounds of defense is exactly what DZ need when they fail to attack even for a single round on Nighthaven Labs. I think they'll have a lot more confidence moving into the second half here, especially if they can find a 5th.
It also does make the story of a 3rd map that much more exciting, that it's a close loss on the 2nd so far for Weibo in the rounds. Yeah, it's not been a landslide. You cannot write them out just yet.
Scoreline might not be close, but the rounds certainly are.
And I also will praise DC's playstyle. They're not giving, I was going to say, any easy openings here for Weibo any longer. They keep falling back, playing the layers, giving up map control, comfortably playing by the side itself. And the reason why they can continue to do so is they keep playing utility operators, right? Whether it's going to be the Castle, the Jaeger, like right now, Plant Denial, Black to Shanghai or Smoke, then still having information for the gunfights in traps. Notably here, the Ella and the Thorn. But they also have Spare, Util, and Pocket. 2 Griswold Mines from NGR. 1 Razor Bloom from Kino on the Thorn.
Expecting the shield.
They're expecting active usage against shields, for example, but also as this round will change, they will start putting down those traps in areas where they need them. So for a specific staircase, a specific door, when they surrender the flank watch, for example. So when a gun can only watch the angle, Grisma goes out, now you're watching the angle for me.
I tell you what though, Speakeasy here is running primary shotgun on the sledge, which means that once he creates the vert, he's going to be fighting Kino and he will have the HP advantage in a shotgun v shotgun battle, which he should realistically win.
But it is Kino. That guy believes there's a bit more in shotguns than anybody else. It's a bit more lethal, does a bit more damage on range, shoots a bit faster. That's the Kino special. He's going to be the playmaker, stalking Toxin behind a shield, stalk all the way deep in the corner. Very unusual location, but it counters the vert. There is a frag grenade in pocket of Speakeasy, so if there's no ADSs, he could die relatively easily. But if he has a bit of coverage from that Jaeger device, that could be everything.
Oh, never mind. Speakeasy goes down. Yeah, I don't think they knew that Nuaz was holding this position deep inside. Reaps has snuck into the bomb site, takes a little bit of damage. They know where he is. This is Hoven. Reaps, though, does finally jump inside, take matters into his own hands and take down Nuaz. He's now deep into the bomb site, but Fultz with it a chunker will finish off Hoven. Defuse still remains on Gotti. Weibo have 30 seconds to get into the bomb site and look for a plant position. They are deep, but they have to go for the pigs and the cover there. The crossfire as the flank comes through from J90. DZ maintain dominance on their defensive side. Is turned up against the world and he can't even find the first. It's a 1v4 for the young Kiwi as he looks for a second. J90 and NJR say absolutely not today. It's DZ with a 5-1 domination on their defense as we move in to the halftime vibe check.
All right, real quick, we're doing the base package here. A couple things I need to recap though for us. Bulker, if whatever reason you want to go for a trophy side OPK, remember the protocol in case they have like the Cade / like tube extension. We actually put you on that window. You bounce the nade off the top to get rid of that tube if we want to open that wall up early. Make sure we're doing that. If we want to do that for whatever reason. We're actually putting you on the window. Don't play it from deep off that. And then Jack, obviously you're going to be holding for his fucking rocker run down on that. Other things to note here, fellas. We're doing the standard bans, which means that bathroom side with a Thorn ban. It also means that the shields in play are going to be really good right now because they're not going to have the clash. For the 3rd ban, you guys are going to read it based off arc, obviously. The only thing that I would say to watch out for that I could...
Hey, relax it. You are every round trying. Oh, and now. Bro, you don't have Dalbits. We have a plan and you follow.
Okay.
This is the big problem here, guys. We have a plan and we are not following. Instead of doing what we are good, we are doing what? Things that you are trying to discover now. Guys, this is not, this will lead us to defeat. The thing is, pay attention now, guys. They like to come on top floor. Zulu, shield split. Bathroom, 2 guys on shield, on art. So the thing is, pay attention on that. We already have a plan. We need to follow. We don't need to try to improve 10 times one thing we don't need. Yeah. That's the thing, guys. So let's trust in the map. Let's trust in the map we have. Until now, you guys are just trying. You lose 2 rounds and start to get scared to lose. Guys, forget about this. We don't have pressure. Remember yourselves during the game now. Remember, they have the pressure. They will have a big pressure to finish this.
It feels very much like a battle of the coaches. Both mentioned the presence of the shields in the bathroom with the Thorn ban and where the attack will happen and where the defenders like to fight back as well. And on the other side, Go mentioning a very important concept here from players in a very high pressure situation. You become afraid of losing. So you can play to win or
or you can play to lose. Always making the safe play, not taking the risk, and also doubting yourself in those moments. We saw the hesitation when Gotti had a red ping on Kino's Thorn, refusing to swing for the gunfight. When he did go for a swing, he's hip-fired, looking the wrong direction, instead being a bit scared of failing in that big moment.
Yeah, for sure. Also quite notable the difference where Corlat was all strategy, all tactics, all, okay, this is what we're going to do, this is what they're going to do. He does also leave a lot of power with the players. He says, if you want to do that, that's what you can do, right? On the flip side of that, a lot of Gohan's tactical timeout for Weibo was mental. And when I spoke to him after they beat virtus.pro, which of course they lost 7-0 on the first map, he said, I think this team's mental game right now is the best it's ever been, and I'm so proud of them for that. But we haven't seen that so far on this map, because as Gohan said, why are we trying new things, right? You don't need to try new things mid-game when you know what's tried and tested from before. You're coming up with an idea to counter something. I mean, it's nice in theory to play loosely, but do that after our defaults don't work, right? If you lose one round to a clutch, that doesn't mean you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. You can stick to what parts of the strat work and try something more. I think this will work better for Weibo. Now they're on defense. Yeah. They don't have to iterate as much. They can come in with the strats that they've written, with the prep that they have brought into today, and stick to their guns.
I'm with you on that aspect, but the 1-5 half is not enough in my mind. I mean, you have to be basically flawless to have a fighting chance at that. Anything is possible, as we always like to say. Do not count anybody out too early, but it just feels like DC right now, the way they were managing to rotate on the defensive side, get themselves in strong player positions, always have a crossfire, and not give anything up for free, have that same mentality on the attack. Utilizing Kino's shields with the Clash and Thorn ban. It is gonna be Kino's game to win right now on the attacking side, because he has almost no direct counters against him. I'm surprised he went for the Blackbeard, but this is the time for it, because he's much more sheltered given those opposite events. The Monty would be the super safe option, obviously.
Yeah.
But you're going to get the frag grenades, worst gun.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you do really expect DZ to lean into the shield here, as Kino, one of the better shield players in the world. American flag there on the commando for J90. The 4 Americans on the squad for DZ have really helped forge a new era for North America. Of course, Kino as well won the most recent 2 major wins for North America. One with Dark Zero, one back in last November in Munich with M80. Nice vert game here from Newers on the buck, as Hoven starts feeling that pressure, though somewhat supported by the keeper barriers.
All about the process right now for DC, right? The place that they excel at. Step 1, get the buck downstairs, get a bit of vert, use the flashbang from the window repel, and then walk in the Blackbeard. That's all you need to do. Kino will lead the charge on all the entries off this map. That's step 1, conquered here for DC. Upstream control. And now, they've also shown a bit of their hand, right? The moment you hear that buck skeleton key downstairs, you need to start communicating as well, but okay, what does this mean for us? Mirror window locations are very scary all of a sudden, because you can get pre-fired from beneath. So now you have a choice to make. Send the defender downstairs and fight for the vertical space beneath the bomb site, or simply just say, don't play in the usual pre-fireable spots. We can see bottom right, second floor, second floor, second floor. No one's fighting downstairs up against Newers. So Weibo are now backed in very specific player positions, trying to avoid the verticality from buck downstairs, but also the Blackbeard pushing laterally upstairs against them. It's a very tough spot to be in if you're Weibo, and they have to be super sharp at where they use the toxic bit from Gotti and that 1C4 from Speakeasy, which is prepped right now in his hand.
It's actually a flip as well from DZ. Kino keeps changing his mind. He was going to push R6 room a moment ago. Nitro Cell for Speakeasy is one of the only tools that they have to deal with Kino. And 2 impacts from Reaps. He doesn't have any other Grismots left in pocket as the drone sneaks onto the bomb site. Speaking of sneaking, look at Turd. He actually has made his way downstairs, eager for a flank onto Newers, who's looking to push Bane at the moment. DZ continue changing their mind. That's a very early blow of the Nitro Cell from Speakeasy. You have to find a kill in this game as Reaps is feeling that pressure, but Kino walks into the crossfire as Speakeasy finds one before he's traded on back. DZ are falling, but now J90 knows exactly where Reaps is. Doesn't matter, he still wins the fight regardless. DZ get their teeth into the bomb site, but cannot bite down.
Very good job there from Weibo again, almost doing what DC did against them. Again, playing the right locations with a good crossfire, so no one swing in, isolated. And this also, going back to my previous point, I was surprised about the Blackbeard. Munty will walk all over that setup because there's no way to die, really. Blackbeard does have that slight vulnerability. The Griswold Mine, the Soul C4, and the Crossfire angles is a lot more effective against the shield. That's not the Munty. And Kino did struggle a little bit. He gets in, but he's in the Crossfire like I mentioned before. They get the intel, but not the follow-up. It's going to be a slow and steady grind. But mind you, if you're Weibo, there's more to play for than just the comeback on this map. There is a possibility of a third of Clubhouse. And right now the goal is also just getting settled into the series. Going like down 1-7 on the second map, and now you play Clubhouse, doesn't feel very good. Not a lot of confidence in the mind of the players. If you go, 3 rounds straight here for defense, you lose 7-5, for example, it feels a lot better. Guys, small issues, not a big deal. That clutch, that round takes down with OT, like, you can start almost like gaslighting yourself in a way, but in a positive manner, saying that was a super close game. Because the scoreline easily shows it. It's a lot harder as a player to lose 1-7 and go, I know all the mistakes we did, they were super minor, you shouldn't lose 1-7.
Yeah. Look, if we do get to Clubhouse, it's going to be a very curious one because DZ play a hell of a lot of that map. They played it 8 times
fits it.
in the last 6 months. Weibo on the flip side, they've only played it thrice in the last 6 months. One of which was a 7-0, so not a lot of info from that. One was an 8-6 over VP, very close. DZ also went 7-8 against FaZe on that map. If you push FaZe that close, oh my god, that was a nuke. Bro's got an arm. He threw that from way off the pitch. Faults thankfully doesn't die, but he was probably a bit confused. How did I just take 40 damage?
And Harvin sticking around. Again, you want to min-max how many drones you can find. There's 3 reasons for falling back on an extension. You kill enough drones, you burn enough time, or you get enough kills. You reach any of those criteria, you can fall back happily. Shotgun v not shotgun. Gotti, of course, successful against Newers. Though could be off the board. A huge operator later in this round. And with that kill, you get that checklist. Guys, 5v4, fall back to side. Keep numbers up. Reaps finds another. They're not done fighting just yet.
No, they're not. Still a player all the way on the top floor is Toad as well. DZ have so much work to do, and we still have time delay. For Weibo Gaming, there's a Vulcan canister which can now be popped. A little bit of an unfortunate angle. Reaps has also gone for a flank on the ground floor, and he's not the only roamer as well. Gotti and Turd still remain. NJR and Kino have a mountain to climb, and I don't expect them to be able to take more than the first few steps.
See, this is the issue. When the Munty becomes one of the last attackers alive and not in the entry battle, you're not really able to play around the shield. So General falling early, Newers falling early, trying to go for the gap finding, it's almost like a contradiction to the playstyle. Of course, you can try and go for both, whatever works. Wow. Eno finds Gotti. Again, he plays the smoke, he plays his shields, he knows what the weaknesses are in that setup, but he has to find a few more than just that. The Naro Laser, Goyo Fire, and the Illa Griswold Mines. He is fighting the whole world and the whole server and dies on using his Heartbreed gadget on that wall.
All up to NJR. 1v4. As most of the players have made their way back to site, Turd still on the very top floor. A little bit of an ill-advised peek from Reaps. You can afford to have one player do that. Do not feed him. 20 seconds. One more flash in pocket. Here comes the vert from Turd. And the round for Weibo. It's a second defense back-to-back. 3 more to match Dark Zero's scoreboard.
Just gotta see DC get on a aligned game plan here on the attacking side. Are you gonna heavily play the Munty or loosely play the Munty? Because this right here, if Newers gets the kill, insane value, right? Almost like round defining. But on the flip side, if he dies, it's the same story. It's super high risk with super high reward. But when you got the Munty, it is the most stable, consistent, and safe operator in the game on the attacking side. So it feels a bit like you're trying to do too much there in the server. But DC, when you're leading with 3-4 rounds, whatever in the half, you can afford to try and play a bit risky. See if it works. If you get shot down, now you switch it. The only other issue here is that if Weibo wins this upcoming defense, you get Operator bans into the mix. You ban the Munty, all of a sudden that combo changes. Now we're looking at 5-4, still favoring DC, but with the Munty being gone. And yes, they've invested, a ban into the Thorn and the Clash to enable the Blades, the Fuse, the Blackbeard in case of a Munty ban. But still, it is going to make your life just a little bit more challenging and also force you to change your playstyle if you're Dark Zero.
It's funny seeing that Gotti has now found the last 2 opening kills in a row, but also has 2 opening deaths to his name as well. Very unusual. Like I said, this guy usually plays on the back line. I wonder if something is changing for Weibo with the roles a little bit, where they're happy to put Gotti in a bit more of an aggressive position, but it's strange to see. It's working sometimes, it's not working other times. There was one game in the tournament so far where Gotti had an unbelievable showing. It was against Furia, their first match of the tournament, 136 EPS. I think he dropped 10 plus kills. Very unusual to see Gotti, the man to have that kind of an impact here on the front line for Weibo. But now on the defense, they're tested yet again. It's a different bomb site and a new day of the week for Weibo Gaming. DZ look to try and attack the tertiary bomb site.
Again, all about the Monty. First in the building, guns following after. You get a constant string of information. Kino goes somewhere, you follow him. Now, when you are doing that playstyle, you gotta be very mindful of one thing in particular, the verticality. All this floor beneath them is soft. Having a player or a drone downstairs, just kind of checking in. Is there a C4 downstairs? Is there a person roaming? Well, Speakeasy says, I'm here. Takes down False in the Thermite. They have 2 C4s in pocket, one upstairs and one beneath. Plus, of course, the Solace. So DC gotta play both floors at the same time.
Oh, Grishmot does lead Kino to take a lot of damage. No more in pocket here for Gotti. I think the right move here is to fall on back. Peel back the layers of this defense. Weibo still have such a fortified position. And Monty does leverage an opportunity here for DZ. Time to lash out for Reeves. Good kill onto NJR. Kino still needs to have an impact with that Monty. Needs to enable Newers and Geno to find kills. What are we doing? Going for a bait peek. Trying to go for the cheeky little play, but it doesn't work out whatsoever. The duo of Speakeasy and Gotti happy to counter up that shield. It's Newers in a 1v5 as every single round that passes looks better for Weibo on their defense. 2 straight as DZ are yet to find an attacking round in this series at all. It's a 3rd flawless round in this match for Weibo Gaming.
Such good position again. Weibo taking the fights in the correct areas. Crossfire downstairs. The verticality being utilized correctly. Kino trying the multi-take, but when down in numbers, not enough guns to support him behind, it's not a favorable fight to take. So DC, a bit of a struggle there in the attacks. I'm curious if we do see that Monty ban, or Weibo deem that it's not actually a big problem for them because they've been great at countering it. On the flip side, what would you ban for the defense? Could be the Goyo, could be Intel, could be Wamai, could be Smoke as well.
Dark Zero immediately take their tactical timeout.
Yeah, if they don't report them out.
All right, Bulger, on master side, push the drones here. If they're extended out trophy, I want to do that like old school rush that we do, where we open up the fucking exterior breach, and then because they're probably going to compare those wall now, and then we go in with the Sens and the Thatcher on that. If they are not extended out, they're consolidated back. Let's take the hard reach, get bond the vertical option, establish pressure on trophy side, and make sure we have redundancy of hard reach for the supply side as well. And then we can either look to a catalyzed tank or through supply off that. So it's kind of if or they're extended on that. If site's bunks right here, we're going to look for one of the top cranks, preferably tank side, just due to the fact that we banned the Thorn, or we can look for the site rush, like straight in on. And then basement, I don't think they're going to roam like that again. If they do, either hit the Amaru crank or just go straight for site. But in general, I can't really predict what their basement's going to look like. Push the Jones, just call it as you see it.
Good.
Let's go.
Wow. That's the word right there being mentioned more than once. Crank it. Right?
Crank, bro.
It's the DC/former, ACG/former Astralis classic that they love to use, and honestly, I'm all for it. And a big stylistic change here to come up for DC as well.
Bro just uses tactical timeout to call about 5 different rush strats for different
bomb sites. It's the options, right? This bomb site, this kind of strategy. And what I heard from a lot of that is a lot more dynamic. It almost speaks to like...
the Weibo crack room.
It almost sounds like more like the gap-finding meta where we're not going 4 guys behind the Monty looking at one door in front of us. We're going to fan out, attack a lot of areas of the building. We're going to bring more hard breach than necessary to apply that destruction pressure.
Get that redundancy.
Exactly, redundancy on both sides. And he also kind of called their bluff. If they go basement, I don't think that they're roam like that again.
Yeah.
And I think that's a good read as well, because Weibo have been bringing pocket strats to the equation and to great success in this BO3.
Yeah, but DZ did call, if they do go basement again, we do the Amaru crank. Now, I don't know if you remember, we casted a game in APAC. It was from Daystar, and they had one of the most incredible Amaru strats to rush basement. And you're thinking, wait, there are no windows on basement. How do you rush? Rush through the sky bridge and then into the hallway to rush the guy at the stairs. If we end up seeing basement, I really hope that DZ try and make that play. Perhaps they won't realize that it was also played in APAC.
Well, that's the thing. DC will know NAL quite well, but it's not common to watch every game for every region all the time.
That clip did go gangbusters on Twitter, so
it did actually do
hopefully
numbers.
for call out, they have seen that strat and they will realize Weibo definitely will be aware of it.
Could also be a different crank entirely. We'll have to wait to find out. Hopefully they bring it out though, because I do love me a good Amaro round.
Oh yeah, me too.
Just for the surprise factor. For now though, he mentioned the Sense also, that's being brought out.
Yeah, they were talking about a rush plan on the top floor, but I didn't quite understand exactly where he was thinking of placing these Sense gadgets.
So it's either or, right? If we see the setup that way or this way. And I think for DC right now, almost go back to the card as you see it, because right now you have options. You have frontal attack, you have back motion attack. If the frontal can work, go for it. But I see it as Shanka. I see it as Mayana Warden. I feel like the frontal attack is going to be incredibly dangerous and quite risky to pull off unless you find a pick or two. And how can you find them? Newer's downstairs. But he's solo checking the Flying Jones, solo doing the Vert. He isn't being given a ton of resources. So if he's going to be the playmaker, the main man from below, I would like to see DC investing one guy to help him do that job.
Well, one way or another, Pengu here, DZ will either find map point or Weibo will finally catch them, tie the scoreboard. Kino goes all the way through the hallway on the top floor. Does he continue lapping up more map control? He's about to meet a few more choke points, and he cannot risk facing some of that Tachanka fire, as it will guard break his shield.
Wall finally opened up as well. Actually, it might have been impact trick denied. I'm not entirely certain, but either way, Box still doing the damage downstairs.
Good nade.
Comes out. Homan just jukes it. He sidesteps it.
He does, but now he's vulnerable to the buck down below as his Azami Keeper barrier has been taken down. Newers will finish him off. Opening kill for the first time on the attacking half for DZ.
Planning is possible. The Sense Wall goes out. Kino can play default, but Tachanka is there.
Oh, the Tachanka
goes out, doing a lot of damage, and this plan spot might catch them by surprise. They have no idea.
Deep enough. Does he continue firing at the Tachanka? Kino somehow manages to dodge it. And while Dirt has found one, it'll need to be a 4v4 retake here for Weibo Gaming. Speakeasy still has enough fire to kill Kino remotely if he sees him.
Is he
such low HP? The Nitro Cell almost takes him down, missing the gap there, but Fulton, Kino and Newers together find kills. Reaps with 15 to his name, but it ain't enough. And DZ, on the back of that Blackbeard plant, will make themselves in prime position to take the map.
It's a game we're talking a couple of seconds, a couple of centimeters in the server, and if that Shurima fire from Tachanka reached the correct plant location, it's an easy plant denial. But the Sense with the Blackbeard, it enables a new plant spot that you don't see very often. Instead of the default wall on the right-hand side, just go all the way left. The Tachanka fire doesn't spread very wide or very far. That's what the smoke does. Tachanka gets a lot more of them, but in a smaller area.
And there was a Solus pick, but it wasn't in position to make sure. Oh, wait, no. Am I getting that wrong? Maybe there wasn't a Solus pick. I'm looking at the wrong round.
I was going to say, I don't remember a Solus,
I'm looking at the wrong round.
Okay.
So I'm looking back at the operators that were brought there. There was potential for impacts on Ella and on Goyo, but we didn't see them placed because the impacts could have potentially destroyed the Sen's barrier and...
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at this round. I'm looking at the wrong stats again. Ella and Azami could have brought impacts there to potentially deal with the Sen's walls.
Can also impact deny the breach, and then you force them in the door, right? There's options there.
I think they used them earlier to stall out the hard breach. Look, credit to DZ. That was a very good attack, and very lucky for them that the Tachanka fire didn't land, because in theory, Weibo had the ingredients to deny that plan.
They did. Also, gotta talk about, right, Reeves is 15-6. That first game, you know, performance is definitely bleeding into the second match as well. And
I mean, dude got 15 kills on the first map. Now he's hit 15 on the second. This is 30. What's the best of 3 land kill?
I want to say 55.
I think so. Look,
55.
Unlikely that he breaks it, but you never know.
It is a very, very tall order. Again, the record, is that the best of 5 I'm thinking of? It feels like...
Let me double check. I can double check.
We'll double check.
Give me a second.
I looked at it recently, but BO3, BO5, LAN online, there's a whole different...
I made a new channel in my Discord server called Records.
Yeah, I send you the graphics.
Best of 3 is 50 on LAN. KZ and Dan have tied it. And best of 3 online is Citizen and Ambi have tied it.
Okay.
And then best of 5 is Gunner with 63.
Oh, 60? Okay.
But yeah, in a BO350, I mean, he's only 20 away from it. Anything's possible.
Yeah, still, I mean, into OT right here. And all of a sudden win that conversation. But for now, Weibo has to get us there first.
Gotti falls back early, like we say, high survival rate. It does mean that when he's an extended player in a roam position, he will often surrender map control maybe 5-10 seconds before people usually would, which does mean a quicker roam clear here for DC. But then there's a second layer. Turtsta's top floor, still very much active on the roam, looking for a backstab later, while they push the front as well. That's a blitz. Do not want to get near it.
Oh, the impact does a lot of damage on Aquino. He wants to try and bait him in. A lot more damage again.
That's enough, guys.
Oh my.
Still hasn't finished. Oh my god, he buys enough time for Turd! He sweeps back down the staircase and finds 2 kills. Call out said Weibo would not have the guts to roam for a second round, and he was wrong.
Pays off massively. Turst is still actively, though, looking for more. General finds Speakeasy, so all of a sudden, side a bit vulnerable. The roam game is very risky because they can't get back together to that staircase. They're on 2 different sides of the hallway. So Turst is being abandoned almost to play on his own.
Turd wants to keep
They're
playing
also
this.
flanking lobby. This is super risky, guys.
Reeves as well, trying to back up as he decides to fall back to the bomb site. But Gotti finds fault. I don't even know where that happened. Perhaps through the vert is now a flank opportunity as they get active once again. Hoven for 3 in the round. It's J90 in a 1v4. Weibo have found their mojo back again. They just need to finish this round off, and then they're touching distance to OT. J90, once known as a clutch god, he has to sprint through that smoke straight into Reeps' waiting arms. 16 kills on the map. 31 in the series as Weibo continue pushing this map deeper.
Bit of a pocket play once again. Catching DC by surprise seems to be the best way for Weibo to win. But doing that on defense is much harder than when you're on the attacking side, because they got the drone phase to scout out the bomb site and the general orbital lineup. That gives you intel of the idea from the defenders. So Turst are going undroned, unnoticed, and unwatched on the flank while they're distracting them here with the impact grenades. It's a great play, but doing that again to get us into OT on a different bomb site, probably unlikely. You saw that from NTR, just a little bit of frustration. The round was looking so good, and that's because there was a thing that they were missing. That thing was Turd. And the hide and the bandit. DC did the same thing.
Yeah.
You're changing the wing con because you're going to sprint to the building, just pop the hop breach on the wall, boom, they get sapped. And then you go, okay, we spent 1 or 2 summer charges or can openers, and now we got to go upstairs, do verdict setter. Oh, but that's what the roamers are. Okay, plan B, what's that going to be? And that takes 20 seconds of conversation. So just by bringing the bandit and hiding it, that gives you something.
And they're not scared of the shields. We saw it last round, contesting with impact grenades. Now we have impacts on Reeps, who also, side note, can spot that blitz while he's holding his shield at a distance, as it is an electronic gadget. They've also got 3 nitro shells plus 2 Grishmots in pocket for Turdstab. That is so much ammo to deal tick damage to Kino.
On the other side, though, the line with the blitz, with the glass, backup smokes here on Capital as well. They can do so much damage in the blink of an eye. Wherever they would like to go. For now, it's about establishing a foothold in the building. Lionscan comes out, they're attacking so far from bathroom, like I spoke of earlier.
Last chance to get it done in regulation here for DC, but they find quickly a first trade. And a second kill. All right, hold your horses here. Hang on. C4! Hoven with a double C4 out of nowhere. Weibo Gaming have the advantage all of a sudden. And whatever the plan was to cook up here with the Glaz seems to have been stalled. It seems to have been thwarted. The defuse is being held by Turdster. But DZ have 2 players not too far from each other, ready to try and execute. Onto Speakeasy and Turd onto that top floor. Tusting distance back to back. These 2 Weibo players look to hold on.
An awkward spot. The hatch is soft but not opened up. And if Speakeasy has to rotate on over and open it himself, makes a lot of noise, and they get caught just running away from the fight. So I think right now they're gonna battle it 2 people v2 upstairs and have a backup safety and Hoven playing by the bomb side. But there's so much time. Minute 30 seconds. DC can just slowly inch forward, make a bit of sound, force a bit of movement. I think if Tursta and Speakeasy stay absolutely still, they will not know. But NGR, he's heard something.
He's heard something indeed. They need to try and isolate kills one at a time. NJR does so. Turd falls back. He doesn't push for the refrag. He needs to win his 1v1. Full HP for him, but low are both NJR and Newers. He still misses his shots. From the 2v3 now into the 2v1, it comes down to Hoven, who kicked off this round for Weibo with a double C4 kill. Now he needs a double kill to close it.
Mind you, they got the glass team out. They can pop the hatch. They got soft reach from the Ash of Newers. They can force the mobility there. And Hoven doesn't see the drone on, but have information on him. Yellow ping's coming out. There are no smokes, so glass ineffective with gadgetry, but it's still a good DMR gun.
Should not be won here.
Oh boy.
By Hoven. DZ have every advantage they could possibly ask for, and he doesn't have a safe rotate hole with one player from watching above. Newers looks to peek him on the bomb site. 12 kills to his name. Hoven protects himself, but Newers will look to go deep. He finds the first one. DZ, you're feeding the beast. Don't let Hoven clutch up against you. Newers for the map. 12 kills, looking for number 13, but Hoven waits with the MP5K. No plant possibility. Newers needs to go for the kill, but he gets him as Hoven hides away. Slings back into his shell. He brings out the shotgun to no avail, and Dark Zero are done pulling their punches. They dig deep on map 2 and send us the distance to Clubhouse.
Heartbreaking into the second map, and to make matters worse, had that shotgun come into action, he had no shells left. Remember, he made it rotate, he spent all 3 bullets, he would have to reload. So in the very final moment, with the pressures as highest, it's Newers playing it better, bit smarter, patiently baiting out the location and going for that final kill. But that's Weibo succeeding in a way as well. They made it close, they almost brought it back, and that's going to give them enough confidence to have a fighting chance on Clubhouse.
That's right, but as you say, Weibo, the team that has been praised for their mental fortitude, the only team that I know this tournament has come back from a 0-7 deficit in a series. They lose because the mental game gets the better of them. You're right, Hoven had no ammo in his shotgun, and he still had enough bullets to take the gunfight in his primary. Yet, he swaps away and dies for it. Weibo had a chance to push overtime, and they had every right to do so, but Dark Zero looked the better team when the white lights are on their faces. A third map required. DZ showing that they have the quality of a major championship. They've shown that before. Can they do it here in Paris? It remains to be seen, but to bounce back from the first map puts DZ in the best spot that we've seen from them today.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at this level of play, when you're in the top 8, you're on the bigger stage with a crowd watching you. I want to see more 3-mappers. I want to see more closer games, bigger moments. And right now, we're in that perfect position where DC are showing up. They got the counters, they got the reads. Weibo got their pocket shots, throwing them a curveball, and they're unable to solve that in the server. It's a beautiful back and forth, but Clubhouse is a whole different level.
Yeah, and here's a stat for you. I believe that is the second time in the last 15 or so maps that Hoven has gone negative in a map. Very unusual to see him. Usually the consistent player, but cannot get it done in the limelight in that 1v1, and we'll break it down with the experts down on the desk.
Well, some say the night is dark and full of terrors. I say that last one certainly is going to keep Hoven up at night as well. A moment that could have sent Weibo to their first semifinal. It's Newers who, on the better side of the trade, sends it to a third map, and it's going to be Clubhouse that we're heading to. Welcome back to the panel. Great cast there, Devin. Pengu, Rain Day here alongside Iconic and Alphama. Guys, let's talk about what we just saw. It was a moment that decides potentially the history of both of these teams, and what a moment it was. What better to have a 1v1 kind of decided?
I mean, all the pressure stacked against you, New with 1,000 names on his back, all the DZ fans riding for him, pulls it out. I mean, you just see how tight these games are, how close these rounds are, and I feel like this is an amazing game of Siege right now.
Kind of came off the back of some slow starts for Weibo Gaming on that second map. We knew Lair wasn't their map, but I mean, they turned it around with 3 flawless rounds just to get to that position.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it all starts with round 1. I think Newers getting that 1v3, insane kills on the MPX. It's exactly what DZ needed. You need one big movement, one big move from one of your players to kick off that fire again, and I think that's all they needed afterwards. DZ, they established their game plan, they have the lead on the defense, and props to Weibo, they never gave up. They never gave up. They had multiple players going for multi-kills, and I think on their own, they also believed they could go back to overtime and take it. In the end, it's a 1v1. I know Hoven's going to hate himself. I don't know if it was a fat finger to go and vault on that stuff, because I know he didn't have any ammo on that secondaries, but you know what? That's where major champions come from. Mentality.
Yeah. And you just see it in that reaction after the game, how intense, how close he is, and his mouse falling off of his desk, him standing up out of his chair. They're on the edge of their seats right now going for this.
This is a very important moment in a player's career. I mean, we've talked about Godu. We're going to mention Reaps in a second, his performance. But when you look on Dark Zero's side as well, these players expected to come in. They also have pressure. Alphama trying to do something that you said, let me see if North America can win back-to-back big tournaments in R6. But my question to you, for those watching and trying to narrow in on this, is what was the difference in this map?
I think the main thing is the control. I think that's one thing, right? The main thing is when they played Weibo, they struggled to control them. If they did so in the early round, they struggled in the late round. That's how they lost so many rounds when they had the manpower. On that one, they controlled the game plan, they controlled the pace. Yes, they were able to play a little bit more turtle, a little bit more disciplined. But the main thing to me was the association of the two players. You had Newers in defense, roaming from free, creating a lot of pressure, ready to backstab. And on the other side, you had Kino as a turtle player, basically making sure that the side control was there and they could deny the plant. The association between the two of them was really beautiful to see, and I think they're the main two stakeholders of the victory of DZ.
How did you feel about the halftime conversations? Because I'm just in the back watching this saying this is such fantastic information to see these coaches and the different mentalities. You mentioned the coach on the side of Dark Zero and saying, you know, I don't think they're going to try this roam again. They ended up actually doing that and it caught them off guard, but both coaches had different approaches to how they got their teams ready.
Yeah, I feel like with the Dark Zero side timeout, you see that it can confuse a lot of people going with something that doesn't seem so right then in front of you. But as a coach, you have to be thinking about the deep game plan, thinking about where the series could end up, especially on that Nighthaven map. Prepping, they already know what they're going to do on the attacking side. So the question is, if they get to that overtime, having the defenses ready to go so you don't have to take a timeout forward. And that's really what it's about. What Siege is about, using what time you have available and really making sure your team comes into it with a plan so that you don't have to waste that timeout on something that you could say in the halftime timeout because it's so new and you have so much more time, so you can really give a lot of deep state game planning in that moment.
Yeah, and also sometimes back to basics, it seemed like, you know, on the other side, Gohan was kind of saying, what are we doing? This isn't the plan. We didn't come in with this. They're just thinking up new strategies in the middle of a quarterfinal on stage.
And that's the nerves really getting to you. So it's really good for Gohan to see that and allow his team to get back into the game. And you could see there's a change in play after that.
It certainly worked. I want to talk about and narrow in on Reaps. I know you prepped something to talk about with him because he's been phenomenal.
I mean, just look at the stats. Map 1, 15 kills. Map 2, 16 kills. Mind you guys, he lost the second map. Still dropped double digits, more than double digits. He was closer to 20 kills than 10. I mean, to me, you know, we've always said Reaps is absolutely crazy. He is known to be the best player we have in APL, right? Yeah. The main thing to me is his consistency, but the fact that he does that, especially here in playoffs, in a BO3, that despite his team is losing, he's the one that brings it back with 16 kills. I mean, if he can keep up with this, he may be on for a world record on that BO3. I mean, he drops double digits almost all the time. Honestly, what a gameplay from this guy.
Yeah. Really is, and I feel like they're really coming into this series. You know, a lot of times they've really struggled into these matches to go further in the tournament, to really kind of get into the game, kind of letting opponents roll over them. I really feel like they're putting up contention, they're fighting for ground, and they're really fighting for this matchup. So it's going to be an exciting map 3 here.
Clubhouse, I mean, we're going to get to that in a moment, but just taking a look at some Reaps highlights as well. How important is this map? Because it's been a few weeks, I believe, since we've seen Dark Zero play it. And it's also been 3 days since we saw virtus.pro face the same position Dark Zero were against Weibo and lose. It was Weibo taking it 8-6 in that final map. So they're comfortable with it. Maybe isn't going to be a stomp or something that they feel too strongly about, but it's something they know they can win, especially a tight matchup as it seems like this last map will be.
And yeah, you know, DZ, a very prep heavy team. We saw in the timeout hearing that we're not going to go for the prep, the work we saw, we're going to go for the playing it like we see. And we're going to see how well Weibo have been able to change what they've shown against VP, come into it with fresh stuff. This Clubhouse is a map that you really can't do too much. It's just a lot about taking the right decisions in the round and making sure you're in sync.
I'll ask a different question too, because, you know, sometimes when you haven't seen something, I would imagine it's more difficult to prep. And so having the fact that they did have that really tight map, I mean, you're already kind of shaking your head. Does that give Dark Zero a little bit of a look inside as to what Weibo are probably trying to do here?
Yeah, I mean, already you've spoken about it. They've got one VOD they can watch, really recent. That's one way to look at it. The main thing is Weibo, I don't think, have the same depth as DZ. Not the same experience, not the same strategical depth. So what Weibo have done, you know, they will be able to change only so much. And I think the main thing is where their playstyle is, they like to play what I call spider. They like to spread around the map, have multiple pressure points, and trying to find a gap. And that's what they've done on Nighthaven Labs, because it's a really close and small map. map, right? Clubhouse, really methodical. Everyone knows the steps to do it, but it's a map on which you can do the same thing. And so I don't necessarily think that, although it's a methodical and slope-based team, map, you might think that DZ are the team for this map. I actually think that Weibo have their own chance. I think they've looked incredible on Clubhouse, and if both teams can play to the level that they showed on the 2 map, we're in for a banger and maybe overtime.
Okay, let's talk players because we highlighted several stories here. We heard from Kino earlier on in the interview. We also talked about Gotti, and there's also this amazing story from Reaps and his performance. Which player on the side of either team that you're highlighting do you think, who's going to be the turning of events? Who's going to be the person who kind of it comes down to, whether it's on Dark Zero and Weibo? Who do you have your eye on this final match?
I think it relies really on the ag.al as the captain, Speakeasy, Foltz / Kino. You know, piloting this ship into the stormy water, I call it. It takes a soul who's really in touch with himself and being able to not really let your personal fear get in the way of your team's success. So I feel like whoever can let go of those expectations and allow them to just kind of navigate these waters and really lead their team through it and through that unknown of Clubhouse, I feel like they'll take it.
I love the way you speak about that because you're speaking from personal experience, knowing how difficult it is. A lot of people might say, well, you know, they haven't been playing this operator too well and all these, you know, mechanical things. But Alfama, there's so much to it in terms of internal trust in a moment like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we've seen that trust on both sides. Both sides have been able to have crazy comebacks and both sides have been able to trust the ag.al for it. I think going back to the question of the main players and the ones that are going to make this game, I think thinking of DZ, clearly to me, it's Kino and Nours. We've spoken about it. Nours was the main guy in this matchup. I think he's the main guy on the map too. He's the one roaming in defense. He's the one entering in attack. He's the one that wins the very critical gunfight on the round before the last round on the last map. And the main thing is, if these two can keep playing the way they do, we're going to be good. If Reaps stops performing the way he does, Weibo is in trouble. They've been struggling despite him going 16 kills. So if that guy stops his solo carry machine, then suddenly maybe they're not in contention for the win anymore.
Do you focus on that? I mean, do you try to say, listen, if Reaps isn't doing anything, there's no way they even stand a chance?
I mean, I feel like...
Is there a way to focus on it? I mean, let me ask maybe a better question. Can you?
It's difficult because I feel like it's really momentum based, and honestly, with DZ, you're going to be focused more on the whole system than picking out a player. So I feel like if your game plan is going well and Reaps is kind of getting shut down, Clubhouse is a very punished map. So if he does find not really a lot of success on these opening engagements and gets shut down early, that could be devastating for Weibo.
All right, Alfama, as we head into it, any thoughts before we throw over to our casters?
You know what? I want a target on the back of Reaps. I want them to chase him down, get him down, eliminate him, and that way no more double digits on their side.
One map stands between history for both teams. North America trying to move on. Weibo trying to do something they've never done before. Make it to a semifinal here at an international R6 event. One map, Clubhouse, will decide both of these teams' fates as the picks and bans show up here.
I think we're going to see a similar story, right? Solid Snake has been abused again and again on those master windows on the top of Clubhouse. You get all of the top floor information just from those windows on the other side, removing wall denial. Iconic, so far in the defense, it's quite obvious. Bandit and Kaid, yeah, we've known about it.
I think DZ's 7-4. You heard it here first.
NA bias.
NA bias. I gotta say,
what can I say?
It's refreshing every now and then. I've been in France for 5 weeks. A little bit of NA bias never hurt anybody. Plus, the player's going to do the most talking here as well. Let's send it over to our map for our casters here to take us to our final map of our first series of the day. Pingu, Dev, take it away.
Thank you very much. And don't worry, because we got some APAC guys right here next to me. James, just tell me a bit more about how much you enjoy watching Weibo, how you love the playstyle, the players, the histories.
We've got the North Americans on the desk, so it only is fitting that I get my chance in the limelight as well.
Balance.
I have to say, though, I think I have to be careful because I'm getting ripped into on Twitter at the moment by Fett and his fans.
You picked the fight you're not winning, buddy, because his army is much bigger than yours.
That's for damn sure. But the only battle that I care about is the one in the server right now. And I'm going to be an APAC shill until the cows come home. Of course, great point there from Rain Day. Weibo have never made it to a semi-final before, but get this, Speakeasy has. 7 years ago, the only time we have ever had an International Rainbow Six event in the APAC region, the Tokoname Pro League Finals, and Speakeasy played for a little old team called Airwolf. They took down the #1 seeded European team, Giants Gaming, which, by the way, Alfama played on that team and was dropped shortly after. Speakeasy won that game.
His career in Europe.
And then played a semi-final. Do you know who that semi-final was against?
DC?
It was against Dark Zero. And of course, Speakeasy did lose that game, and DZ went on to struggle in the grand final and lose to Na'Vi Citizens team at the time. Crazy history, of course, between these two teams. A lot of the players have been around the block more than a few times. Faults, I mean, he's won a 6 Invitational, for goodness sake. And all these 5 boys on DZ have won a major as they look to try and continue that momentum here in Paris for the Esports World Cup. Turdster falls off his roam completely.
Shows why this army can be such a crucial operator to help the rotations fall back towards the bomb side right there. Double keeper off the pool table double door and can drop down the heads nice and comfortable. This DC with some early aggression, taking good bit of map control on top floor, cleaning out the mute jammers and what was a roamer inside a gym. That was Thursday who was dropping down. And when you get top floor control, you kind of get the area beneath it very quickly after, because the verticality works in your favor now. So Weibo Gaming have made the call. Guys, let's mostly fall back towards the bomb site, with one exception really. Reeps is hiding in stock room also with the hatch open for a fallback. And so far he's gone undroned and unnoticed. And if they don't go and check him, that could be a flank. The only weakness here for Reeps, SMG-11, long distance gunfight, not where you're typically favored.
Dropping down on the back of the smoke, but Faults, of course, is about to meet Gotti. The Warden has an advantage as he can peer through that smoke as well. But this is a big play here from Genino. Meanwhile, Reeps is going for a flank, but Genino is the playmaker. He's in prime position to take down Gotti from behind. DZ have snuck through. They found 2 players. And with that, the round should surely be theirs, unless we see a big flank from Reeps. He'll take down NJR, look for a little bit more against Faults in a brief moment, surely, as Hoven's gone big as well! Faults!
What's happening?
How has he just team killed Newers? It was the gas pipe that took him down, and now he's the last one remaining. A 1v3 quickly becomes a 1v2. Steal your nerve, Faults. It's just 2 more to find, and you've got plenty of time left on the clock to do it. Hoven and Turd separated. Turd all the way upstairs in kitchen. And I think Weibo know that defuse is down at short in the hallway. Faults doesn't have it, and they've got the cross onto his position. It's a Weibo bounce back from the 3v5.
It feels so similar to the first and the second map, where it comes down to just a couple of crucial gunfights, a couple of good timings in the server. And what happened, we saw Genino start off in a fiery fashion, gets in blue, creates the gap, right now getting 2 quick kills. What we didn't see on screen was Reeps in the meantime flying from stock into bar, and then have to drop the bar hatch and catch the guy with diffuser in short on bottom main. So there are 2 battles happening at once, but the real MVP, whoever shot open all the Goyo canisters there from the defense, because they were just isolating players. And I am Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Bingo. And that is a bald version of myself, which I am succumbing to quicker and quicker day by day.
That's my favorite cosplay I've seen in quite some time.
He showed me the sign, he said, but there's more to it. And I guess the bald head is the more to it.
I love that.
Great job, Extreme, by the way. Shout out to you.
Same fellow who brought us flowers at the Paris Grand Final.
Yeah, he was there at SI.
Legend. Love to see that.
Love when the fans they show up.
You know what I love? I love when we have close rounds. I mean, obviously, I want to see APAC make it, but I also want to see DZ playing well when that happens, right? Like, if Weibo are to win this game, I don't want to see one team that's favored, the David and Goliath matchup. I don't want to see Goliath just roll over and let David have it. I want it to be a contest. I want it to be a battle. I want to see a match deserving of a result. Even, you know, you look at what happened in Salt Lake City. Enterprise, for the first time, made it to a quarterfinal, the first time that APAC's done that in quite some time. But who do they beat to get there? They beat Weibo. They beat another APAC team.
It's not a deserving way to, so to speak.
It's different. Yeah. It's different. Weibo beat virtus.pro to get here. VP have been such a prolific European team ever since their roster reboot. And if Weibo were to take down the major champs, that'd be a whole nother kettle of fish, especially if DZ are in form. And look, DZ are looking good. Their attacks left a lot to be desired on Nighthaven Labs, but now we're into Clubhouse. It's a whole different ballgame.
It's similar as well in there, right? It's been the attack inside that's been problematic for DC across the board. But look at this, another gap finding round. Barbara makes a sound cue, pre-fire goes out. If that thermal charge was a second later, they might have masked the sound, but it didn't, and Gotcha gets 2 kills because of it.
They're going for Broad. Oh, he gets a third one! South Korean player is showing that he can bounce back after a slow start. Going up from the stairs, Newers runs straight through that barbed wire. I think the read has come through from Weibo, though. They know where he is, and the order continues to ring on out. It's Newers up against the world. He was team killed last round. He will go down last this time.
Flawless for Weibo. That's 4 flawless rounds for them in the series.
You say you don't want Goliath to roll over, or you kick him down from where he's standing, because that right there is Weibo striking back in the server. Another round in a row where DC trying to just create the gap. I'm expecting them to be disciplined. Step 1, step 2, breach, and then go catwalk and clear the rafters and go breach again and then go for a plant. And I think they were expecting Weibo to have the same thought. But instead, they're doing the, we're gonna catch you by surprise. And I think the play was good. Exothermic charge on the external breach, and you walk up the staircase. But there was about a 1 second desync. Because the exothermic charge, it went off, the sound is gone, but you still heard the barbed wire rattling on the staircase. So we're talking 1 second, maybe 2 seconds of difference, and that's Gotti hearing the guy pushing the staircase or not hearing the guy pushing the staircase. And Gotti got 3 kills.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I wouldn't sweat too much for DZ as of yet. As soon as Weibo got their flawless rounds on defense on Lair, DZ won the next round. They've also shown that they're very good at taking their tactical timeouts and converting them. Callout has a lot of insight for the team, especially when, we talked about this before, in the first map, he used the halftime break to talk about what would happen in overtime. I think when Callout took the tactical timeout in round 9 on Lair, which was right after they got flawless, went back and immediately won the next attack round. Because he could sit there and call exactly what's going to happen. That's fresh in the players' minds and immediately relevant to the round at hand. So if Weibo win this round, right, we get 1 more operator ban per side, and I think then Callout takes the tactical timeout. And I think if that happens, DZ will bounce back.
Let's see it. For now, we're freezing open the walls. Just stalling for about 12 seconds each canister. You get 3 of them. And there's not a lot you can do right now if you're DC, but you just simply wait. The con wall, the single one, will get popped immediately though. No response there from Tubra. He's playing inside a cash room. But NGR, he's the patient man. He's waiting, and they're going to play on the server rappel, cutting off any possibility of a peek or retake in towards that area. But with this secondary level of hard breach into the inside wall of cash, it could be that DC wants to attack it. But looking at the player locations on the roof, going towards the Kusi, I don't think they've fully locked in what the attack's going to be. They could fight for the roam clear with Kino joining, but they also could hit the side if they find a gap. And NGR, he finds Reaps.
However, Speakeasy immediately replies, Newers is having a terrible game so far. Good gap found, though, by Faults. Surely Weibo will have to peel back now. The bomb side is getting weaker and weaker. It's just Gotti and Speakeasy alive. Hoven is the sole player on the red stairs, but I think they don't realize it. Surely they'll be able to find the kill. The Blackbeard somehow manages to 5, but no. Hoven will find 1 regardless. Meanwhile, his teammates have fallen on the bomb site. He's the last one standing. Faults will go for the plant. No impact in pocket, but still he finds the shots onto the toes of Kino. 1v2. This is how the second map ended. Hoven failed to win his 1v2, and they've completely abandoned this. They can play it vertically. Hoven is low HP. Does he just jump on that kid, I wonder?
Tough defuse spot. Has the yellow ping, but it's fake information. They're not
impossible.
Still there. It's a great plant spot, by the way.
Yeah, I just don't see this as being possible to get the retake on. He's going to be completely exposed to the hatch while he goes for the counter defuse, and he can be swung from multiple different angles. Spots the first one, but then JR will take him down. It's 2-1 before we get the next set of operator bans. DZ look to recompose as they pounce on the gap on the bomb side.
I love how they attacked that. That was a lot better. There's a frontal attack and the bomb side pressure, and where were they going to find the kills? That's the attack they go for. And it landed somewhere in the middle because they got a kill on the roam and a kill by the side. Hoven could have had a great double there, but it doesn't matter because DC, they conquered the bomb side control rather, and that's all they need to go for a plant. Hoven stuck on the wrong side of the building. Can't quite get back in time. Also, of course, no surprise here, Bandit Kite in the first rotation, Mira in the second with the third operator ban. Just all about the wall denial.
Yeah.
Guaranteed to break them. And don't get stuck. I mean, you still 2-brow freeze them, but it's not going to stop you from winning. Just
barely slow it down. And realistically here, the way that DC are playing, hard breach is the first consideration.
Yeah.
We heard Callout talk about redundancy. They brought 3 hard breaches. You got Thermite with 3 exothermics, you've got Ace with 3 Selmas, and then you have Zephyr with the tin can openers. You're getting a lot of that as well.
It's just opening up every possible avenue for DZ, which means at the drop of the hat, as soon as they find a kill, as soon as they see a gap, as soon as they count, hang on, there are only 2 players on the bomb site, one over here, we can 3v2 this guy, they send it. And that's exactly what won them that last round. Because they did win that, there's no tactical timeout call. Because realistically, you win 2 attacks here for DZ, that should be enough. I think you still gun for 3, but with how defensive favored this series has been, I would say that 2 attacks looks pretty good for DZ.
Double shield here from Dark Zero.
Unusual.
Could be a matter of having the ability to push dirt with a shield, but also have a shield elsewhere, either for roam control or dropping the hatch for a plant, because, you know, Monty, you're safe, you're planter, you're drone information kind of operator. Blackbeard, frag grenades, AR, go for fights, close the gap. It does give you a spearhead with 2 tips, right? A double stab, if you will. But first you gotta get into that exact position. Not a ton of roam presence though from Weibo. I mean, look at the bottom right, you see B basement, B basement. They're just not really upstairs. A single player Thursday in garage on first floor, but that's it. So once they join out all the 7, they realize, guys, there is no roamers. This map is fully ours. I love the Kino just making it very safe here, destroying the gas pipe despite the fact that there's no real threat. You never know what can happen later in a round.
Yeah. I mean, remember that Newer's got team kill with a gas pipe?
It can happen. It's still a relatively new feature, only about a year and some old.
Yeah, especially if you combine it with an impact or a nitro cell.
Yeah. No reason to take that risk.
DZ is so quick here.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute 40 seconds, they've breached pretty much everything that they need. Just missing a little bit of self-destruction in kitchen probably, but then they have all the tools that they want. And they got the Monty. Again, this could be a very different one where they play for a plant-oriented push rather than playing for kills. Yeah. And as I said, because they got 2 shields, they got 2 different areas they can push.
It's just so effective and so efficient. Like DZ, so quick. I was speaking to a team that was boot camping and scrimming DZ in the lead up to this tournament. They said these guys are so good, you literally cannot get more than 1 round off of them in a 12-round scrim. That is how well efficiently oiled they are. And we're seeing that here on Clubhouse, a map which is just the staple of Siege. It's all about hard breach, it's all about execute, it's all about roaming. It's got so many different flavors of Siege rolled into one map. DZ struggled in the first 2 rounds. Now they're looking a lot more organized, but still in the 5v5, we don't have an answer to what's going to happen. Oh, a lot of damage on Aquino as the first shield drops down. I think it is a bait. Both shields are down in there. As Fall starts to take damage, he looks for a safe plant spot. The coverage is good from NJR. Will Weibo look for a way to deny this plant? It's 2 shields covering each other to guarantee that that plant will go down as Weibo forcing the 5v5 retake. Kino looks to try and lash out with the Blackbeard. No nitro cells or impact grenades remaining for Weibo, which makes it such a devilish task here to try and retake, and Foltz has got an active. The double shield strat seems to be working out as both of them eventually will fall. Now it comes down to Weibo retaking up above into the 2v2 as News holds down 1. It's all up to Gotti in the 1 versus 2. With both players upstairs, J90 all the way outside. Now Gotti does not have the time, and Newers will find the kill from the Vert. Beautiful. It is picture perfect from DZ. The double shield strat works like a charm.
I love how they double down on the protection right there. So when Monty goes to plant with a shield in his back, his heels and ankles and feet are still exposed. So therefore the Blackbeard dropped with him and blocks that final bit of area that could be vulnerable. While they're doing so, they're spamming the Yinkadelas, that a couple of smoke grenades go off, chaos in the server. And the reason why I do that is because the player on AKs could just shoot the toes if you don't get blinded, and that's a way to just instantly lose the round. So it's a full commitment, rush of a push, after going for the roam clear, works out perfectly, and there was no intel there from the defense of Weibo of where and when that plant was going down. So the Toxic Babes were in pocket. They weren't even being tossed out. They had no real information on what was going on. They barely broke the back B softball. It was completely intact. They were not ready for that one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I love that. DZ are coming in with pocket strats, they're cooking, they're ready with this prep, and they're keen to just go for it if they see a gap. But what will Weibo do to adapt? Because that's the name of the game now. As soon as your opponents are doing something different, something you haven't seen before, you have to adapt. Well, Intel and Plant denial. And we've got both of them in the Echo pick here from Speakeasy.
We do. My only worry about Clubhouse in general, you know, when we saw the map video before the game even started, is there are... When you play Clubhouse, a lot of the rounds come down to the micro, the teeny tiny details, right? When you play Carol Grafters and Tristez right now, can he trade himself for 1-for-1 kill? On basement, do you know the pen is going down? Do you have a smoke or C4 on the location to go for denial? It's not as much about playmaking and really upsetting your opponent.
Hello!
And I think that's just a favorite Darkseer because Weibo, how they were coming back on layer was again disruptive gameplay patterns and playing for the early game. Much more challenging here on Clubhouse. The way they won the first map on Night Haven Labs was about setting up problems that were a little bit unfamiliar to Darkseer, which again on Clubhouse, a lot more difficult. The map has been on for ages.
Oh, good. I like the strat here from NJR. He's using the ace to breach open the catwalk walls. Weibo are prolific at holding on to rafters. Turd is a phenomenal rafters player, but Reaps has gone down early. He's one of the deadliest players for Weibo. 31 kills across the first 2 maps, but not looking to break a kill record if he doesn't wake up here on Clubhouse. Does mean that Turdster is all alone holding on to rafters. Actually, I think Gotti might be playing in there as well.
Downstairs in lounge, I believe, right now. But yeah, so right now, Weibo, they know that Turdster is stuck on rafters. DC know this too. So they get opening pick, plus Turdster can't move. It's effectively a 4 versus 3, because one sole attacker can lock him in spot. That's NGR on the main breach right now. Meanwhile, they're clearing master bedroom, connector, office, and they're applying all this bit of pressure. And they've shown us now that they have flipped the attack. They're gonna go for backside take. Hobbin swings out and punished by full souls on that single wall, just walking on in.
This is starting to look very scary if you're Weibo. DZ have come into form in the last 3 rounds. And I frankly don't see a way that Weibo win it from here. They try and lash out, but DZ are ready for it with over a minute left on the clock. DZ, they could execute in a 5v5 last round. I have no doubts they'll be able to execute in a 5v2. And they decide to go deep instead of playing for plant. Kino, though, takes a lot of damage. He will go down. Be careful here, DZ. Don't let this fall back. And Terse has also lashed out and found one as well. He's now left all alone as the plan starts to be confirmed. He doesn't have a way to deny it from his position, and he's being watched from 2 angles. J90 from outside the window will cut him down. Surely Weibo need to take their tactical timeout now. DZ, 3 in a row. They lead by 1 round as we have 1 remaining in the half.
You see the problem, right? Weibo, they feel the need and they have the urge to make a play and do a disruptive play because they feel like if DC get to the bomb site with 5 attackers alive, they can win.
It's true. You can't let DZ execute in a 5v5.
But it's Clubhouse. There are so few areas where you have even a 50% chance of working out. And 50-50 is what we say an equal play. Everyone's game for that. But almost every single fight that Weibo are choosing to take is like 30%, 25% in their favor, and so much more against them. So it's like either from the very beginning of the round, and this is what I like to see, Mossy, Scopus, Solus, this is a fighting lineup. And this is exactly what I want to talk about. If you from the beginning of the round say, we are gonna fight, you're all committed, you're all understanding of what the game plan is gonna be. This is so much better than picking plant denial, play by the bomb side, and then realize, oh, we lost that breach. Oh, they killed that player. Oh, we can't play in that corner. Oh, they have Monty. Now we swing in bad positions. So this is a big switch up for the final round, and the fact that the players came to this conclusion without the tech timeout from Gohan, I think it speaks volumes. That they're willing to make this adaptation, which can be seen as highly risky.
Yeah. And of course, after this round, we'll get the half-time timeout as we swap sides, which means Gohan will be able to talk to the boys. But a 4-2 split, I mean, that is pretty much game.
They need the 3-3,
yeah.
Okay? It's not the end of the world, because I do think this map can lead attack a favorite in the current meta. But just
DZ have been really bad on attack in this series, frankly, up until Clubhouse.
That's why it matters so much. Hobbin hurt the player on drones outside the door, has to respect it. Falling back options, dangerous. Main staircase window, watch them outside. Blue stairs window, same story. Hobbin can go super deep as a Scopus player and always TP back to a safe location. The other teammates, I got you on the Mossy, different story for them. Reeves finds Lewis, that's line removed from the action. That's huge because now you can move around a lot more freely on the map. Hobbin now lost the shell, by the way, and is inside a gym. So there's no TP back towards the bomb site. I think they're just counting on staying around for as long as possible, and then that makes the bomb site a lot weaker, which is why Fulls with the Diffuser is looking for the site.
I have to pop the Goyos here. Wow, Speakeasy somehow manages to find the shots in the feet through the wall. He knows the Diffuser is down. He now needs to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed on the bomb side. Takes out a second player, big from Speakeasy. A third one! For the Singaporean, it's Kino up against 5 now on the Monty as Weibo look to restabilize after what has been a very troublesome last 3 rounds. They find another flawless, and a glimmer of hope sparks on the horizon for APAC.
Oh man, so guess what now? Now we shall listen in.
Time for D. D time.
What a reason, Bulker. This does go to overtime. They're probably on that same roam back. That's exactly what we were prepping on.
Yeah, I know.
Next time.
Yeah,
You'll just hammer him on that. Because they're going to start floating around him. And if they do more of the consolidation, obviously you can call more so on the fly off that.
Sure.
You were right, that was actually like literally the initial was thermite the wall open, ace the wall immediately because they have nothing to stop it. And then we float around the map and spread on them. So it was a teeter, but it could also be a tally because you forgot. Teeter because you remembered.
Fair enough.
Teeter on a tally because you forgot type of deal.
Fair enough. I'll take it.
Took well.
Oh my god.
80 done prep. There ain't nothing to say.
Yeah, we got all
Book's
the
already been
prep in
closed.
the world, bro.
So
Book's
where
been
we
open
going
and
first?
closed.
On top head, okay? Positions on church, shield, a lot of stuff for church. We can bring Thatcher, counter everything. So the thing is, you need to remember from basement, we're gonna have the map control, we're gonna have the sense walls, you're gonna push your shield on dirt. So the thing is, always try to push your shield in a way that you don't gonna die dropping hatch, you don't gonna die for easy pre-placed C4s. Okay, this is the main goal of this attack. So we're gonna improve a lot compared to last times we played. But yeah guys, we have the best map in front. Club, attack, you guys.
Wow. So, a little bit more context this time. We heard that Carl mentioned overtime, so you and I were confused on the previous maps. Like, he's talking about defense, but they're going into the attack. What's that about? Fed, coach streamer, also tagged on Twitter.
Shout out Fed. Shout out Fed's viewers in my DMs.
That Carl has this tendency to talk about what happens when they go back to that same side in OT to fix the problems of the past, because he knows that the players have the solutions for the present. And we heard there, DC stopped talking about strats. They're like, guys, book's open, now it's closed.
They literally said, I don't have anything to talk about. What about you?
They are so prepared going into this, and the players have so much self-control in the server where Call-Out only has to step in as an absolute emergency. Whereas the thing for Weibo, if Gohan had 3 tag timeouts, he might actually spend all 3 just to get more involved.
Totally. I think in particular there's a lot more to say on your attacking side than on your defensive side, because your defense, you are the one that they've got the paper. They're booklets, right? That say you put your gadget here, you might have some last minute adaptations or say play strat A instead of strat B. But for Weibo here, it's about making sure they know the setups from DZ. They're countering the setups. The Thatcher was mentioned by Gohan. Hibana ban, interesting.
The shield was also mentioned, not Monty in particular in itself, but just like the shield plant.
Yeah, I mean, now, Speakeasy will play one shield or another depending on what gets banned.
But it's so much more challenging without the Monty, and that's always going to be my go back to. DC are such a great shield team, and you said it so well on Lair. We see how quickly Newers with a TCSG can shred Speakeasy when he's not crouching, protecting his toes. So it really comes down to Speakeasy playing a more sheltered version of the shield. When he plays in APL, you're playing 60 ping, playing against weaker aimers, arguably. Now you're in LAN. 0 ping, perfect hit drag against some of the greatest fraggers in the world. You die immediately before you realize what's going wrong. So a lot of attention right now, I think, on pressure on the strategical elements relies on Speakeasy's positioning as a shield. On the other side, for DC, we just gotta see Kino now pop up with defense. He's been playing a lot of shields on the attacking side. He was last alive a few moments in a 1v3, unwinnable spots. So his scoreline of being 0-5, not really a true stat line, but he now has a chance on the side swap to change that that story for himself. There was a fear from Alpha on the desk about what happens if Reaps the carry stops fragging out like a madman. And this is the thing about Weibo Gaming when they play the highest level. They can take turns. Hoven is at a big clubhouse. Big Easy had a huge round there in basement for the final and a half. Turd Stab can pop off. He's at a quiet moment. He's now on Solid Snake. That's gone unbanned. He's going to feel super comfortable on a particular operator, getting a ton of intel.
Yeah, a lot of intel for the roam clear and perhaps for an eventual execute. The problem I see here for Weibo is going to be DZ with their hard setups on the bomb site with Wamai, with the Goyo and the Azami. This is a slew of util that is extremely difficult to counter. And if DZ can burn enough time at the start of the round, and if Weibo are inefficient with their roam clear, then they're going to run out of time to go for an execute.
Also, no Thatcher, which they did speak about. But of course, that can happen in a later basement attack as well. Don't show it all in the first round.
He also said be careful of pre-placed C4s, two possible
keep the shields alive. We're playing for the late round. The thing is, without the Thatcher and the Bandit on the board, that was, Church is no longer attackable, I don't think, with this lineup.
Yeah, this is very slow.
So what we're looking at, dirt tunnel kitchen attacks, something that DC has seen a billion times before. They got C4, they got Toxic Babes, they got the Walmaya Sami set up, the Goyo canisters.
Oh, are they going to impact Trick the Hatch?
This feels a little bit like Weibo are playing into DC's defense, and I mean that in a negative way. Like they're countering themselves, but not having necessarily the correct read. And I think a lot of this will come down to the opening pick, if they can find it.
Yeah, I'm wondering the same. Look, this is going to be... all the ingredients here say that DZ should be favored in the round, unless if Weibo can pull off something miraculous. I don't think the kitchen hatch has successfully opened yet, and the impact trick unsuccessful here. So credit to Weibo, they managed to make that work. Now, the plan was to go for a dirt push. We have to use the final piece of hard breach utility to open up dirt for Speakeasy to make his way forward. However, NJR still has an impact grenade to try and battle with that Blackbeard.
I don't like that Speakeasy is solo here because the kitchen hatch is open. DC know that. That means they cannot fall back unless an Asami keeper barrier is positioned to enable his safety. And there's a Goyo fire on the ground. So this is going to stall for 20 seconds. There we go. That's 20 seconds. Now we're talking 29 left on the clock. If there's a second canister, Dirt Tunnel is off hands here for Weibo Gaming. And while they're waiting, they're not progressing. They're in kitchen hands, they're on the main staircase. Everyone is waiting with no progress. That applies more and more pressure as those seconds are slipping away.
And DZ are pre-smoking the default plant. They now have one gas babe left. Might be burned a little bit too early. That nade might actually destroy some of the sensors. There needs to be a backstep here for Weibo. It's the only way they win this round, but Hoven has somehow managed to go all the way up long and find a kill. It's now up to Turd to come in from the backstab. Newers does retain control. It's now up to Gotti as Turd finds a double from Blue. DC now needs to deny that plan. It's all up to Reeves, making his way down the stairs, but NJR will recompose for Dark Zero. A little bit sketchy, but they find it nonetheless.
Such well-played moment there from NJR. I'm not sure you caught it. He was sitting beneath the hatch, looking at the plant there for 5 full seconds, then one taps it, then ensures a second kill follow-up as well. He's like, guys, I got this on the back, do not worry about it. But Hoven found the opening, like you said, down the main staircase, in through long, takes a player inside a church double door, but then thankfully traded back by Newers and DC, who was playing that Moto position, closing the gap that was once created.
Basement's going to be a very different bomb site, though, to these other two.
By far the most different.
Taken by DZ. On the basement, for DZ, you can just have 5 on site with an impeccable setup, especially with these bands, right? With the Wamai and the Bandit in play.
But the other bomb sites, you got to fight for the extension. Here in CCTV, you got to fight for catwalk and or master bedroom, or hold a stronghold downstairs when Newers is currently reinforcing, because you cannot just play 5 guys on site. There's not enough playable positions for that to be possible. But also something that I feel like might be happening if this goes the distance as well. The bar bomb site. We saw DC being out kitchen on laps twice.
Oh man, I would love to see a bar bomb site choice from DZ in overtime.
It's always going to be a bit of a risk factor. But DC, they have been the strongest version of themselves in this BO3, where they've been doing something unusual against Weibo.
I can say that for both sides.
Yeah, I think argument goes both sides for sure.
I mean, we've casted enough of Speakeasy in the APAC region to see him push dirt 100 times on the Blackbeard.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to, but he got denied.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem.
That often you'll end up going, you know, dirt early in the round, you fight for dirt control, you leave one player there because they can't reach it because the kitchen has to get you a line of sight. They went dirt last up against the Goyo, and it's like, okay, that's just not gonna work.
A little too late.
But the plan B flip, I think, for Weibo was a solid attempt of a round. It wasn't that, oh my god, they're panicking, they're stressed. It's like, okay, they're gonna full send it in APAC fashion, and they actually got close.
Potentially 3 rounds from a semi-final. Dark Zero lock in on Cash and CCTV for this next round. How do Weibo look to clear it? It seems to be a Rafters intention here. There's a lot of util to go Rafters. I think particularly the Blackbeard and the Dokkaebi will be very useful for dealing as much damage and flushing out that position as much as possible. But DZ are sitting back and relaxing with that Wamai in play, with the Azami to support, even the Aruni with its deadly DMR. DZ should be able to hold their positions comfortably.
They should. C4 goes out, doesn't find much there from Keynote, even just one left for NJR. Again, opening pick is so vital here on Clubhouse because it's all about watching as many gaps as possible. One defender dying early will leave something else exposed. Florstorm goes to deny the bandit tricking, but NJR gets right back on it. There's not an attacker downstairs to deny the angle vertically because that's what Newers was playing earlier, reinforcing those walls. Right now it's Foltz downstairs instead.
He's all out.
They're protecting NJR for as long as humanly possible.
A lot of damage dealt though, thanks to the Dokkaebi. Now he's forced to move. But Weibo aren't able to capitalize on a kill just yet. He's standing up on top of the desk. He would be exposed to the breach, but Weibo are not playing that breach aggressively. In fact, they haven't even opened it up. This is a very strange attack here from Weibo. To fail to open up the CCTV breach seems like a very costly mistake.
There could be a bait here. Forces downstairs right beneath the breach with a shotgun in hand on the Thorn. Planting default is not going to be a possibility, and I don't know if Weibo know this just yet.
Weibo are not doing enough of the normal checklist items on this bomb site. You need to have CCTV open, otherwise it is simply impossible, especially as you say, if they don't have control down below the bomb site. We need a level of spice out of Weibo here, but I'm not seeing it as of yet. Reaps needs to go big. He tries to make an entry. It's Turd who finds one. Reaps will get his first, but immediately NJR is there to find a 3K. Turd will trade back, but he is now the last one standing. And the plant will be denied from below if he tries to go for it. He won't get the chance. Newers never shut out of his position as Weibo cannot breach step 1.
One small issue. Actually, first I think I'll get a tag time out here from Go. I'm just waiting for the confirmation call. I saw the mic being flipped down.
Surely.
I don't want to get into a long point and to cut myself off. Yes, Weibo Gaming calling their tactical timeout.
Leave this fucking shield, bro. You're playing too scared with this shield. Not opening space, being the last one to push, bro. If you're gonna pick the shield, is to put pressure, is to play fast, is to open space.
Okay.
I told you guys, look, they play very spread on the map. They give big areas, but you are playing full safe with the shield, bro. Who's the shield are a fucking drone, you know?
So if they go gym, you want me to use shield or we just clear or go
No, the thing is, bro, check the comp. Bandit, Wamai, bro, we need to bring the Thatcher to solve the problem, break the bunker.
Okay.
We need to break the gadgets so we can throw grenades, we can make the space, you know? It's all about that, guys. Come on, we can do it. 5-3 is easy to us. We can take this game. Come on, guys, come on. We are the best. Remember, guys, the pressure is on them. It's not on us. Remember this. Okay?
Gohan with so much conviction saying exactly the same thing he said at the start of the half as well, which is we need to break the bunker with the Thatcher. And you said it at the start of the half. We didn't see it once from Weibo.
No, we did not. And to make matters worse, the Thatcher does simplify the problem. The solution for Weibo was right there the entire time. Those bandit batteries on the CCTV wall can be shot through the soft wall from connector, from the door, with a couple of bullets, from the breach, couple of bullets, but they never did it. And they did have one spare exothermic charge from Thermite when the round ended.
Would have been a very different round if that breach had been open.
Two different defenders, Newers playing by Servorak, and I think it was Kino Bandit sticking by the corner, or whoever it was, they NJR actually, they wouldn't be able to live anymore, right? They'd be like rotate to a different location at least, right? And that bandit battery is a 100% deniable with any weaponry, but nobody made that connection that, okay, now we got the breach, let's go for a plan. But say, okay, what about getting every breach? What about getting all the angles? That never happened.
I think Weibo were also focusing so much on some vague win conditions, but not seeing opportunities to get kills. For example, the player on the defense, I believe it was NJR, on the bandit, who kept dashing around. He was in a very vulnerable position. If Weibo had the foresight and the utility to say, let's target this guy with a grenade, not just with Roteros to get rid of the batteries, but let's target the player, we might actually be able to capitalize, get a kill, numbers advantage, and then you can spiral around, even if you don't have superior positioning or breaching, if you have numbers advantage. And the bandit continues to be a problem here for Weibo Gaming. I think they have to ban it now. If they're struggling so much to counter it, they're going to need to ban it after this next round.
The issue is, right, because Dodge is playing Thatcher, he went away from Thermite. They have a single can opener in pocket for the entirety of this round, James. They have, that's it. That's the only hard breach they have. A single point of contact. Mind you, this top four, CC wall, con wall, Jacuzzi wall, and single con.
It's the opposite to what DZ do.
4 areas you want to breach.
Yeah, I mean, DZ are bringing 3 hard breach operators on Clubhouse most of the time. They're bringing Ace, Thermite, and the Zofia. It's very unusual that Weibo are doing the absolute opposite.
The issue is now the Thatcher becomes not ineffective because it still deals with certain gadgetry, but look at this round. What can you catch? A single C4 or a Toxic Babe midair? Actually, sorry, 2 C4s.
And some proxy.
There's no bunker down the same way.
Yeah.
So now we gotta work without the breaches with a Thatcher that's arguably a little bit ineffective and no way forward. It's gotta come down to an APAC round. You gotta go frag hunting.
Yeah, and I have to wonder, what's the point in bringing the Lion when DZ are, for the most part, playing in power positions rather than roaming? Now, we are seeing a bit of aggression from Faults in Garage, but Weibo unable to convert it into a kill. Missed opportunity. Reaps goes for a backstab. He needs to have a massive moment here, but NJR is watching from a prone angle. This is a very off-piste position here from NJR. and he will not find Reeps. He lands the first bullet, but Reeps, quick reaction times, finds the first kill. This could unsettle DZ.
Where'd you look at?
Kino, where are you looking? He goes down. Reeps has single-handedly brought this round back for Weibo, but DZ recompose. A flashbang on the J90 as Reeps will finally go down. Faults in a 1v1. He's had the quad this round. It's Gotti, and he does clutch it for Weibo to prevent the match point opportunity from DZ. The young and new blood player from Weibo will give them a chance on Clubhouse.
Oh boy, I want to go and say, don't hide behind the shields, don't be afraid, take the fight to DC. No breaching, no problem. They get the job done regardless. Operator bands are going through. Will it be that bandit like you said, James?
Come on, gotta do it.
Yes, it will be. Breaching easier. Thermite band in response. It's all about the walls. It's all about step one here on Clubhouse.
You can bring Ace though. I think we need to ditch the Lion. We need to get more Ace. I don't know if this Lion is helpful.
I think the Lion was instrumental for this specific round. The timing of Reeps walking up with it meant that Kino couldn't go for a trade immediately in bathroom, so it gets that timing inside a logic connector. But generally speaking, outside of those chaotic moments, the Lion is hard to get value out of.
Yeah.
For a usual round of Clubhouse.
I'm just looking at a comp that, like, what space do you have to bring more hard breaches?
But this is the difficulty, right? When you're up against the level that DC is bringing, wall denial, bunker down, time denial, you are stretching the attack so thin. Because either you'll have a bit of solutions for everything, but not one clear plan of action, or you'll go into like, this is how we do it. But if they bring a certain defender or a certain attacker dies early to a gunfight, you lose the round.
This round right here is where Weibo need to be bringing that Thatcher and a lot of grenades.
Not gonna do that.
And they're not gonna do it. I mean, we're talking about trying to counter the Clash. We're talking about trying to counter the Wamai, the Warden, particularly the Goyo and the Azami, which are both vulnerable to grenades. But we don't have the Thatcher to counter the Wamai.
What would this be? So, okay, just like while the round is early, right? Because it's a bunker down here for DC. No action should be happening. We'll see. What would you replace? Because going through it, the way that you get into the bomb site, the way you plan with cover, that's what Glass is doing, right?
I don't think we need to bring Deimos and Snake. These are, for the most part,
roam clear.
They're roam clearing up. We're not roaming.
So we're getting rid of one of the two at least.
Yeah.
You get onto the Thatcher. Now you get a bit wider in the bigger picture.
I'd get Capitao instead of Grim, to be honest. Capitao can flush out the AK's position. It's also a better Clash counter. I mean, it's easy because we see the comp. I don't know if Weibo did enough advanced droning and prep phase to see the exact comp.
You've lost a lot of drones, so I hope they saw a lot. But yeah, the big issue here to start things off is going to be Thoughts with the Clash and main staircase. Kino at Warden C4 to support him. What teams often do is the Clash kind of try and start a fight, slow the attackers down with sapping them, and a C4 from downstairs to try and get a kill. If DC finds any kill that goes untraded, that is the strat working out to perfection. That's what they're aiming for with the setup.
Nitro could win a freebie here onto Hoven. Kino is allowed to play so aggressively here, looking for his first kill of the game still, but yeah, he is forced back, targeted by the Deimos. Now the worry is the pre-play C4s if you're Weibo. J90 and Kino both have chances to try and land shots with them.
Okay, so step one is cleared. They got a bit of breaching done as well. Second step here, right? Because you got the Deimos and Solid Snake, I feel like you're forced to try and take some fights on blue and go for backstab like Tusk did last time, because how can you go for a 4-man kitchen execute like DC did with this lineup? Not to be.
Ooh,
how do you take third tunnel? Not easily because there's no shield. C4 goes out, could find these strings. Oh, he stays alive. He's spinning straight across it.
It is so critical that he stays alive there. If he had died, that would have also been his team count opener with him, and this hatch not likely to get opened up. Final Nitro cell wasted by Kino. As the ace opens up the triple wall, there is not a lot of safe positions here for DZ. Weibo now have a chance.
That's the gap that I spoke about, Solid Snake. That's going to be a big win condition. The issue is you need to find the first kill, create the chaos on the server, make DC spin around in circles looking for the angle to cover. Weibo, they have to find the first.
And the Clash marches on forward, but Kino has gone down to Gotti. Now looking for a big
backstab.
Oh my god, he baits it! And now Weibo look to execute together. Turn has found another one. It's J90, the only one left.
Patience.
He's trapped at AKs. But the plan has not been confirmed as of yet. Does he know where that defuser is? It doesn't bloody matter! Reeps is there! A reprisal of form! And we're here at breakpoint, 5 rounds apiece.
Or if you're Gohan and you're watching that round, you're thinking, if this doesn't work out, they didn't listen. But because it worked out, it's all okay. DC called their attack timeout.
Raptor side on this round. And then if we do back to basement, did he print off the fucking fake roam for us?
Yeah, I think we have it.
Let's go cash and let's go back into the fake roam after that. Slow me down a little bit off the clear. They already think we're roaming shot, so.
Heard.
Yeah.
Let's crank it. Little simple lay round, that's all it is. They're just dropping hatches and flying down staircases and shit. Just call it crosses. Simple.
Yeah, we do have fake roams, last one. Heard on it. For the cash side, let's do... What is our hardest Raptor strat? It's just like base, master contest, yeah? And then Bayou get in there?
We have the cash ratatouille prep, where I hide in there.
Yeah, let's do that.
I love hearing the call-out adaptations there for the side, just kind of making it very simple for Weibo are trying to accomplish, right? They're flying down hatches, flying down staircases, and that is the view of what happened if you're against them. But if you're watching from our perspective, it's like they had no other choice because they kind of scuffed themselves in the operator lineup to begin with. I am very curious, though, if Weibo will make that adaptation and go and call break the bunker, because they could get baited otherwise.
Well, I think that the big adaptation for that round from Weibo, while they didn't counter the tower positions like AKs, which ended up being the last player alive, by the way, the critical thing was hard breach, right? Having that ace in the lineup, having that bandit and Kaid banned, if there was a Tubarao that round, I think it would have been a completely different story.
Yeah.
But of course, the thing that was called there by DZ in that tactical timeout was this cash round, right? And they were talking about a particular strat. I didn't hear the details of it, but
fake roam?
No, that was for the next round.
Okay.
So they said if we lose cash, regardless of what happens in this round, next round we go to a fake roam. So keep that in the back of your mind. There will be a fake roam next round, unless if DZ change their minds.
The biggest thing for me, though, was Weibo's ability in the chaos to calculate who's going to make the play, right? Tursta walks down blue, baits the clash in, drop the hatch, get the kill, while the tech from Door. The fact that they can navigate the chaos of that end round is why they're currently sitting on 5-5.
Look, Weibo are used to playing in the APAC region. They used to play
region.
against Souffle and Pika and all the Daystar boys, all the Souls Heart and Orchid boys. They used to Chaotic Siege.
So I think right now, I mean, look at the attack lineup. This is exactly what Gohan wanted. Breaking the bunker. You got the Capitao. You got the Thatcher. There's no more wall denial on the breach here, but there are 4 impact grenades. This is where you would want the Thermite Hibana, but they've both been bent away. Look at the value here. Impact goes out, and all of a sudden you have a really bad prone hole and really bad standing hole to peek through. There is a third Selma in pocket, but guess what? There are also 2 more impact grenades. And that means that's all your hot destruction in the main breach. You cannot go for a can opener for Hoven because, well, it's exposed now. So this just means that you can't enter from the breach, you can still peek through it. But it also means that if there's no attackers on it, and you patch up the hole with an Asami Keeper barrier, it's just fake pressure doesn't exist anymore. So
I
just
also
late round watch for that.
I do wonder as well if there's a chance later for the Selma to detonate. Indeed there is. So there you go. Problem solved for Weibo. They are able to have an entry into the bomb site, and now they target the players and the utility that remains.
There is one other thing, though. Now they can't use the Selma charge for the inside bomb site wall leading to Catwalk Rafters. So if they want to go for a garage attack, they're going to have to brute force it. Garage door, bottom garage breach. There are 2 Catwalk players. Okay? Jaina and Noah is playing in that position together with Newers. One by the window, one by Rafters position 2.
Newers is just hiding.
And right now they're committed. Look at the player lineups. They're on the garage door. They're downstairs. They have to make this entire round work off Catwalk. If they clean both kills, it will be free.
The EMP comes out, though. That might enable the fire from the Capitao to go out into the first position, which is on to Newers, who's trying desperately to look for a peek. They haven't landed the shots as of yet. Out comes the first fire. But that's the last of them.
Jumped out the breach.
And Folds finds one. The jump out doesn't work for Folds. Unnecessary pressure from DC. Weibo win the exchange with Turd going down, but at the price of 2.
Maybe you need Catwalk now. They're players stalking Catwalk Rafters. No, they're going to commit to it, actually. They thought it was clear, but it's not.
Newers. He might have just given a lifeline over to Dark Zero. Hoven takes the 1v1. There were no Selmas left for Speakeasy to try and breach that catwalk wall. There's actually no rotate as well. This is a critical moment.
Oh, the timing.
If Gotti can find that kill, what else can't he do? It's now up to DZ. Kino with 0 kills, Newers with 10 to clutch up and prevent Weibo from stealing the match point they thought was rightfully theirs.
The no garage is clear because Newers is downstairs, so they can take that control, but there's almost no time left, 10 seconds. An attacker on the roof, one by the breach, and Speakeasy on the catwalk.
The clock will be their biggest enemy for Weibo. They need to find that kill. They need to find their way inside, but they cannot do so. DZ might have had the numbers advantage, but they sat back, they waited. All they needed to do was prevent the plant.
and they can say that they checked that off nicely. Weibo now staring down match and elimination point from EWC.
Such a small detail, right? The Thatcher MPs, they were sapping Magnus, they were sapping the Jaeger ADSs, but there was one that went unsapped, and it saved Newers. That first coveted fire arrow, it was spot on. And then they're gonna have a player on the outside breach waiting to cut him off if he were to sprint away. At the same second, the ADS catches the fire arrow, Fultz peeks the main breach. That's a winning microplay there from DC. Fultz then, arguably in hindsight, overcooked. He jumped out the breach looking for a second kill. He got traded successfully. But DC, they said, guys, now we're making it happen, and you will win or lose the round off that play.
And a big part of that is the fact that there was a double reinforcement on Rafters. If that was only a single reinforcement, Weibo would have had a way into plant.
And that's the thing. This is so hard because hindsight, right? Gohan wanted the boys to break apart the bunker. And this is maybe where the one weakness of APAC comes to shine through. You get zero practice in domestic play at that setup because they don't play that style in the majority of APAC games, especially in Asia. So it's the right thing to do strategically, but you're taking Weibo, the players, out of their comfort zone, out of their practiced element. Look at how they attack the basement attack. Pure chaos, gunfighting, gap finding, brute forcing. Then they get pacified into problem solving a late round, it falls apart.
And now we get to see DZ show us the fake roam that Callout mentioned in the tactical timeout. At the moment, it's not looking particularly fake. There is Newers all the way upstairs, the top fragger for DZ. He's fallen back to stage, and he might be about to come back to the bomb site as well. He can continue using his gadget, however. The Solid Snake on the other side will be soft countered by the Vigil, but can still allow a lot of map control to be taken here for Weibo.
It's all about trying to bait him in right now. They know roughly where each other are attacking or defending from. And Newers has been so good today, especially on Lair, playing that 4+1 strat of just doing his own solo roam game. And I think they both roughly have an idea, but he can be scored back by Fultz with a pre-fire action. But this is Turns are getting good value by effectively doing nothing, just waiting for the gunfight that will never come his way.
And this fake roam is working. You can see the mute jammers have really stalled out the droning on the top floor. Also, Speakeasy's onto his shield.
I know what they go and say, do not hide behind the shield that you pick for it. You're gonna get in there, you're gonna fight, you're gonna get intel, be in the front lines. Right now, he was on the roof for half the round, only just entering gym after his teammates droned the majority of it for him.
He said, if you're on the shield, I don't want to see you droning. It has been a slow round from Weibo. The only saving grace will be their explosivity in the late round.
This is such a hard round if you're a pro player. I've been here myself before. Timer's ticking down every second. You feel the pressure, elimination point as well. You're going to be going home and not breaking the top 4, which would be historic for your region. The goal for this Weibo roster, it keeps increasing. They expect to qualify for majors, expect to go into playoffs, expect to now start breaking into top 4 territory, and to do it against DC, who just came off a major victory. Historic for the players, first time for everyone but Speakeasy, and Gohan would be so proud. And it's gonna come down to this.
Impact trick.
A 5v5 in the basement, C4 goes out, impact grenade as well, denying the hard destruction. Combined with the Hibana band from earlier, it makes this attack fall apart in the late round before we even get there. There are 2 Selmas left in pocket. It's the only bit of hard destruction. And they have to be so specific.
Oh my god, they haven't even breached the mid. Oh, wow.
They're flipping it again. The issue is, this is the 3rd time they've done this attack. Where Tursta goes down blue, where somebody follows on the hatch, they go down Hobbit main staircase, and they drop Moto. They've shown this twice already.
It has to work. It's go big or go home now for Weibo Gaming. As the major champs sit back, relax, and wait. They lash out. They find the first. Gotti finds one. Needs to double up, but he can't do so as of yet, and he's trapped. Speakeasy, good for one. Trade it back again. It's Reaps, the last one. The major champs can take a bunch, and they can dish it straight on back. With the solar eclipse hanging over the Sen, Dark Zero chase the trophy into the semi-finals.
A heartbreaking final round for the fans of Weibo Gaming, but a DC that holds on strong, unbreakable mental, well prepared, going to every single map. And I think today, DC actually learned something, because they were not comfortable against the Weibo playstyle, but they adapted through it and against it.
It was a game of adaptations, and at the end of it, DZ called it perfectly. 2 rounds prior, Callout says, 2 rounds from now, we're gonna go for our fake roam. And that fake roam baited Weibo into not bringing enough hard breach and not burning enough time in the early rounds. They struggled to execute, and DZ read them like a book.
The caliber and quality of the major champions is a resounding success here in Paris. And they will make their way forward. They will knock Weibo out of the tournament, and with that, APAC's hopes of making a semi-final.
It's incredible how this game between APAC and NA, a team that just barely makes top 8 events, was a major champion, came down to strategy, depth, adaptation, going to a map like Clubhouse as a decider, and it being a close affair on all 3 maps. There are no landslide victories. They're clutched on both sides. There was a bit of an upset, starting off strong there for Weibo. But DC in the end, I think some people might have counted them out of the map 1.
Oh, definitely. Look, I want to give some credit to DZ, not just for what we saw in that second half, but also their attacks. Because their attacks across the series today were very rough around the edges. But they got 3 attacks here on Clubhouse because they brought out pocket strat after pocket strat. And even though Weibo Gaming had 4 flawless rounds in the series, it doesn't matter how convincing each round is, it just matters how many you get on each map. And here with Weibo unable to dig deep into overtime for a second map in a row, DZ will knock them from the tournaments and continue marching towards that ever-elusive trophy.
What did Iconic send at desk? Being the first game sets the tone for playoffs. How about that? How about setting that kind of tone?
It's certainly a massive statement for Dark Zero. Let's hear from someone who's won the last 2 majors over on the stage.
Yes, my friends, I'm here with our victors, Dark Zero and it's Kino, joining me here for a quick chat. Look, I'm noticing strategy-wise against Weibo, you're trying to slow things down, you're banning hard breachers, you're trying to make it difficult for him to roam around. Was that the plan from the start?
Yeah, it's the plan on these maps like Clubhouse, Nighthaven. When they ban the Bandit, the Cade, the Mira, and they have all the hard breach up, the Thermite, they're ripping all the walls, it's pretty hard to defend, so.
Is something to slow it down for you? Is this something that you noticed that Weibo later in a round will stall out for time, and that's something that you can play to your advantage?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was part of the game plan. We knew they were very slow. Their executes were not the best, even though like they had some really good executes today. So, yeah, that was a game plan.
An overall great game between both of you. We have to say it. It got tight a lot of times, especially map 1. There were some things to think about. You're going back. You're now not just the player, but the team with the most experience. You got call out behind you as well. When you're in a moment where you have to come back, what goes into your mind? Because you got young gunners on the other side that are hungry for semifinals and more.
We're super present on this team. We're not really thinking about the score. I mean, and if you do, any team, that goes for any player. If you're looking at the score, you're down, you're looking at scoreboard, all that, like it's gonna get in your head, you're gonna play worse. And it doesn't help. So I just look at the group, we all laugh, we all have fun, and that's all that matters.
Heard is what I keep hearing from the team when we're all locked in together in your tactical timeouts, especially now. This is the quarterfinal. You've been in this position before and you advance to semis. The option is Furia or an all-NA matchup. The top 2 teams in North America, Dark Zero wildcard. What do you expect to see and what do you really want to see then?
I expect to see a good game, for sure. 2 really good teams. And what I want to happen, it really does not matter. We're just here to play and we're just gonna do our thing regardless of the opponent.
So far, so good. But actually, you know one thing, our good friends over at the Chess broadcast were saying that the crowd here at Rainbow Six is getting a bit too loud for them. So how about we make Chess hear just a little bit how loud we could get at Rainbow Six on 3, Dark Zero. 1, 2, 3! We'll do it again. 1, 2, 3, Dark Zero! They're all in for it. Gentlemen, come on in from Dark Zero. Come here. It's time to crush some keys, and really, it's Weibo on the other side. Do you want to crush a Kino, or do you want one of your teammates to go for it?
Actually, I want ag.al to do it.
You don't seem too excited about it. Why? Come on in. Let's go together. Why? Where's the hesitation?
I don't think you want my answer.
Let's get this one open. It's our doors, and it's our crusher. I'm gonna call her Gertrude for today. Please come on in. Our key master here will tell you where to go. We'll guide you through. Dark Zero have been in this position time and time again, and this year they've done it in Salt Lake City, here to make it to the semifinals. They crushed Weibo and the Asia Pacific Hearts, and they're down to nothing. Smushed. That's Weibo despite all their best efforts. Dark Zero advanced, and now it's time to tell what really happened in the game with our wonderful disc. Take it away.
Thank you, Milos. Only one can move forward. One story can continue, and it was not the side of Weibo Gaming that would see their first semifinal. They'll have to wait another day as their key is crushed in typical Esports World Cup fashion. It would be Dark Zero who would claim the next step, next part of the evolution of this playoffs, and we'll see how that continues on. But from Kino's words and the rest of DZ, they say they are staying present. They're not worried about the future, and I love that approach. As we come back to the desk, Iconic and Alphama, this is one of those games that went down to the wire. I think both teams can probably be happy with what they did today. Obviously, Weibo going home would have wanted a different result, but you know, they mentioned it, 4 flawless rounds, took them to a 3rd map. I mean, it was a decent performance that could have ended up in a win. They just didn't have what it took to get past Easy in the end.
And of course, I feel like too, it's very important stepping stones. You know, look at the course of a year. It's not about one event, but about how you can just really fuel your year and kind of go from event to event and learn how to improve. And that was really a great showing that they're building that resilience, that great mental fortitude. But like all great things, that it takes time, and you can't really put a timer on it. You just have to kind of go through it as a team and go through those losses and learn from it.
I think the result was expected, but the way it happened was unexpected. I think that's the biggest takeaway, right? We expected that DZ are going to be the heavy favorites. They're going to win this matchup. We expected that Weibo, they've always struggled to get to the semifinal. It's always going to be a big question for them. Can they actually beat one team of the top 4 to make the top 4? I think they had it in them. I'm not going to lie. I think even if you look at that last map, how close it was, a 5-7 loss. And once again, Reaps being the best rated player. I think overall, you know, I think we can be proud of the performance of Weibo.
Yeah.
We've seen the evolution from that team. They're getting closer and closer every single time. They've added a new player to the lineup. And once again, DZ in terms of mental, they have to be that one team that has the, I don't know, they have that magic in them that the comeback is always possible for these guys. They always believe, they never look at the score.
Listen, as someone who, again, I'll say this phrase a couple of times over this week, you'll hear it, the eye test, right? Basically, what do you see and what's the takeaway without doing too much analytics? They have a great mentality, but not just in terms of executing, in terms of realizing what is their responsibility, but also, Iconic, realizing what isn't their responsibility. You've played with these guys quite often. You know, you were excited to see some of your former teammates be successful, but the way that they're successful, it's not like every single esport athlete, even in R6, but across all esports, has that same mentality.
And of course, you see how important it is just staying in the present moment, because that's all we really do have. You know, that's why they call it the present. It's a gift. And being there, anything is possible to make sure you can actually take those steps forward as a team and not really feel that pressure mounting upon you. And, you know, we'll try to pin narrative towards them, pin expectations on them, but your expectations, they try to put the limit on it, and they don't have a limit. They just go out there, have fun, and that will just give them just a endless product.
Well, we set up 2 narratives coming into this. Alphama, you raised the question, can North America do it back-to-back? That's the challenge for you. You know they've won, they've been in the mix, but can they do it twice? Now Dark Zero continue on that journey.
Yeah, can they build that legacy? I think the answer is yes. I think that they're not feeling the expectations. That's the biggest thing. I think many people would feel the pressure looking at a scoreboard, or you looking at your achievement. You would feel like we've won the last major. Everyone expects us to be the best team coming at the EWC, and we need to be that best team. I think DZ, they don't think that way, and they are probably one of the only teams, if not the only teams, that think that way. Let's not think about us winning EWC.
Yeah.
Let's take not even every match by match. Let's take it round by round, and like you said, be in the present. And that just speaks a lot about that team's mentality that's unlike any other in our scene.
You kind of set up a story, and I think this was important, about how they ran out of options towards the end. And even Kino was mentioning that, you know, they had some pretty good executes on the day, but they knew that that was maybe where the weakness would be. They took advantage of it. One player who was in the front to stop, I think, the momentum and stop the bleeding from when Weibo took that first map, and then was able to finish it off with that 1v1. Nurs, who was the MVP of this matchup. Talk to me, Iconic and Alphama, about the impact that this player had for DZ.
I mean, new Krug, going all the way back to Charlotte when he first made his debut. Just been a player with immense impact no matter what team he's been on, and I'm just so glad to see him really finding the success, because he even said it when he joined this team that he didn't know how serious you could take this game until he was in the part of this system, and I feel like he's really getting the best and most consistent version of himself, and I'm just happy for him. At the last major too, his grandma was there, they did a big chant, so I was very, very happy for him.
I think first thing first with Nurs, that giving credit for firing up DZ. He's the one that wins
Yeah.
the 1v3 on the
That's
very
right.
first map on map 2. He's the one that wins the clutch 2 in map 2. He's the one then that goes and gets multiple kills, multiple multi-kills on the last map as well, so that DZ takes the series. He was the one that was the entry, winning the opening engagements on the side of DZ, and in defense, he was the time buyer. He was the one roaming and flanking in the last moment to win those moments where Weibo had great executes. So in my opinion, MVP by far, not only by the score, but of actually the impact he had in the game.
An incredible clutch. A lot of moments that I said stop the bleeding. Alphama just said also saved the day for this team. Dark Zero probably couldn't have done it without Noor's heroics. However, on the other side, to every victory, there is a loss. There's a defeat that hopefully is learned from. We have a chance to talk to Speakeasy about falling to Dark Zero here in the playoffs.
We're talking to Speakeasy after their elimination. Unfortunate result here. My first question for you would be, did you expect to play Lair today?
Yes, we prepped 4 maps, Chalet, Lair, Labs, and Club. And I mean, if you look at that, we kind of won the veto, but we can't really execute it in game. Yeah.
I mean, that's my main question about the second map as well. You got really close to an overtime. What do you think went wrong on that map?
I think it's just the attacks that I tried to lead with the guys, like it doesn't work well. And also understanding like their win con. I tried to play with the shields, but I think DZ did a great job countering me. I think, yeah, props to them.
And what do you then talk about after map 2 to get the momentum back and the vibes back from map 3 as well?
We just talk about like the pressures on them, and you know, and we're just here to play our game. And yeah, I think we just need to keep our mental high, and I think we showed that like really well.
That's really good. It's very impressive as well. And I think, I'm not sure if you heard it, but it really seemed like the crowd was on your side today here. So anything you want to say for the fans after their support in this tournament?
Thank you to the fans like all around the world, and I see like there's like at least 15 like Weibo fans, and thank you for coming and watching us. And I promise like we will try to do a lot more than just top 8.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck for stage 2. We'll send it back to you, the studio, for now.
Well, thanks, Ann. Weibo and Speakeasy saying that they're going to do a little bit better next time they come out, but I know the fans back at home watching, and the fans, he was right, filling up these stands, are happy with what they've done and will continue to support them. Gentlemen, as we kind of transition from this match to our second series of the day, some closing thoughts and takeaways from what we've seen so far. Dark Zero moving on.
I feel like this game was a great example of what EWC can bring in terms of rivalries and competitions. We've just seen 2 of the biggest regions face each other, the Titan of Asia facing the Titans of NA, and that was only quarterfinals. It went all the way to a third map. We had multiple clutches. We had a lot of emotions and a lot of fans here in the crowd already. Yeah. And that's only the first day of playoffs, so that gets me excited for the rest.
I think mentality is king right now, especially this long tournament. You have to make sure that you're really able to push it over the finish line. And I feel like this going into this next series, Fury versus Wildcard, I mean, I'm excited for both. Speaking to both teams, they seem ready for it, ready to go out for the challenge, and it's going to be a bloodbath.
If it's anything like this one, we are going to have a show on our hands as well. Make sure you get your pick'ems in, because at the Esports World Cup, you have a chance to choose whether you believe a team is going to win or not and earn your share of prizing, which is a great opportunity for you to also just get some bragging rights, say, I got this, I got that. I also was right about something. For those of you who picked Weibo, you were close, but it was DZ. So we'll see if maybe you can get on the right side of the pick here with Wildcard and Furia coming up next in our schedule. These 2 teams about to go head-to-head to finish off our series of the day. All right, coming up in just a moment, we'll have our final series. As I mentioned, Wildcard and Fury about to take the stage, but until then, we've got a treat for you. It's Pengu's Confessions, so stay tuned.
If any of you have been watching some of the other broadcasts over the last 5 weeks, you know exactly what this is. You are, unfortunately, well, you are the guinea pig this week for Pengu's Confessions.
My confessions?
Confessions,
okay,
yes.
What am I confessing to?
Well, let's find out. You know what? These are actually pretty good. We've had some very, very tame weeks on this. Okay. Everyone's like, we work with a couple of companies that don't let you kind of say things. Now, these are a lot better than that. So
loose lips.
Well, I mean, you got to kind of... You'll be fine. Anyway, so let's look back at some of your earlier days, Pengu. So looking back at it between 2016 and 2019, What percentage of your old behavior would you now class as competitive passion, and what percentage was you being a
Percentages, yeah?
Well, I mean, we can chat
So
about it.
there's two versions of this, right?
Okay.
There's the one where I'm gonna be like defending myself, and I'll say 50-50.
Okay.
Not accurate whatsoever, by the way. Honestly, I'm gonna have to go 80% being an absolute
Yeah, no, that's fair then.
and 20 is passion.
I need to look back at some of this because I'm actually all for the toxicity. I'm actually game.
You're all for, I mean, you're a COD kid, right? So
yeah,
you would
well,
understand.
exactly. Yeah, no, so we can cook on that. Yeah, absolutely. At what point are you actually planning on getting a driver's license, or is it just somebody else's problem?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, listen, everyone bothers me about the driver's license constantly, but get it, right? We have a great life here. We have shuttle transport. I live in Denmark with public transportation available for a cheap cost, etc. But I did
Cheap
get a
costs
house
in Denmark in the same sentence.
comparatively to getting a car, right?
Fair.
But I did get a house earlier this year. And I went to IKEA a couple of times, and I had to beg people, can you please drive me there, get your car for me? So honestly, 2027, a goal for a driver's license.
Yeah, no, I had that problem, you know, having to drive around, but I was also like 17, so.
I'm 28.
Be honest, what is more satisfying, winning a major or getting a really good photo of a bird?
I've only won one major.
Okay.
I've taken many photos of birds.
Okay.
Over that long stretch of time, I think I've gotten more satisfaction from the bird photos.
Yeah.
If it's 1-to-1, go to the major.
Gotta be the major. What's the best bird photo you've had?
Oh my god! So it's actually of a shoebill, African stork.
Okay.
It's in the zoo in Tokyo, and it's basically an animal that almost doesn't exist at any zoos in the world.
Oh, the shoebill's the one with the huge
beak,
and they like clack
if
together,
they
don't
clack
they?
them,
Yeah,
it sounds like a gunfire.
I know exactly what he means.
It's a crazy bird, beautiful, looks very dangerous.
Yes. No, they are dangerous though, aren't they? Like,
wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know.
But they look dangerous.
Okay. Have you packed,
Chris?
Have you packed more than one pair of socks for this event?
I have.
Okay.
But I will say there has been a couple of it. Oh my god, that's why this question is from. Oh my god, yeah. There's been events in the past where I would just bring the pair that I arrived in, realize 3 days in, that's the only pair that I have.
Yeah, that's
And guess what I did?
What'd you do?
I just stuck it out.
Oh, you just filmed it?
One pair for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks?
But that's how the long events last for, Chris.
You don't get even sink wash them or anything?
No, because the thing is, I was 23 years old. I was a gamer.
That's fair.
And if there's no mom around, there's no laundry around. But now that I'm 28, I've learned and I bring more than I need.
Well, that wasn't too bad.
It could have been worse.
That could have been worse.
It
Could have been worse. I need to
It can always get worse.
I need to delve a little bit more than the rest of the week. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
An update from the Gidea City Grid. A big moment in the Club Championship. A game that ag.al were looking towards to not even just pick up points, but to go far in. Hasn't went well.
Did not go well at all. I think a little bit of an upset for them in that regard. Had 2 opportunities in those last 2 matches to get 12 points. It was a very doable point gap, but they weren't able to manage it. Ended up getting pushed by Nongshim Red Forest, and at the end of the day, they couldn't stand up against them.
And that's a conversation where, I mean, we were just having off camera how that's a big moment for ag.al, one that they would have probably banked on picking something up in, and now all of a sudden the rest of their week kind of looking for them is realistically down to something potentially in chess or potentially in weeks gone by. This is a big moment for Falcons to retake the lead, right?
Absolutely. I think that they were banking on at least a top 8 finish, a couple extra additional points when it comes to CC leaderboard, maintaining that first place spot for a little bit longer, and now they're going to have to work even harder if they want to stay up there.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Well, we'll be keeping up to date throughout the rest of the week with you, Lauren, of course. When we get into the latter stages, see how things go. Thank you very much, guys. Back to you.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. We've had so much action already. It feels like we've got a full day of R6. But no, there's one more series to come, and it is not one you want to miss. Basically, the top-performing team of the tournament wildcard about to take on some serious fan favorites in Furia who are already making some noise in our stands. So it's going to be an exciting one. My name is Rain Day. Welcome back to the panel. I'll be joined by some familiar and, well, no, they're just familiar faces. They just one hasn't been here for the first set. Laxing back. I'm sure you guys love seeing him here. We're going to get his analysis and Alpha again to join us. Laxing, since you didn't get a chance to talk about that first series, I know you were watching. What's the takeaway, man?
I mean, I think you guys broke it down very well. It was a very good series. It had to go with the third map, and that's always what we love to see in Siege. Now, you know, some of those games can get a little grueling, but it was how close it was with each and every single one of those maps. And for DZ to be able to close out, and especially on a map like Clubhouse, I mean, we talk about this as the very default map. It's the gauntlet. It's the Coliseum, essentially. You have to win based off fundamentals. And for Dark Zero to close it out the way they did, it really speaks into their fundamentals and mentality.
I just love
I warned you
the
about.
reason he's smiling has nothing to do with what he's saying. It's the drums. It's the band that is behind us now.
I just love that we brought the loudest analyst on the desk at the moment where they started kicking off the drums. Obviously, you guys are picking us up. You remember EWC 2025?
Yes. I was down there.
You remember Furia and their drums and their fans, and Brazil is here in Paris with those fans.
Brazil.
I just love it.
Come on, man. Let's go.
Vamos, Brazil.
Vamos, Brazil. Toc la bola. That's what I know because I was over there playing some soccer. Man, 20 years ago. Can you believe it? That's when I was over there. Big shout out Fluminense. Big shout out my Brazilian people as well. Got a lot of Brazilian talent managers also. So, you know, Abner, Norton, Gio, we got to send love to you guys. But here's the deal. We have got storylines to say, even though we've got drums as well. And that's why we want to introduce our PS5 story of the day. Wild card. From wild card to favorites. Talk to me about that.
I mean, when you just look at the progression of this team and where they've been, they came into 2025 kind of as a wild card, essentially, and their first event was Reload. It was kind of a little bit of a goofy event, fun format, but a lot of people kind of wrote them off as like, okay, you know, this was an event for everyone to kind of just get a feel of the water, see what they look like, but wild card inevitably ends up making, close to a grand final, semifinal finish, but everyone wrote them off. It was kind of like, oh, that was a fluke event. They aren't going to be able to replicate it, but since then, they've been able to replicate a main stage appearance at every single event since that 2025 Reload.
Wow. It's a a beautiful story, I think, of the grassroots system that we have, and young players coming out of NA, out of nowhere. Spiker, IGLing, youngest IGL in the world. And just coming here and IGLing to a crazy level, base, surprising everyone.
Yeah.
Players that came out of nowhere in NA just simply started attending STR events and making impressive records every single time. They just never got to the point where we believed they could make a grand final. And I think after what they've shown in the last few months, they might just now have become, instead of wildcards, favorites. I agree.
Wow, I love that. Well, the PS5 story is set up perfectly by our analysts there. Laxing Alpha talking a little bit about what this team can bring. You mentioned Bay. He has the highest player rating coming into this playoff run. Also undefeated so far, which is an incredible just little star to add to already a great performance.
Again, it's exactly what you want out of these players, and Bay being one of their top fraggers, essentially their entries, to be able to be putting up the numbers that he does. I mean, that's the confidence you want. You heard him in his interview where they got into the playoffs. His mom was flying all the way over here. We have a lot of their parents in the crowd. We have Baby Shark, a French living here. He has his family here, so they have all the support of their family here. And I'm telling you, to not only be able to feed off the crowd and the energy there, but you have your mom in the crowd, you have your sister, your brother, your dad. I mean, that really sparks and ignites a fire from underneath you.
I mean, when you look at the recent results of this team, there's a reason we're talking about them, whether you just look at the group stages and how they've done, but you had kind of touched on this, Laxing. Alpha, obviously, since Reload, they have been nearly unstoppable in reaching the playoff rounds for every tournament.
Yeah, they've been unstoppable. They've always made main stage. And the biggest question is that form. It's the momentum, right? And the fact that they reached Salt Lake City without playing with Adrian, their main recruit from EML during the 2026 Mercato after SI. And now they have it. Now they're with Adrian. And finally, for the first time ever, they win the NAL Stage 1. And that's the biggest thing to me, Lax. They won NAL. They are undefeated in this tournament. They look unstoppable across the last 3 months.
And that's the thing. They always were met by some sort of threshold, whether it was a top 6, top 4, top 8, and then even domestically, right? They were never that good domestically. They were always kind of 3rd, 4th. They would squeak into an event, but then they would always be the best coming into the event from North America. But this is the first time where they are managed to get first place and actually taste that victory. And then you see the performance and the level of tenacity that they bring into each and every single one of these matches. It's hard not to believe in this team.
This team has got something going for it, whether you've been watching them in the group stages, where you've seen their run over this last year, winning NAL coming into this. Wildcard have been phenomenal. You talk about Bay's performance, but maybe even looking deeper at Adrian, a champion himself, who had a chance to catch up with Ann before the match.
We're speaking to Adrian from the game today. Now, Adrian, you guys got to pick with Wildcard, and you picked Furia. Do you feel like there's a specific reason that you picked Furia?
There's definitely a specific reason, but I'm not the person to know it. That's all up to Lagonis, the coach, and Spiker mostly as the captain and ag.al. I'd assume they saw something or just have a game plan in mind before, and they chose them over Weibo.
All right, awesome. Well, you've had a really dominant tournament so far. You've only showed us like 3 maps as well. Do you feel like we're going to see new things from you guys in the playoffs?
Definitely new things. There'll definitely be new things. We don't like to keep the same.
It's awesome. I think Wildcard has had some really good, consistent international results. There's just this one thing that's missing for you guys to reach the finals. Do you feel like you are that missing piece, or you think it could be something else?
I could be the missing piece. It could be something that I've brought in from Secret as well, or it's just something we've learned together as a team, I think. I don't think it's one specific thing, though. I think it'll be multiple things working out on the day throughout these next 4 days.
I mean, you are coming in as the EWC Championship defender. You were the MVP last year as well. Has that given you any kind of motivation as well to perform even better this year?
I think the motivation's always there, but I think it helps me kind of guide the others, especially because this is their first EWC, so I can help them as well, kind of guide them what kind of goes on, how it's done, and how to kind of... I mean, they already know how to get into the top 4s and stuff. It's just that, I guess, extra little step as well, and I guess once we're there, I'll be able to help as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck with your game today.
Thank you as well.
Wildcard obviously coming in as potential favorites now, but Adrian himself, I mentioned champion, won this tournament last year on the side of Team Secret, recently acquired for Wildcard and helping them maybe push to that next level. And we're jamming again. You guys can see it in the background right there. They're having fun, man. I feel like I'm in Rio. Hopefully you guys hear it too. Okay, let's dive in a little bit onto this team who's making so much noise, though, because I know we've talked about Adrian. We heard that interview. Now I want to switch gears towards Furia. What does this team look like for you? Where do they come in this week?
I mean, I know Leo is looking at me because obviously he's surrounded by NA talent, and he always kind of gives us a little bit of crap because, you know, we're choosing our teams. But I got to give a lot of respect to Furia. I mean, this is a brand new team that just came into the SAL just this year. But when you have to look at the team, you have to look at some of the players. They have a world champion inside of Herds. They have 2 major champions, one's also being Herds, the other being Volps. And then you have to look at the runner-up from last year of Loira, who was on G2 that lost to Secret last year in the Esports World Cup. I mean, they have big names on this team, and this is their first international event, and they're on a main stage. They're on the up and up.
I'm gonna get your thoughts in just a second, but first I want to introduce the roster of Furia because we've got to get to it. This team comes in with experience. They come in with a bone to pick, trying to get themselves into a top 4. We have 2 other Brazilian teams that want to also be there with them in FaZe and Liquid. This is one of those teams, though, that you have to respect. We had a chance to speak with them before the game as well, and hopefully you can hear them a little bit better than I can hear right now.
We're speaking to Laura ahead of their game. Now, Laura, you guys got picked by Wildcard. What do you feel like was the reason they picked you instead of Weibo?
I think they picked us mainly because the teams expected us to be a little bit better at the beginning of the tournament, I guess, because we were good at the Brazilian League. So when they saw us not being that dominant on the first matches, I think they expect us to be worse than maybe Weibo or any other team. So that's the reason.
I want to talk about that a little bit more because you guys had some visa issues with Salt Lake City, like limited scrim time as well. Do you feel like this is a redemption for you guys so far? Is this a better representation of what Furia is?
Yeah, 100%. Like, we had a terrible preparation for Salt Lake City because of what you said, the visa problems. Like, we couldn't scrim for 1 or even 2 weeks before the tournament. So we were, like, slow. But now we had a great boot camp. We are in Paris for more than 2 weeks already, I think. So for sure, we are in a better shape, but still growing in international tournaments.
It's awesome. And you played the finals as well last year with G2. Is that giving you any kind of extra motivation to get there again and do a little bit better this year?
100%. Also, like, I always say I love EWC because of last year and also because it's summer. It's like nice vibes. So, of course, extra motivation. I want to be there in the final again, win this time. So, pretty confident.
And then speaking of the vibes, what are they like with Furia before the game today?
So good, so good. The vibes are always good. Also because we are a new team, like 6 months maybe we have. And the vibes are always good with this guy, so all good.
That's great. Sounds very good. Thank you for your time and good luck with the game.
Thank you.
It's summer in Paris, and it feels like summer in Rio as well at the same time. But Furia, Alphama, they feel confident and ready to go for this one.
Absolutely, and I have to say this is an important one for them, especially for one player on their side, and that is Hertz. Hertz, who won everything with the same roster. We think of Felipux, we think of Nate, we think of Casey, we think of these guys that he won everything with. Everyone abandoned him after a side. Yeah. All 4 teammates. The brothers that he called a family, all left and rebuilt everything with Liquid. He was left alone and he had to rebuild everything from scratch. Now is the time for him to prove on an international stage that he can reach the same heights without these guys, that he was the leader that they needed. And I think that overall, maybe he has that chance. Salt Lake City was a fluke. They struggled, they got grouped. This time, they have had the boot camp. They've had a great SEL stage. You've mentioned it, Lax. Yeah. And on top of that, they've looked good coming into EWC.
I mean,
so it might just be the moment for them.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that I love that you talk about the veteran leadership coming out of her is even in the series that put them in to be able to make these playoffs, we saw those big names really come alive in their performance. We saw Hertz pop off. We saw Bolts pop off. We saw Loira pop up. And those are the players that you are going to be looking to in moments like these to be able to ignite that flame from underneath them, to really prove to themselves that they deserve to be here, they can keep up with the rest, and that they can be an Esports World Cup champion.
Well, there's something special in the building here. You can hear it, but if you walk outside, there's something special in the sky, and you can see it. It's a solar eclipse that's actually been taking place. You see that beautiful orange glow, and this is maybe a telltale sign of what's to come. The start of Furia's redemption story in Hertz. You mentioned maybe this is it.
Could it be a sign for Dark Zero to win a second event back-to-back? I mean, their logo is all about an eclipse.
It could be. I don't know. Well, I want to take a look. Map ban's on your screen right now, and map picks coming in soon. Black's Consulate.
Oh, baby, what are we doing? I mean, if there's one thing when you're playing against Wildcard, you do not take them to their favorite map. Consulate is one of their favorite maps. Every team bans Consulate. However, I see what you're doing. This is Furia's most banned map. Wow.
Yes, they banned the map 22 times in the last 3 months. They never played Consulate. In my opinion, this is a trap. If you leave that open in playoffs, That's the best map on the side of Wildcard.
Wow.
That is 100% on purpose. They've been keeping it safe and ready for the best moment, and it might just be now.
I completely agree with you. I mean, I want to take a quick look at Fortress. Both these teams are very good on it, but who was the team that was the pioneer when Fortress first entered the map pool? It was Wildcard, and they've always looked good on it, very traditionally. But again, it's a good map for both of these teams. There's been a lot more time, a lot more play time on it, a lot more games played on it. But again, I really want to focus on that console because that is a crazy one for me to allow Wildcard to have.
You're omitting one quick thing, but that's because you're American and you have an NA bias. And that is that Furia have a 4-win streak on Fortress. They're looking really good. Yes, Wildcard are great on it, but that's the favorite map on the side of Furia.
Tell me those 4 teams that they beat. Give me the sample size.
It was all the North American, South American teams. It was NIP twice, and then you had one team that was Fnatic, but here at EWC.
But you're going against the founding fathers who pioneered that map.
That was 6 months ago, man. That's years ago in terms of esports.
Well, you're looking at, teams being able to do back-to-back. You're looking at years ago.
Give it up, Granddad. Give it up.
I love it, man. I mean, the energy for this one is just amazing, gentlemen. So fun. Wildcard coming in as the best performing team from the group stages into the playoffs. From Bay, who has the highest player rating, to Adrian, right there on your screen, who was a former EWC champion, trying to do it yet again with the chance to go back-to-back and a new roster. However, new rosters also on the side of Furia. Herds, the only remaining member of that iteration of that team, now has a chance to go on his redemption arc. And we mentioned the sounds that you can hear from the fans from the SAL. Brazil has traveled in full to Paris, France to see their team step into the semifinals, but it will be anything but easy. The maps have been selected, the team's ready to go. I'm surprised we don't have Vuvuzelas up in here, but we do have the drums. And maybe war drums is the best way to describe them. It's time to begin our second series of the day as R6 continues here at EWC.
Welcome back, my friends, to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. I'm telling you, we're going to bossa nova into this next matchup. As first, that quarterfinal went the way of Dark Zero. It's the only Eclipse that I've been watching here in Paris. That is for sure, despite Weibo's best efforts.
Very true, my friend. I have no idea whether anybody can hear us right now. It's so loud in here, which I'm loving. But I feel like 10 foot tall right now. My chest out. I feel good. Okay, taking a lead out of DZ's book there. Unbelievable scenes. Beating up Weibo there. 1-0 down, winning 2-1 in the end. Going through to the semi-finals later on this week. It's going to be immense. It's going to be amazing. But who will they play? We're going to find out now. In this next quarterfinal, we have 2 teams ready and waiting in the wings. In here, the energy is out of control. You can't wait to meet them. I can't wait. I know you can't too either.
So let's bring them out. Our first one is Wildcard Gaming! Wildcard no more. It's more of a sure run what they've had so far, as they're considered the #1 North American team at this point through this stage, making it to EWC. They've impressed in the group stage. They've made it to the main stage here in Paris. This has always been the problem, the glass ceiling. Can we break beyond this? But Baby Shark, he's back home. He's in France, he's in Paris, and the pressure is all off as they play with the hometown crew.
That's right, but waiting in the wings to face them, would you please make some noise for Furia! The second best team in the SAL, just behind FaZe. Salt Lake City disappointment is behind them. And under Herds' leadership, they're ready to write a brand new chapter. They are ready for this. They're excited for this. The fans can't wait for this as well. It's going to be absolutely enormous. Mark our words here.
So before we send our players to a spot, we're going to tell everybody just to calm down for a little bit, because we have some words to hear from both of our team captains.
Yeah, we ask that our players, you can go to your seats, but our 2 captains come forward, please, for this final showdown. Kicking things off, Wildcard, Baby Shark, let us know. This is our chance here to talk to your opponent. Any final closing words that you want to say before you go head to head?
I never lost to him. I'm never gonna lose to him, and that's it. It's gonna be a great match with great fans, but that's it. I never lost to Loira. I never lost to him, and I'm never going to lose.
He's very confident. KZ, any words?
Baby Shark never won anything. This game is for big boys, not for babies.
I am the new era. I am the new era.
Here we go. This is.
Let's see.
Gentlemen, please.
Please, you can shake hands, or you can have a moment here to say, best of luck. Please take your seats here. Incredible. You can hear the fighting talk between them both here. But and the audience here as well. Can't wait for this.
They're absolutely loving it. So we're going to have to hear from you guys first. Let's get some wildcard cheers!
And we want to hear as well for Furia. Make some noise! Wow, wow. This is going to be interesting. We can't wait to see this one, how it kicks off. Let's head back over to the desk and get ready for this next quarterfinal. Let's go.
Thank you, gentlemen. Adam, I'm surprised you didn't say something about Baby Shark, because you've got 2 kids. I know my daughter, when we hear the word Baby Shark, we start saying do. But this one is totally different. I love the trash talk, guys. Siege is just lighting it up here in France.
I mean, that guy also, he's playing in his home country, in front of his family. He's done so 6 months ago at SI. He was in front of them. He wanted to win in front of them. That wasn't for him. I'm sure he believes. You can see him on his tattoo here.
Yeah, tattoo.
He believes that he can do it. And it would be a beautiful story for that young player. I mean, he was overlooked by many people in Europe. He had to go to NA to get his shot at a professional level, and what a journey since then.
Wow. It absolutely has been, and you can't argue the results. I mean, Baby Shark isn't wrong to feel the way that he does. I mean, he's beating G2, he's beating the old Furia. I mean, sure, he hasn't beaten this team yet, but the confidence definitely has to be there, and that's exactly the mentality you need to be an Esports Cup World Champion.
The new era. It's what he deemed himself. When you make big proclamations like that, it's time to put them into the test, and that's exactly what this next match will do. I mean, it's an atmosphere you would, I'm sure, Lax love to play in. It'd be nerve-wracking in some ways, but also this is what you do it for.
I mean, this is what you live for, though. I mean, being in moments like these, whether the crowd's against you, whether they're with you, I mean, you thrive in this environment, and none of these players are not familiar to this. They love being in this. They love being in this moment, and we've heard Iconic just talk about you have to be in this moment. You have to make the most out of it, and each and every single one of these players absolutely will.
Picks and bands coming up in just a second, but Alpha Mal, kind of say that to you. I was a guy who kind of got more jazzed up when people were against me, personally. What about you?
Yeah, I think in general I liked it as well. Just play with the crowd a little bit, get your 1v3 clutch and start raising, looking at the crowd and being like, shh, don't even try. We're going to win this.
This is my thing right here.
This is my thing.
Yeah, I love that, man. This is already set up to be a really passionate matchup as well. And obviously second place behind FaZe and SAL. They've got kind of that rivalry to prove as well, because many people think Lax that FaZe is the best team here in this tournament.
Yeah, and respectfully so. I mean, they're the 2-time world champions for a reason. They have some of the best players in the world, if not the best players in the world, and they themselves have to prove it as well. But again, when you're looking at all 5 of those players respectively, they all have their own right to be here. They all have their own name, their own legacy, especially a player like Hertz, where we talked about in 2023, they absolutely dominated that year, and I know Hertz wants to get back to that form.
I had the chance to sit down with him and talk a little bit about what it meant to having to rebuild everything. And it was clearly the biggest heartbreak of his career. But in the end, he told me one sentence that stuck with me. He told me it was all for the better. I think that the teammates that left built Liquid around a more traditional, slower play style. He wanted to be aggressive. Hertz, if you followed him for a long time, he's one of the craziest, most chaotic player ever. I think he's found the perfect teammates to follow that play style, to be aggressive. And basically, as we start to see here, it's the battle of the Clash bands, the battle of the Shields bands. I'm not surprised. I mean, you know Wildcard, you've seen them for a long time play in NAL. They absolutely hate to play against those Shields. I don't think they want to face them.
Yeah, I mean, they're also a team that doesn't let the narrative control their play in terms of Shields. We've talked about it time and time again. What separates Wildcard when they're on the attacking half is they don't force the Shield play like an M80, like a Dark Zero, like an SR. And I think that's the leverage that they have whenever they do get to their attacking half, is they have a lot more operators to be able to use. They don't force those Shields unless absolutely necessary. And getting rid of them, it's definitely going to make it a lot easier, especially on that defensive half here on Consulate, where we know how congested this map is, how tight the corridors are. And when you think about how they play the early aggression. They get the first pick going into their favor, and then they play back into those layers, but they won't have a clash. So very good heads up from Furia to be able to remove it.
Yeah, at this point, Furia, they're going to have to attack this without any shields as well. And I'm just wondering, how Wildcard are going to control that aggression. Like the side of Furia, they've been known to be the most aggressive team of the most aggressive region.
But That's the biggest thing. When you look at Wildcard and where they absolutely thrived during the NAL is they led in those opening kill frag department. They led in to be able to convert that. So if you're Furia, you have to be swinging these opening kills into your favor and playing into that man advantage, especially going into the late round when you can go for that execute, have the extra man advantage. Because if you can't do that, Wildcard is already going to be beating you to the punch.
And we all know that Furia is the one team with the biggest risk-taking ever. They follow the leadership of Hertz. We've said it before, right? Chaotic player. But every single player doubles down on that. That's Vopes, for example. That's Loira. Some of the most aggressive players in the world. Some of the most mechanically gifted players in the world. All assembled onto one roster. And what's the backline that's going to save this? Buck. And most importantly, Diaz Lucas, who's looked absolutely crazy good since he left NA.
I mean, he's had insane plays throughout these playoffs. I mean, I think there was a big 4K that he got on Cafe, then he ends up falling into a 1v2 in another series. I mean, those are the support players that you want that are going to allow Vopes, allow Lawyer, allow Hertz to really excel in their frag department. But again, it's that backline that you're really going to be looking at once we get to that even defensive half, that you're going to be focusing on who's getting those opening engages, then how are they playing back into those layers, how are they playing into these setups, and then what that's going to look like only further into it.
Yeah, I'm just looking back again at Wildcard, and I'm just so proud of the evolution of this roster. I think we mentioned it before, right? And there were a bunch of young kids basically overlooked. I think young NA players that came in, but also young French players that came in that didn't have a name back then. They made their name already. They've recruited, in my opinion, the best there was in Europe as a backline. That is Adrian, champion of EWC last year, obviously. Finally, he's got a little bit of time as they're setting up his PC here. He's got a little bit of time with that roster for the last few months. And we've directly seen the results. NA champion, 3-0 coming into WC, Bay on 41 kills after 3 maps. I think maybe we're starting to see the wildcard that can break the ceiling of, you're making main stage every time. But can you really contend with the title? We never really thought they could do that. And I'm starting to be convinced. Maybe it's because the Americans are all surrounding me. I don't know.
I don't know. Should we step closer? Should we?
I think leave me alone, guys. But I think objectively, you have to think that they have it in them now.
That's a good answer. If you had said something different, we might have had to turn against you.
Okay, I'm going to leave now.
Yeah. And I've got the advantage here. I love it. I've been outnumbered for 5 weeks, but hey, at this point, it's good to be with Siege. I remember my very first time, and this is where I saw you, Alphama.
America again.
I was in America. We were in Vegas. We were at the HyperX Esports Arena doing a minor, and somebody who's on this stage, not a player anymore, was a player, Reduct, who is the coach, and he was playing for One Esports, right, at that time.
Yes.
So his journey, obviously, as a player, obviously now into a coach, and we just saw the impact of both the coaches, in our previous matchup, Dark Zero and Gohan for Weibo. It's super important, but how do you feel like that comes into play? Because two different styles. DZ, they had their eyes closed. They were doing breathing techniques. Gohan kind of saying, what are we doing, guys? This is not what we practice. How do you think that matchup is going to play into this one?
I mean, every team is different, but what we understand, even when you look on the side of Wildcard, Lagonis, or we call him Lagotness, he is from Brazil. He knows what it's like to play in that region and understand those players and the teams and mentalities. But something that he does really well with Wildcard is he really reins everyone back in. If things are going off the rails, he gets everyone back on the same page. They all get back onto that ideology. And then on the side of Reduct, now I'm not too familiar with his coaching. I do know him as a player. He knocked me out of a couple 6 invitationals, so there's a little bit of beef there. But I mean, I'm sure there's no doubt in my mind with the experience that he brings, he can do the exact same thing that Lagonis does.
Thank you, boys, so much for the opener. Let's send it over to our casters because the game is ready. It's Guz and Xenox.
Thank you very much, boys. Excited for this one. Second quarterfinal for today's evening. Wildcard, Furia, a matchup that's absolutely brimming with excitement. We, of course, have got the Furia fanatic club within the crowd, Guz. Certainly a lot of Wildcard fans in the crowd as well, most notably, too, for Baby Shark. Furia, 4 months, 15 days when this roster was put together. A Salt Lake City to forget, but an EWC to remember thus far. Will it continue for much longer? For Wildcard, it's been really ever since the start of last year. Reload, that run, it's been kick-started, and well, they haven't really missed a beat since then. Can they go another step towards top 4 and semi-finals? Consulate is where we begin. Furia on the attack.
Yeah, Hertz to land first blow, and we're expecting him to have impact in this series. He'll confirm the first pick as Kansan falls. Furia to respond with a yellow drop. Pressure mounting onto Wildcard, and again, personally, I'm expecting Wildcard to be strong in this series. every event since Reload, it feels like the doubters are less and less vocal, as this team now has expectation to do well on behalf of North America.
A little bit of a slow start at the moment, halfway through this opening round, but finally Kansan will go down. Good start for Furia. Gun barrel spotted through the hatch from Herds. A wealth of experience for this Furia roster.
Runs on batteries. I see it.
Has the ping information as well above, but looking for some more gadgets to deal with. Of course, can get the call from the Jugger payload of Box Zero and look to play off that. Has Baby Shark in his sights. A minute remaining in this round. So far, so good for Furia on the attack. A very defender-sided map. Shot, though, from Baby Shark on a tight angle against Loira. Brings it back to even numbers.
Yeah, Herds has made this box position very tricky for the defense to play, yet Furia haven't been able to reap the dividends of that off the back of the yellow drop. They're stalled out courtesy of really good Tachanka utility. Adrian has played this well, and the shotgun up close from Baby Shark also netting a positive result. 40 seconds now for Furia to get value from this Monty.
Adrian opted to answer the call of the Jugger payload from Boxera at the window. Diaz will beat out Bay, who's been the best performing player at the Esports World Cup up until today. He will die. That gives Furia the advantage heading towards the site. Time, though, starting to expire. Need to push behind Volts on the Monty. Hertz, though, with the pistol, and what a play! Furia able to take the opening round on Consulate on their attack.
Well, it hasn't taken long. Herds already on his feet. We saw the trash talk between him and Baby Shark before this series resumed. And it was great to see. Respectful from both sides, but both oozing confidence that they can get a result today. Herds laid good pressure early, courtesy of the Vert. And for a large portion of that round, about 2.5 minutes, Furia was stalled out massively, courtesy of the Tachanka and the cross up close. But it was Diaz elsewhere to start unlocking things, and then eventually they were able to brute force the push yellow side. So the persistence from Furia does pay off in round one.
Consulate, the least played map of the event so far. We've only seen it 3 times, but it does sit at a 60% defensive win rate. CO meeting the site we just saw also sits at that same figure. So it's a really solid start for Furia to begin on the quarterfinal. Of course, a large chunk of fan base sitting pretty close to them. We heard the drums before, cuz I couldn't hear anything, and we're sitting back talking to each other, wondering if Furia themselves would hear anything. I actually made the joke saying that maybe they would tell them to be quiet. But no, good start. Basement we go now for the second round. Not a site that has been as common on Consulate since it's come back into the map pool. Very much we see more of CO meeting, Expo Piano. Sits at a 71% defensive win rate, so Furia are going to have their work cut out for them again.
Bay given the visual license here for round number 2. Boss G, he'll be eager to roam around and cause a headache for this attacking squad. Of course, we'll have support with both Volk and Pulse info to be relayed. And he can then play off. Counter info, though, available. The triple lineup here from Furia, very on meta. Solid Snake, Dockerby, Deimos, courtesy of the double shield ban. They're going to lean heavily into that over the course of this first half.
First minute down. Oxera's going to push down Baby Shark towards basement. Good control being established for Furia, but there are a lot of defenders still roaming around the map. Nitrocell from Kansan doesn't really amount to anything, and Spiker will then fall to Herds. Furia creeping nicely around Consulate. Kansan will go for the peak, but doesn't hit the shots, has got some yellow ping intel, and knows Furia are starting to surround his position. He will opt to fall back, certainly with the death mark on his head as Loira catches the head of Baby Shark. It's a 2-kill advantage for Furia in the second round.
And Bay hasn't been able to be impactful. The attack not pushing into his position, and whilst he did escort Kansan back towards the objective, he too now under the pump, and Wildcard at this point of the round will sense that they need to be playmakers, they need to be active. If they play passive, they turtle into this lineup, 2 players down, surely they can't win it out.
It's looking like a rough start for Wildcard, but they needed that kill from Bay. Push, shove, pistol shot, no. Boxero will go again, second time, will do the job, but they did lose Loira, 3 versus 2. But Kenz and Bay both low on health. The good news, neither of them really that known in terms of their positioning, and so Furia will need to search them out.
Yeah, but they do have the Monty to help with the scout effort. Box0 should play frontline here and relay information to Diaz and Herds.
The first impact largely avoided from Box0. One more available for Bay. Kenzen can, of course, get some info on the Pulse as he will go for the swing, and straight at the doorway is Diaz. Kenzen wasn't ready, but Diaz certainly was, and Furia looked very ready for Consulate. Bay needs a 1v3, but with the Monty alive who can go for the plant, that's exactly what he's going to do. Herds is over towards Yellow, so Bay pushes out into that hallway. Box0 is actually going to push up to Bay, and Herds then from bot Yellow gets the kill. This is a fantastic start for Furia.
And once again, on his feet. Herds in top form, is one of the best players to watch, one of the most enjoyable players to watch in Siege. And he's off to a strong start here on Consulate. So much so that it procs the tap time out from Wildcard.
They're just playing or not doing nothing, correct? Let's use the Echo. You can hide the Echo in the preface, stay on def right there, okay? And then you for us, let's play more, okay? Play more the game, to flank more. Yeah. Let's try to play more. We're just waiting, and like it's not working, right? One thing, let's avoid basement, okay? Spark later, let's go terrace, let's go piano bomb sides, okay? For later on the match if we need, okay? Don't forget about Tubarão, guys. Tubarão can be something. For the demos special right there, if you need to run with Tubarão can be. But the main thing for us, playing more the game. Talk a little bit more, calm down a little bit communication, talk about the non-information. You guys know what is happening, right? But not being able to react. Let's try to play more the game, select someone in power, and Shaka round to spawn pick, do spawn pick for us right now. Let's be a little bit aggressive, okay? Let's change the pace a little bit, change the mood, and now's the moment. Okay, guys, let's go. Let's go.
So we got to hear from Lagonas there in the tactical timeout for Wildcard. It's well, prompt, but it's also valid. To give some extra context and clarity regarding this map, Furia, this roster iteration, has never played it in an official gun. They have banned it 22 times from a possible 25 times. On the flip side, for Wildcard, it's the complete opposite. Banned by them 3, banned against 23 times. We've seen, of course, Wildcard have got a 1-1 record. They lost to FaZe 7-8 3 months ago. And, of course, beat Dark0 8-7 a month ago. Of course, that FaZe game was over at the Salt Lake City Major. There's just no data, though, for Furia. This is a workshop map that they're bringing out at the quarterfinal of the Esports World Cup. And to get 2 attacking rounds already, a wonderful start for the Brazilians.
And live scenes as well with the Eclipse. I believe it is the first solar eclipse in mainland Europe since 1999, and maybe that's a good omen for Dark0, as the boys on the desk alluded to earlier.
And what are the odds that we are here to not witness it? We've gone all the way over to Paris, and we're inside. We have to cast. This is much better, though. What can Wildcard do to respond now? 2 rounds down. Again, defender-sided map. Not a great start. Early timeout from Lagonas. I think a mental reset is in order. Hopefully they can come out the other side for the better.
Yeah, getting savaged pretty hard so far with all the the information gathering potential from Furia. It's really aiding and taking this map control. So we'll see what they elect to go for this time now. Ooh. When they fight elsewhere, it hurts.
That's not good, losing the Tachanka. Baby Shark at least able to get rid of Volks, removes the Jugger payload pressure of the Docker B. Good responsive trade, good activity from Wildcard on the defense. You do lose a little bit of that space denial, though, with the Tachanka. No Shamika launcher available. Can be used, of course, to stop that CO push in through the window. They will have other alternatives for canisters along with the Yokais. It's Baby Shark over towards managers.
Yeah, not the biggest loss with the backup util that the defense does have on offer. How do Furia now pivot into their plan B, or do they commit to the admin side take? Given where that diffuser is being routed, I assume they will go for the commit. Easier said than done, though. Herds actually reconsiders. Diffuser was over on that admin side, but now going for a full rotation across, perhaps in response to that Tachanka now being taken off.
Yeah, Loira's just above Herds now. He's been sitting at this CO window for about the last 40 seconds. And it looks as if he will go the Boogie Auto Breacher, send it in, clear some space, and allow Herds to then go in for the plant. Looking for the default, and he'll look to cover. Nice flashbang. That's going to make it harder for Wildcard to push in to deny. Then he gets out and says, Herds, good luck. And Herds will get the plant down, and then finds the kill onto the swinging Ganzen. doesn't quite die below either as Bay falls. Spiker finally gets the kill, but so much work to be done in this round. Furia are on the verge of 3 straight attacking rounds.
Yeah, such a difficult post plant, a player down, but now we're 2 versus 2. What can Spiker do? He sees the rappel, but he can't find the angle.
Diaz, though, is still inside of the building towards the hallway fighting Baby Shark. They'll take a stalemate, and as he loses Spiker, this now becomes virtually impossible for Baby Shark. Barring a mistake or a collapse, it won't happen. Lyra converts. Furia make it 3 straight on the attack of Consulate. This is a statement.
It sure is. A near perfect start for Furia. And I think that round is really indicative that the cogs are turning in the attacking minds of these players. They didn't commit to the plan A. They considered admin for a large portion of that round, but then courtesy of some of the information they gathered, some of the positioning and the patience that they had, identifying that the console side hit was the play, the execution on that play with 2 players committing to the window. They had Grim for the cross elsewhere meeting. Really clean work. Very difficult position Wildcard were put in. They didn't get the value from some of the denial potential that they did have. Of course, Tachanka died first. Kansan, his Yokai's unable to deny the plant. The rest of the team was scattered then, and in the post, Furia certainly favored.
And don't get it twisted, because Wildcard coming into this series were favored. They are the favorites. This Furia team has only been together for 4 months. A very disappointing Salt Lake City, and this wildcard project has been in full effect for well over a year now. They are respected, many believing maybe even the favoritism tag applied to wildcard for the entirety of the Esports World Cup. Well, that's under threat right now. Their map pick of Consulate is being torn apart.
Wildcard, of course, already using their tack timeout as well. So they'll now be by themselves for the remainder of this match outside of primarily the halftime break. In terms of the additional bans now brought into play, the Deimos, so Wildcard identifying that some of that info gather is certainly posing problems. They can't deal with the large majority of it, but at least partly. And then on the side of Furia, they elect to take the Warden out of play, probably in response to aiding with some of the util layering and usage, and directly the Glaz here for round 4.
If there is any solace to be taken, though, for Wildcard, it's the fact that something similar was going on against Dark Zero for Weibo, a 7-3 victory in the opening map of Nighthaven Labs earlier. And then TC, of course, came back 1-7-5, 7-5.
Oh, Nitro.
Nitro Cell from Adrian. Yeah, nothing's really working for Wildcard right now in Consulate. It's little set plays, they're not really finding opening kills. Adrian, though, does just then, on time, gets their first opening kill of this map. It was 3 straight for Herds, by the way, up until then. He's 6-1. Adrian goes down. A 7th kill acquired for Herds. He's on his game today. And they're going for the plant inside of Expo from Volks, but denied. Good angle from Bay. Towards Spiral, he denies the plant, gets rid of the Monty, and now puts this kit in a bad spot. Another battle over towards the hallway. He's Nitrocell too. A little damage, but not a lot gained from it. This looks like a reset moment for Furia.
Yeah, certainly is. Difficult now to envision that they'll be able to get back in towards the site and plant that diffuser successfully. I think they'll be eager to try and find a way to isolate picks. Bay technically basement at the moment, and Diaz will go searching. Could lay down a pinch with Herds coming over towards from East Corridor. Find this pinch and maybe the round's back on.
Oh, what a shot from Herds. Didn't even need the pinch.
He is locked in.
Solo swing from the veteran. And we enter into the final minute of this 4th round. All tied 3v3 is Wildcard desperately seeking their first round here on Consulate.
Kansan goes searching. Is he aware?
Oh, it's a double swing. But Zero got one though. Goes prone. Baby Shark gets the trade. Knows there's more though. Down towards Spiral. And Baby Shark collects a critical kill. Spiker follows up. Wildcard are on the board.
And Baby Shark is on his feet. Returning serve. That's got to be a nice feeling for Wildcard. A slow start here on Consulate, especially on defense. Typically, we see the attack have a slow start on this style of map because it is so grind heavy. Wildcard doing a great job in denying that plant. Great effort there from Bay. Had a bit of supporting information as well. Furia then forced into the transition, back up above. It was a wise double swing, top Spiral. And from there, it was relatively straightforward being able to confirm the round. Herds was isolated and alone, and Wildcard still retained vertical presence. Split site up next for Wildcard.
Bay has a 143 EPS coming into today, averaging a 2.05 KD. He's been statistically, without a doubt, the best player at the Esports World Cup up until this point. As for Furia, it's been Herds, ranked 14th overall with 113 EPS, and he's playing like it right now, 8-2-3. As the sun has turned into a nice red crescent moon.
Oh, Baby Shark active front door.
Oh, he's known, and it's going to be a double. Oh, he catches the timing on Herds. Traded though, imminently by Loira. But does get rid of the Twitch. No shock drones remaining for the rest of this round. That might be a little reprieve. Shockwave batteries are in play.
They at least have the Thatcher for fallback, so I mean, it probably going to hurt them in terms of the ability to clear some of the default cameras in map.
And it's Herds.
And yeah. He's been leading the charge in terms of firepower so far. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic now this round. In fact, it's the top fraggers from each squad in the grave for the remainder, with their sights set on cams. Volps again, very active early in the objective. We've seen this on a couple of occasions now. Can he start attempting plan a 1 minute mark?
Again, 1 minute into
down
the
below.
round. Does get off it though.
EMP.
Volps will go and continue to try and stick this. First Nitrocell did get through. The second one is still available for Bay if he wants it, but he's top floor. He's not below, and the plan may just be successful. That Nitro did nothing for Bay. Another plan goes down for Furia. That's their second already in this half. And now into a post plant, but Spiker immediately goes down from Loira. Volks with the pistol. He won out against Adrian. Down to Bay and Kansan to try and salvage this for Wildcard.
What can they do? Kansan in a pinch. Needs to produce a big effort.
Flashbang went in. Bay got one. Big battle against Loira, pushing down servers, both low on health. Loira's going to go prone. Kansan to try and clutch up against both, but he too will fall. Another round for Fury on the attack.
Oh. Another frustrating round for Wildcard. They had the tools to identify where that plant was, and initially it kind of worked out. Some good counterplay on the side of Furia, courtesy of the Thatcher. But even with the Solace, the Valkyrie, and the Pulse, Wildcard allowing that plant to go down early in the round. And again, as is typically the case in Siege, the post plant for the defense, it's low percentage. It was ultimately quite close, but still low percentage. Fury on the flip side, they're playing the percentages really nicely here, considering this is attack on Consulate. This is a really strong start.
So final round of the half. And for Wildcard, they're going to have to dig very, very deep. This round feels almost all but required. A second defensive round is absolutely a must. Fortress, of course, the next map, but it was chosen by Furia. But as we know, Fortress as a North American map, guys, they play it quite a lot. 5-2 record for Wildcard. Most importantly, 3 straight wins over for Fun Esports. Then Team Liquid Alienware. Following that, 5 days ago, Team Falcons. As for Furia, though, they have a 7-2 record on the map of Fortress. Wildcard coming into this series as heavy, heavy favorites. Right now, it's Furia that have landed the first blow, and it's a heavy knockout.
It certainly is. This final round of the half. Can't shake the feeling that it's critically important for Wildcard to establish a foundation, as all eyes now to Herds. Sophia below, yellow pings. Can he find either a kill gun up through the vert, or maybe even a triple impact? He's looked comfortable in this position previously. A looming threat that Wildcard need to be cautious of.
Almost every single round, the opening kill has been inside of the first minute. These have been some fast-paced Consulate rounds. Kansan, well, the Nitrocells haven't really been landing at all as well from Wildcard, and into the shield play of Furia. That's something they needed to have probably improved on.
I think Herds is waiting for a ping or a call from Volps onto the position of Baby Shark. This is precarious for the smoke.
Fury have just been in total command, total control of this half. Feels like Wildcard have just been constantly playing catch-up. But the slower pace might just benefit them. This is indeed the slowest round we've seen thus far. Herds, of course, looking for that impact trick.
He's looming. Can he land the triple, find the down, and the opener here for Furia?
Hobbs will step into a razor bloom as we continue to just search with Herds. There's the ping, there's one, and that's Baby Shark dead. A good combination with Volts above and Herds down below. Another opening kill for Furia. They win out the half 4-2 in their favor. Now looking for a plant position. Could have honestly had his gun out at that point and Herds would have found the kill. Spiker lurking in basement needs to get involved for Wildcard.
Yeah, still has 2 Razor Blooms. Could be critical for active denial as Volps continues to draw more utility.
Loira so lucky to be alive on 1 HP. He stays up. Kansan goes down, losing his battle towards bathroom. Bay falls to Loira. The site is also now very vulnerable for Wildcard. Adrian, the closest to contest it. Spiker finally makes his way up from basement with an impact kill onto Diaz. Volts didn't look comfortable, but Furia certainly do in the half. A devastating 5-1 half to the Brazilians, controlling Consulate. Wildcard's map pick is in tatters.
Share a little bit. Just one thing, guys. First of all, about communication, right? Focus a little bit on what is the plan, what we're gonna do to win the round, right? We're just saying, but nothing is happening. We need to flank a little bit or need to do stuff, right?
Yeah.
So for attack right there, talk about the next step, right, Spiker? Like what we're gonna do right now, how we can solve that problem, right? So focus on that thing, right? We can just accept, like, they're just working us, cooking us, right? So for attack right now, bro, don't be shy. If you need to run some fast play to change the mood, don't be shy to do that, true. But for me, main thing is like, oh, but then accept. That's one thing, right? They're gonna probably go now is confident, maybe they're gonna try and rat a little bit more, cheese a little bit more, so be careful. But first talk about the communication. We're like just scared to play. Don't be scared to play. No regrets, bro. Now is the moment, right? Play the game right here. Talk about accept. Everyone give ideas on the round, right? If you need Shark, play more lurker. Shark, no right. Shark's playing good. Let's use Shark a little bit. His strength, like he's being our strength right here. Use him first, right?
Eles gostam de fazer a play da DM, virando 2 redonda no mid, ponta amarela. A gente já sabe disso. É só a gente comunicar as mira e fazer o cruzado. Eles gostam de fazer play amarela foguetando, que é o conforto deles. A amarela lentinha é um lixo, acho que eles não vão querer fazer, mas a gente tá muito bem de trap. Foca nos cruzados do mapa. Tipo, mesmo que o round estiver difícil, guys, é fácil ganhar round de desvantagem nesse mapa. Vamos se concentrar full nas win-con, fechou? Vamos de piano, a gente tem a piano safe, só lembra de fazer o drone atrasado pros caras não pegar trigger, tá ligado? Faz o reforço amarelo atrasado, dá o sapão atrasado.
Esse aí eu faço.
Exatamente, usa a arame da amarela também do Dias, bem atrasado. Lembra que eles têm o plant do Souls, que é só a gente manter a posição fixa e dar a win no Vistos. E se eles forem fazer o semi-EDM.
Oh, so halftime break, but it's a difficult halftime break talk. I think if you're Lagonas and Wildcard down 1-5 going onto the attack at Consulate, you know it's not going to be easy. But we always say Siege is a game of 2 halves. It's the beauty of this. And you know that, yes, this is a defend-decided map, but if Furia can do it, guys, if they can do it, and they just did it, why can't we? That has to be the thought process in the mind of Wildcard.
Yeah, not only is it a game of 2 halves, but a best-of-3 series, it could potentially go the distance. The concern, though, for Wildcard is that this is their map selection. Certainly wouldn't rule them out. Their fortress is pretty strong, and so too their cafe. There's got to be an unsettling feeling being significantly outmatched at the moment by their opposition. Furia going in with a very direct game plan, introducing info, playing heavy vert. The util layering was on point. And even when Wildcard tried to aggress a little bit or go for flanks or find tools to deal with the Monty and some of the other tools that were challenging, just not quite landing. And certainly not at a consistent enough rate to find success in that first half.
It's the half, though, that you look at and say, that was Furia. That's not Wildcard, that was Furia. They controlled the pacing, their entries were absolutely amazing. They didn't really do anything wrong. For Wildcard, yes, you could probably argue maybe at the start they were a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit on the back foot, but then they tried to switch it up. They tried to go for those opening picks. We saw Adrian, then into Baby Shark, back-to-back opening kills. Ultimately, though, Furia were just far better into attack pause to begin the second half. Now, the takeaway for me is this. We've seen so many best-of-3s over such a very long period of time in this game. Most important thing to remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. The first map, yeah, it may be your map pick. It's not impossible to think Wildcard wouldn't have the ability to win Fortress following after this. But if you're Furia, well, it's all smiles.
Certainly is. It would appear that the technical pause has come to its conclusion, and so we can jump back into the second half. Kaid, Bandit, Band alongside the Grim, and Deimos. So Wildcard putting all the chips on the table and trying to make Hard Breach far more feasible over the course of this second half. And Furia not wanting to contend with a large portion of the information gathering that was so devastating when used against their opposition back in the first half. So that does, though, mean that Furia will potentially need to deal with a little more shield play if Wildcard elect to go that route. And so the strategy and the dynamic here of the second half will probably be a little different to what we saw back in the last 6 rounds.
Well, it's going to go one of two ways. Either this is going to be an attacker-sided Consulate, Wildcard bring him back, and this turns into an all-timer, or Fury get the job done in that 7-1, 7-2. It's probably not a lot in between. I mean, you could have maybe a fake comeback, but we'll see what happens. 5-1 lead for Fury as we switch halves. Kaid, Bandit, Grim, and Deimos as the bands, pretty much as you would probably expect. Wildcard are going to have to play with the same vigor and ferocity that we saw from Furia. For the first 5 rounds, the opening kill was in the first minute. They went for plants at the 1 minute mark, 1.5 minute mark. And they weren't wasting a lot of time, were Furia. The opposite of the 20-second meta, that was kind of what that first half was.
It was almost 20 seconds, but 20
seconds into the round.
Yeah,
their pacing was just extraordinary.
Well, speaking of, Spiker with a lurk yellow here, shotgun sledge up close. Maybe trying to catch a member of this defense off guard. It could be a potential shotgun battle against Diaz, holding the line.
Oh, Diaz is not ready for this. Or maybe he is. He's going to get pinched, though, with Bay. Wildcard will bring the same pace, the same vigor. They find the opening kill. But a lot more work still to be done in this round, and they lose Bay. Loira finds his 9th kill. Now top fragging for Furia. Spiker and Kansan both combined. Wildcard showing Furia that they can do to them what Furia just did to Wildcard. This is a stomping in the first round of the second half. Wildcard are not done with Unconsulate. Oh, this could get very interesting.
I should have known better. When I saw the veto and I saw Consulate pop up, I was like, oh, this could be a bit of a grind fest. It could be pretty slow pace.
A lot of defensive round wins.
A lot of late round action. It's been anything but. And if that's anything to go by for the second half, Wildcard may be looking to deploy a similar play style. Great lurk yellow, good pinch from Bathroom, and then they had the back hit on the opposing side, which meant that Furia couldn't fall back, play the back line, maybe
look for
denial. Davis with the first pinch, and then the back line got pinched courtesy of the back hit. Overall from Wildcard, really nice work.
It just says early on to start the second half that, if you're Fury, it's not like job's done. Yeah, we smash them on the attack, we go into the comfort of defense. That's not how it's going to play out, apparently. Justin very happy backstage. Wildcard find their second round. But so much more to be done, and there's zero room for error. They cannot make any real mistakes. You lose a round, and there's 6. Fury got OT secured, and then it's suddenly a long, long way back into this map. But everything to play for as we head basement for the 8th round.
And in the second appearance of this particular objective across this map thus far, Furia successfully attacked into it back in round number 2. Again, another pretty fast-paced round. It was Herds onto Spiker at a minute 52. Speaking of Spiker, he'll have the diffuser for this round, and we're going to see our first sign of shield play, and anticipating that to be a bit of a mainstay in this second half with the full lineup available.
Yeah, I mean, when you haven't banned a single shield op, you can kind of pick what you want now, firstly, and then if they do ban one away, well, it's kind of irrelevant because you've got 2 more options anyway. And Spiker's just going to bring the blitz, have some fun with that, keep up the pace. They didn't play a core shield in the opening round to start the second half, but well, it is available, so why not? It's afforded to you. Basement, of course, the site, but not a lot of presence from Furia on the site. Loira top floor and a heavy contingency of players on the first floor for Furia, as it's a top-down clear for Wildcard, and it is indeed Loira that found the first pick onto Baby Shark. Push down service from Spiker, but traded quickly. Bay, though, there for company. Again, the pinch is set up from Wildcard. They are playing off each other very well.
There's a strong start there for Furia. Baby Shark was holding that cross along Visa to try and maybe catch the defense back on the peel. Ultimately eventuates into a 3 versus 3.
Still 2 Boogie Auto breaches available from Kansan. He likes to use it though. One on the top floor. Will he hold one maybe first floor?
Yeah. Well, there was at least a little bit of pressure on that first floor, but now flushed out courtesy of some of that vert. And so Diaz, Volps, and Boxera all basement for the remainder of the round. And you have triple smoke still up for Diaz, Nitro for Volps. Impact. And I wonder how much of that Goyo utility is still standing. Right now, Fury is still in a good position.
Still in a good position, but not great. At 60 seconds is plenty of time here for Wildcard, but you mentioned the utility still available for Furia. Finally, Kansan will use his last Boogie Auto breacher over towards Piano. Open up more of the floorboards. Honestly, at the point now, though, for Wildcard, where they may just have to push. You don't want to leave this too little, too late. Drone from Adrian, try and gather some more information. Double push down from Kansan and Bay, down service and into server. They will push together and play together. Adrian will be by himself, coming in late, behind. He's coming down Spiral. Now all 3 in the hallway. Oh, headshot tap from Volps, though. They're all stacked up against each other. This is easy for Furia. They're all just in one position as Adrian's by himself. The last one to fall. A double from Boxera. 4 map points for Furia. A bit of a weak attack to close the round from Wildcard, guys. A triple stack. Makes it all too easy for Furia.
Yeah, lulled into a little bit of a false sense of security. The drone late identifying that the back hit was initially clear, but it was a simple case of the filter effect late there. A triple stack from Wildcard. No pinch pressure. That too was though covered. Diaz was yellow stairs. So again, wouldn't have been very easy. Furia had them covered late in that round and didn't even have to expend any of that utility. None of the utility late there made any difference. It simply wasn't used by Furia. It was gun up. They were ready. And their shots are landing here. It's a strong start for this Brazilian outfit.
Yeah, I mean, just a wonderful map of console. And again, this is the problem for Wildcard. Yeah, you got that first round, played it really well to start the second half, but there was 0 room for error. You couldn't make a mistake. Now, 4 straight rounds required. You're in a position now where it's looking very likely that you're going to lose your map pick. You chose to come here, and Furia have said thank you very much. Again, a reminder, Furia have not played this map ever with this roster. Which is 4 months, but still enough time.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And they've looked really, really sharp. Again, a very defender-sided map, but their attacking half was just lethal. 9 kills from Herds, 10 from Loira. Battling to see who will be the top fragger by the end of the map. And Herds thinking about something on the top floor, but not to be. He'll fall away. Expo, Piano.
Herds has been the most successful player on entry inside of the server. 3 1s, well, +2. And critically, he's cost at 88%. So having consistent impact over such a huge majority of these rounds. Loira as well creeping up to double digits. 10 for him. And whilst his cost isn't quite as high, 75 at the moment, that's certainly above par or close to it. Wildcard in this round maybe looking for a little bit of pressure early on the vert. Don't necessarily have the dedicated operators to open up that space as easily, but certainly still possible. But met with resistance. It's again Diaz up close. Yellow stairs, although actually he's retreated. He's first floor. Limited second floor pressure at the moment from Furia, looking to probably peel back Visa side eventually. Oh, a vending commit!
Spiker down early on the blitz as Hertz has found the angle. Second of vending. There's one more coming his way. Bay finally stops Hertz. But has he done already too much damage in the round, getting rid of the blitz?
Well, I thought they were just going to peel back, and I think Wildcard expected the same. Caught out by that early round aggression from Hertz.
This gives Furia a significant advantage. but no one left on the top floor. It's Baby Shark straight down service stairs. Wonder his right-hand side. Heard the footsteps of Loira, but Box Era has got the pinch. Baby Shark, if he pushes down, will probably die. And in the background, Bay went down. Loira with the super shotty gets rid of Baby Shark, then shuts down Adrian. 7-2 for Furia on Wildcard's map pick of Consulate. Sets them up going into Fortress. They're looking very sharp today.
I did not expect that. Furia playing phenomenally on map 1. They have set the tone. They have set the tempo. Can they maybe run away in a 2-0?
That's a possibility. It's their map pick of Fortress to follow. Wildcard, you don't count them out. Not just yet. Too experienced of a team over the last 12 months especially. But they've got some soul searching to do backstage. Figure out where did this go wrong and how can we solve it moving into the next map. For Furia, they've just got to make sure they don't celebrate too early. There's still work to be done heading into the next map.
Yeah, the job's not done until it's done. Map 2 of Fortress could offer a different dynamic. That should be much more grindy for the attack. We saw these teams open it up on Consulate. I didn't expect that. Fortress, I'd be surprised if it's this open, this fast-paced. Maybe that will aid Wildcard a little bit in just grasping some momentum back in this series, because Furia, from the offset, looked incredibly strong.
Hearing the drums in the background from the Furia Fanatics as they are loving that opening map. 7-2 demolition job. Fortress, of course, is not going to be easy. It is a map that is well known, well played in the North American region. Wildcard are not going to be shy heading into Fortress. But of course, as for Furia, it's their map pick. They've got an incredibly strong record. It is shaping up to be potentially theirs and maybe a semi-final appearance on the cards. We'll find out, of course, back to the desk.
Thank you, Guz and Xenox. It was a great call, but a pretty standard result. If you started watching the first few rounds, you saw that this was heading, oh man, maybe as dark as that beautiful solar eclipse looks behind us here on the side of Wildcard. Furia was out in front. They never left. They never looked back. And on Wildcard's map. So this one definitely sends Wildcard back to this map choice, saying, what do we do next? How do we figure it out? Lax, Alphama back on desk with me, Rain Day, and Alphama. I mean, this did not go necessarily the way all of us expected.
I mean, I called it a trap, and I'm pretty sure the trap was set up perfectly fine. When you ban a map 22 times in the last 3 months, when you never show that map, and out of nowhere, it's the favorite map of your opponents, and you leave it open for them to pick it in quarterfinals of EWC, don't you see it smells like a trap?
I mean, listen, you were absolutely right. You called it a trap. It clearly was 7-2 finish for the side of Furia. I mean, a phenomenal performance. I mean, they clearly had the formula, understood how they wanted to overthrow Wildcard, and they did it seamlessly. I mean, it was really well executed on their attacking half.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of question marks on my side. I mean, the other bans was the first one, right? We see Wildcard remove 2 shields.
Yes.
3 shields are up in this game, right? Technically few shield, but no one speaks about it.
Yeah.
That meant that basically Volps could be on the Monty almost all the time, and he could apply a lot of pressure. Pressure means movement, and every time a Wildcard player was moving, they were expecting that and they were punishing him. And I was surprised to not see them completely ban out the shields, because they abused it as much as possible. Furia, so strong, 5-1 on one of the most, if not the most defended side and map in the meta.
I mean, what's more confusing to me is Wildcard plays in a region where shields are heavily abused, and they're able to handle them, but this time they were not able to ward off that aggression and the space being taken from that shield and the pressure that was being applied.
My question is, if it's so clear, and I almost made the joke, you must have been a rabbit in a past life because you were avoiding traps like nobody's business. No one could see it out, but you did. You sniffed it out. So the idea is this a mistake from the side of Wildcard not seeing this coming? Or is this calling their bluff, saying, we know you might have something for us, but we like to attack. We got Bay, who's performing well. We know what Adrian can do, so we'll take that map.
I mean, we've both been there before, right? There is the 50-50. You feel super confident because it's your map. Yes. You've never lost it. You feel great on it. The scrims have looked amazing. You can beat FaZe in the scrim. You can beat anyone. And then comes game day. and then you see something you've not seen in scrims, and then you regret. And I think that's exactly what happened with Wildcard.
I mean, even when you talk about the mentality, which obviously we know at this level, a lot of mentality plays into it. Yeah. When you're Wildcard and you get your favorite map, you go into it a little more relaxed. You're like, oh, this is easily going to be our map. Why are they taking us here? But then you start to see those rounds slowly start to slip away. You start to question your own gameplay. You start to question what is happening in these rounds. And next thing you know, it's a 5-1 half, and now you're having to fight back to try to be able to make something, and try to have a round that everyone can get back into the fight, and then it's over. It's a 7-2 loss. It's not great for Wildcard.
Is it harder, considering the way that they started off with the trash talk, the confidence, the crowd, to then have that type of result and bounce back?
I mean, you definitely want it there. You want to be hyped going into your match. It's just a matter of keeping that composure as the series progresses.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of trash talk on their side, and I think, honestly, it's going to carry on. I think the momentum, especially you can hear their fans, the players are following the same thing, the same trend.
And I'm about to dance as well, so let's get to your telestrator before we do it. I know you got some clips set up for us, Alpha. Black's going to help you out there with the mic.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about what made Fury a special map, and starting round 1, I see something that's one tiny detail that I don't think anyone spotted. So we've got 43 seconds left on the timer here, and you pay attention to the position of everyone. You see 4 players on the top floor, and the Monty is pressuring on that side, and at the same time, Wildcard are trying to be aggressive, and they're going to try and challenge Diaz on that spiral window. Now pay attention to this gunfight, it's critical. We're going to see Diaz being challenged by Bay, instant kill, that's 4v3, that's beautiful. Most importantly, I want you to pay attention to something on your screen now. The CEO Rappel player, Buck, is calling someone, and that someone is Adrian. Adrian is getting called. And why is that super important? Adrian is the one defending the bomb site. And what is there downstairs? IQ. When IQ sees the phone with her scanner from downstairs, Herds with IQ can now kill Tachenka directly from below because the phone is ringing. One tiny detail, one tiny piece of gadget, and that's it. The rest of the defense crumbles. Everyone can rappel in. And from a 4v4, it's suddenly a 4v0. That synergy between Dokaibi and IQ was absolutely amazing to see. And that's the difference between a Furia that is completely lined up on the momentum and Wildcard right now.
And that's exactly what you want to be able to replicate and have success from once you go to your opponent's best map, is to be able to catch them off guard. Use the vertical pressure, use that shield to your advantage, and that's really where Wildcard was getting beat time and time again. And then something that I also mentioned coming into this series, Wildcard throughout all the NAL was fantastic on opening engagements going into their favor, converting those rounds. This series alone, I believe Furia ended up with 6 of those opening kills going into their favor, converting, I believe, 5 of those 6 opening kills going into their favor. I said this was going to be a series where they need to be getting these opening kills swung into their favor, playing into those man advantages. Then you just add the layers of the shield pressure, of the vertical pressure, and then again, the series ends in a 7-2.
See if they can change things up here. We've been talking a lot about it, and hopefully Wildcard have also been talking about it. That Eclipse just keeps getting cooler and cooler every time you show it to you. I know a guy who's staying cool as well, finding his way across the venue. It's Chris Tunn with an update from the Alliance Vault to check in on chess, which just started.
Another CC update heading your way. Interesting game, of course, on the Alliance Vault this time around. We've got chess, and we just had arguably one of the more hyped matchups that are probably, well, chess-wise, but of course for CC side of things as well. Magnus Carlsen playing for Team Liquid. Important game for him to win, and how did it go?
Well, he managed to get the win pretty convincingly too as well, I will say, and he's against Hans Niemann as well, which is For those who know chess, quite a bit of a grudge match, to be honest with you, and it did end the way you'd expected. Magnus walking off stage without shaking his hand, so still quite a lot of bad blood between those guys as expected, but Club Championship-wise, he's guaranteed himself a place in the playoffs now, and it's Hikaru versus Dennis Ladvig, who's going to be playing for those spots as well, which is Team Falcons versus ag.al, so a massive storyline over on the B stage as well. So they're the kind of teams we're looking towards. Virtus.pro going to have to come back tomorrow and try earn their spot, but it's looking very good at the moment for Magnus Carlsen.
And as far as CC goes, though, when it does come down to chess, our favourite is obviously going to be Magnus, winning last year for the side of Liquid. But looking as a whole, though, what are we expecting outside of that CC-wise? Because Falcons have got some real big names here. Right?
Yeah, so Falcons managed to come second and third last year. Obviously, Hikaru being the name he is, we expect him to be up there as well. But as I said, he's still got to get through Dennis today, who's playing for ag.al, and that's going on at the moment. It seemed like a bit of a tense back and forward game, but, you know, as I said, we expect big things from him, so we expect him to get far.
Yeah, going to be interesting as the week goes on over here at the Allianz Vault. We'll be keeping you up to date as we go through. Guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. House from blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
(7-2) on Consulate. Furia take map number 1 as the solar eclipse signals potentially a foreboding sign for our number 1 team coming into it. Undefeated no longer. Well, obviously they still have a chance to remain undefeated in series, but that map loss is a big one. And Black's Alphama, what is the biggest, I've asked this question before, turning point, or who needs to do what if Wildcard are going to get back into it and respond?
I mean, if I'm a player and I'm in Wildcard shoes right now, you lose your map pick, going into now your opponent's map, it's still a comfortable territory for them, so they can be relieved in that regard, but you just don't have a lifeline. Now your back is against the wall, and they are no strangers to this, whether that's in the NAL stage, whether that's here at events like these. Fact of the matter is, no player on that team was able to pop off. You know, we've highlighted Bay, we've highlighted Adrian, Baby Shark, Cans, and everyone across the board, but nobody was able to really get their foot in the door and get that pop-off round, and that's so crucial in moments like these when you're down, your back is against the wall. One player has to have that round that everyone can just rally behind, really believe in themselves, dig deep, and finish this map and push it into a map 3.
And going back to the tactical aspect now, we've just seen the bans, and that means that Wildcard, they start defense on Fortress. Again, it's important to look at the bans. They've removed Blitz, okay, that's one great thing, and then they removed Solid Snake. Yes. It's a really important operator to abuse to try and clear those areas, because Fortress is quite big, try and clear the anti-roam basically as quickly as possible, but that leaves Blackbird open, that leaves Monty open. The few operators that were so hard for them to counter on Consulate. I don't think the tactical problem is here. I think the problem is mental.
Well, let's see what our casters think about it. A loss on their own map in Consulate. See if the Wildcard can respond on Fortress and send it over to Xenox and Gus.
10 seconds remaining.
So second map of this quarterfinal showdown. Furia, they landed the first blow, and boy, did that one hurt. Wildcard need to respond. The good news, and there is indeed good news for Wildcard fans, they start defense here on Fortress, guys, and it's the most defend-decided map that we've got in the pool.
I thought that would have aided them a little bit back on Consulate, but as we saw, Furia very early on map 1 dictated tempo, and they were able to manipulate the map as they please.
It's a lot harder to do that on Fortress, though.
It should be. Let's see maybe if Furia can subvert expectations on a map that has proven so far, even at the top level at international events, to be tricky for the attack, to be a grind, to be slow paced, to be the filter effect. Can they find a way to maybe just open it up a little more? Wildcard actually electing to go to the tertiary site here straight away on Fortress, so it's Waiting Cafe up first as opposed to the more traditional selection on second floor.
Well, Herd's making first contact, but he's the one that loses out in that mini battle. A 7-2 record for Furia on the map of Fortress over the last 4 months. It's their first preference map, hence why they've selected it. Wildcard a 3-2 record, but a 3-map streak. Wins on Fortress, as Loira's got to be careful, but he hits the headshot on the spiker. Never mind. Well, he is the demon after all, but that demon is down and now out for the count. But as Adrian wanted to get that kill, Volts was there, ready and waiting, and gets the imminent trade. And now the Jugger payload call on to Bay. Freebie.
Ooh. I was about to say, good work from Furia dealing with this roam, this offside heavy play from Wildcard.
And he had time to answer the call as well, so Bay doesn't take any damage from that Jugger payload. Got the kill, evens it up 3 versus 3. It's better activity from Wildcard on the defense. Getting these trades, being more active. But even like Consulate, Fortress still starts with a strong start because of Furia. And now the pace they're setting on the attack as Hertz captures Kenzen walking down the hallway. But Bay again finds the trade. The best performing player at the Esports World Cup up until today has been Bay, and arguably if Wildcard to get themselves out of this hole, they will need him to continue to be the best player at the event. He started well here on Fortress, 2v2, 45 seconds.
Bay eats the call, it's double nitro for Wildcard.
He's got the angle, but a good little jiggle peek at the doorway means he couldn't find the initial kill. A little bit of separation for Baby Shark's actually very close to Diaz as well. Inside the kitchen, what a swing though from Diaz. It's probably the second or third time in this round alone, and then make it one more. What's Bay to do? What was Baby Shark to do when they're hitting shots like that as Furia take an attacking round to start Fortress?
The gamble, the risk for Wildcard to go first floor straight off the rip doesn't quite work out. Fury initially did a pretty good job playing into the horizontal lurk. Vertically it was compromised as Bay found that pick. Kansan then got caught. Wildcard fought back, and then Bay got slammed alongside his compatriot late in that round.
Well, Waiter and Cafe so far here at the Esports World Cup sits at a 72% defensive win rate. Now that's 32 rounds played. Dorm's Games 36 rounds and Command Bathroom 38. So it's not exactly a statistic that you can throw out the window. It has been the hardest site to attack into, and Furia made it pretty comfortable in the end, as they did back in Consulate. That's going to be a little bit nervous for Wildcard. If they give up defensive rounds again, like the opening map of Consulate, that's when mentally it's easy to check out. They need to stay locked in.
And if you missed the tail end of the desk segment there, I really love the point that Lax was making. When you're the team trailing, when you're on the back foot, we need to see individuals be able to step up. The rest of the team can then piggyback off that momentum. Not a single player on the side of Wildcard went positive back on Consulate.
Baby Shark the closest. -1.
And as we saw there in the opening round of Fortress, the overall gunplay from Furia, no signs of that slowing down. Into this round, double shield with the finger combination for the attack. Do Furia look to continually play high tempo?
Volts with the Monty should be rather safe. Spike a caught to the doorway from Boxera. Well, there's that high tempo again, and Adrian, nothing he can do but just stand in their way. Big nitro from Bay, huge, and Baby Shark's gotten two as well. Furia thought they were setting the tone, but Wildcard answered the call. It's only Diaz left. After a fast, frenetic start, Wildcard finally gets something to go their way. And it's the local hero and their superstar in Bay. Huge round for Wildcard. It's only one, but it's the way they want it.
The way the start of that round was progressing, I was getting ready to tee up the storyline that Furia had found a way to crack open Fortress and play high intensity, high velocity. And whilst initially they did a great nitro there from Bay, we finally see a big individual moment from Wildcard, lands the double. And in the meantime, in the midst of all that chaos, Baby Shark also hitting a successful flank. Something finally going the way of Wildcard. They find a way to contend against the double shield and the finger combo there from Furia. But again, I'm starting to sense that this kind of tempo, it's not going to be a one-off. It's not going to just be 2 rounds in isolation. Wildcard needs to be able to match that for the remainder of this first half.
Attackers have located their bomb.
I'm not going to lie, up until that double kill, Nitrous, although it was looking like Furia once again, quick, get into the face of Wildcard, find some good kills, and everything was going to the same script that we've seen round after round in this series. Could that be a defining moment? Could that be a circuit breaker for Wildcard? Command bathroom, top floor again, different site. And boy, that would mentally be so exhilarating for Wildcard to win the round in that fashion. Bay with 5 kills in the opening 2 rounds. It's like you said, and what Lack said, they just need some individuals to pop off. Well, there's one. The rest to now try and piggyback off him.
So command and bathroom for round number 3. C4 maxing on the side of Wildcard. 4 in play. And with Adrian on the pulse as well, that's something that Furia will need to be very cautious of through the mid to late round. They themselves will once again bring the Monty. And we're gathering on the Deimos.
Oh my goodness! Drops on down all the way outside of the map. And Spiker that finds the opening kill onto Hertz. Again, Fury want to keep this pace going. Wildcard just starting to clue on how to deal with it. Good flash onto Spiker, but he stays alive. Tucks into the corner to safety. As Boxera easily dealt with. Baby Sharks on the roam, one outside the window. Trade though from Loira, but he too falls to Adrian. Wildcard will make it 2 rounds straight. Getting the job done. It may just be defensive rounds, but with the shape of the series, every round is so important.
Yeah, they're keeping the 5-1 dream alive here, which is a perfect split defending Fortress. Well, near perfect. Doing a better job in dealing with the tempo and the pressure that Furia are looking to persist with. Do we maybe now see Furia just temper that a little bit? Go for map clears, try and flood util, layer that for the late round. Or do they look to brute force it? In terms of the additional bans now for the remainder of this first half, it's the Monty, so that means it's double shield alongside the Deimos, and then it's Mirror, no longer wanting to be contended with by Furia. So we'll see what Wildcard look to do in terms of this hold as we return back to the tertiary site, if they want to play Peel Heavy or elect a Turtle. The lineup, especially with the Solace, will aid them in some of that info gathering. And then I think more crucially on the side of Fury, how do they respond to that Monty ban being played in 2 of the 3 rounds thus far? As expected, we'll see that pivot across to the Blackbeard, but will that maybe now just stall out some of that early round pressure that they have typically presented? With double primary hard breach of the Ace and the Thermite in play alongside the Ram for Vert. Anticipating it'll be less focused on the horizontal, or they might look to dabble in it early. I suspect they'll look to get Box Zero activated to the mid round and flush out that site.
The best thing Wildcard can do as well is just keep meeting Furia head on, try and beat them at their own game. Furia want to play fast, quick siege, that's fine. You're just going to be ready for it. And if they can start to win a couple of rounds, Furia will have to pivot and adapt themselves. That may slow them down, and that slowness may benefit Wildcard. Solo presence up above on the top floor, courtesy of Baby Shark, getting the early jugger payload call from Volps. And the death mark as well. That's a lot of pressure onto one player, but so far nothing to come from it. Was able to answer that call. Death's mark is still active on Baby Shark, but he has gone over to Hammam on the first floor. And that means Bay rotates back up to Games to just keep some presence on the top floor. Baby Shark towards main stairs.
Yeah, patience from both teams. Sensing that this might be one of the slower rounds of the series thus far. Wildcard not wanting to completely forfeit above. Will play a peel defense, game side and main stairs, courtesy of Bay and Shark in those positions respectively. Can also chip away some of the drone economy here of Furia. Interestingly, the Vert being used on this Hammam side across, as opposed to the site directly. Probably then opening up a route for the rotation from Furia late to play, courtesy of the early hard breach and the horizontal opportunities that will present. Will Wildcard clue onto that and be prepared?
Boxera top main stairs, and Baby Shark is right there. Easy swing kill from Boxera. Good read. Is he aware though of Bay? It seems as if he is. Definitely is now, as Bay opted to try and push and look for the trade, but Bay's forced to just sit inside of dorms. as Boxzero was able to break that barbed wire.
Adrian and Kansan will both go second floor, so it's a big flood up above from Wildcard.
Yeah, but design means it will be vacant. It will be vulnerable.
They can't commit. They've got to go back to site.
So Adrian does indeed do that, and now so will Bay. Bay has been able to make his way back. It's almost as if they went top floor just to collect Bay, bring him back safely. 4 versus 5, but low on time. We haven't seen Furia in this sort of position often. Usually the round is done by now. 30 seconds left. Doesn't give them a whole lot of time.
Yeah, double smoke for Spiker and a Razor Bloom for Bay. 20 seconds for Furia.
Death Mark activated from Loira. Target payload call onto Spiker. Throws out his final gas babe. The Razor Bloom 2 thrown from Bay. Getting low, closer to red time. Impact. Oh, it was the frag. Bay got the headshot onto Loira. Furia starting to fall apart here. Late in towards the site. Execute. It's only Herds that's left up. He's got no time. Wildcard should make this 3 straight rounds. 3 in a row for Wildcard on Fortress. Digging deep here at the Esports World Cup. Getting the job done.
Well, they invested pretty heavily to get Bay back to safety, and it worked out well. Tactical timeout, Furia.
Como é que tá sendo o jogo? O primeiro espaço que a gente tá pegando, eles já estão entregando muita kill nesse primeiro espaço, tá ligado? Então o que eu acho que a gente tem que fazer, Volcão? Acho que a gente segue nas blocadas, a ideia de vocês tá boa. Só que essa primeira pisada, vocês têm que resolver o primeiro problema mais rápido do que vocês estão resolvendo. Porque isso vai dar tempo de vocês organizar a rotate, de vocês conversar como é que vocês vão punir, pra vocês sincronizar a exec como vocês estão falando. Então se vocês fizessem a mesma exec que vocês estão fazendo algo que vocês fizeram agora, com mais tempo pra jogar, ia ser melhor. Ou seja, vamos ganhar tempo na nossa primeira pisada pra gente ter paciência pra trabalhar o round depois, fechou?
Cara, só que o foda é que a aspeitura deles é traps. Tipo, a primeira pisada vai ser
então,
foda.
Sabe o que a gente pode fazer? O semi-cavalo, que daí a gente vai fugir das traps, a gente tem os bonecão ainda e tal.
E na da águia?
E na da águia eu acho que a gente faz blocada, não tem problema. Eu acho que
Astra é roubado, mano.
Beleza,
Astra,
So as we return, 3-1 lead for Wildcard. Tactical timeout will expire. Wildcard certainly with a lot of fans in attendance making a lot of noise. Dorm's game's up next. But the reality is, they're in a much better position now. 3-1 up. 5-1 would be the dream. 4-2, probably the pass mark here for Fortress. So 2 rounds to go. Probably only need 1 more. But they're just playing a lot better.
Well, they've had some of those big moments. Large portion of those courtesy of Bay with the double nitro earlier, and in that most recent round was able to get back towards site, find a nice clip of his own, just alleviating a bit of pressure elsewhere.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And for what feels now like the first time in this series, questions are being posed of Furia. Yes, it's attack into Fortress, but we've seen their attacks be really well drilled over the course of this series up until this point. And so their problem solving will now truly be tested. The sense to be selected here for round 5. That's going to be very interesting to see how they look to incorporate it into the lineup.
$201 EPS for Bay, sitting at 8-1 with a 100% cost. It's been a standout performance up to this point. It's just taking a bit of damage there from Kansan.
Cheeky angle.
I say a bit, he's down to half health off that.
Yeah, might compromise him a little later in the round. So dangerous back on Consulate, but heard so far here on Fortress has been contained.
Got through. You can just see Fury are a little bit more cautious now. And now they lose Herds. Kansan to finish the drop off. Boxzero though, up main. Oh my goodness! Shuts down Bay!
Sending a payload.
Boxzero, a huge moment for Furia. And a call onto Baby Shark. He'll have to either answer it or eat the call. He will answer it. 2 more Chugga payloads ready to go for Boxzero. A third almost on his way. Furia now with the extra player, but then he goes down to Adrian with the Shamika launcher. Another answer back from Wildcard. This is what we didn't see much of back on Consulate.
And Adrian and Spiker will be able to stall out a large area for a significant portion of time. 17 shots available on Tachanka, 3 gas babes for Spiker. On the flip side, Furia, though, with decent execute utility. The Sense with 3 ROUs, a grenade for the dislodge, and double flash. Critically, a lot of time as well, but Goyo as well, not to be underestimated, not to be discounted.
And 3 gas babes as well, still for Spiker. He's going to throw one out, looking to defend this game's position. Diaz is just lurking towards main stairs. Adrian will need to be cautious.
They're trying to pinch this smoke desperately, Furia. They know they need to clear this shotgun up close.
Spiker holding the angle. Does he opt for the swing? Oh, the timing is just awful. Wanted to pop the gas babe, but Laura pops his head. Baby Shark can't win the battle down the hallway. Diaz has got him covered. And it's only Adrian left as Volta will go for the plant. Hasn't got the time to play around with the Shamika launcher. Spots one, but Diaz is just clean with the shot. There's a second attacking round for Furia. This next round is so crucial. It's must win for Wildcard.
Big round from Furia. Doing a great job of being able to brute force their way forward into the site. Good mid-round pressure. Again, directly onto the objective. Bogzera has been getting so active. A great charge up main. And then that shot onto Bay as well. Exquisite. Spiker, I thought he was going to be so much more challenging to clear, but Loira hit an insane shot, and then Baby Shark was the last attempt there from Wildcard on the flank to salvage the round. He too was unsuccessful.
Yeah, late flank attempt from Baby Shark. If he finds that kill, could have been a very different round. A lot of 1v1s just not going the way of Wildcard. Final round of the half. Back to Bathroom and Command. Must win round. They need a fourth defensive round. It's going to be defender-sided. That's the gut feeling. That's what the numbers say.
5 seconds to insert.
It can't just be all on Bay, though. Time for others to stand up. As for Fury, it's been a very team effort. And still doing quite well on the opening kills. They lead 3-2. It's been a big part of the series across both Consulate and Fortress now. Dominating in the early parts of these rounds. 4-3 for Herds, 2-1 for Loira, 2-0 for Bogzera. Only one player going positive for Wildcard in the entry. It's Bay, 1-0 though.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
I need to make that 2-0.
Yeah, Furia haven't been particularly eager to go for full map clears. They've consolidated these attacks. And it means that Wildcard are having to withstand a lot of early pressure and also compromising their ability to peel back towards the site. And some of the vulnerabilities then are being exploited nicely by the attack. I love this inclusion though, the pulse. Here for the final round of the half, it means that Wildcard in this first minute should have a pretty good read as to how Furia are posturing. Alliance scanned the return serve though. 4 players pinged on the defense and Spiker falls.
To a frag grenade as well. Loira then follows up immediately onto Baby Shark. No hometown heroics. It's looking like Furia might find a third attacking round. Adrian, a wonderful swing from Volves. He will fall. Bay got one, but then no more. Down to just Kansan, and then he too. A flurry finish from Furia. A third attacking round on Fortress sets them up.
Can you guys listen? All good?
Yeah.
Okay, just one thing that I think right here, at the end of the day right here, for these attacks, if you go to overtime, like, they play a little bit more spread, right? They did the latter when this was kind of split, so be careful, probably overtime they're going to do something similar. You guys can be more aware, etc. If you guys need to get closer, can be some get closer and the other flank right there. Okay, so there's not much gap, so you guys can, if you guys are compact, this is, you guys know that. Okay, just talk a little bit about attacks. Remember guys, aggressive drones is important. Check if it is the cafe tree to work, cafe bunker, right? That is super important. For bathroom, remember what I said, right? For now, at least I'm beginning to match, my opinion is, Spiker, we can play clear a little bit more, doing the step by step right there. Talk about how we're gonna clear bunker, right? To the bathroom plant right there, that how we're gonna do. Chacon can keep with the lurkers, Chacon, but be aggressive. Make sure to play the game right there. If you're not confident, don't do it. Just bring the frag right here. And one thing about the flanks, if you need to bring a gridlock, you guys can, of course, and still have grenades. Can be something, okay? Because I'm going to be playing opposite side of the map, right?
Yeah.
So remember this, okay? This is something important. Or I think if you're going to play Chuan-Chu, something faster, bro. Let's play the game, right? Don't be shy. Like, let's be a little bit more aggressive. Let's get the checkers, get to the talk, horse, door, etc. Remember, guys, operator's name. Talk about the operator's name right there, right? We need so much about that so you guys can track.
Sobre os bans, guys. Blix e Montanha.
Se passar choque, Maverick.
Passar choque, Maverick. Não tem mistério. Deixa eu ver o que mais precisa ser falado. Só isso, guys. Só botar fudendo, mano. Vocês estão bem demais. Dá uma respirada só.
Beleza, então.
Big, mano.
Tamo big mesmo.
O bagulho é doido mesmo.
Round a round, guys. O jogo é a gente contra a gente, mano. Foda-se aqueles caras, mano. Foda-se eles. Vocês estão muito concentrados, mano. Mantenha o foco full, mano. Full time. Fechou? Bora?
Fechou, mano. Fechou, mano.
Bora.
Well, calm on the side of Furia and Redox. As for Wildcard, Lagunas had the children watching the teacher. They were all turning around, making sure to pay as much attention as possible. 3-3 half. A spot in the semi-final up for grabs here at the Esports World Cup. And what a result it would be if Furia make top 4. 4 months into this roster being put together. They're now just 4 rounds away on Defense Fortress on their map pick with a 7-2 record. It's all set up for them. Wildcard, of course, a team with high expectations coming into this event. And while top 8 is nice for this particular roster, many believe they can go far further. They must now dig deep in this second half on their attack. Leading the way has been Bay, but he needs a couple of troops to help him out. As the bends come through, Kaid, Bandit, Blitz and Monty. Waiting, Cafeteria will be the first side choice for Furia as we look back at some of the highlights.
It's far from an impossible position for Wildcard, but it's fair to say that a 3-3 scoreline attacking into Fortress, it's just a little unsettling, a little uncomfortable. Furia will be pleased, but the job not done yet. In terms of bans for this second half, as we actually once again go off to the tertiary straight off the rip. Kaid Bandits are not too notable there. Furia actually electing to go for double shield ban. Now, this is not something that Wildcard have typically been contested with. When you look across at the operators that are banned against them, typically you're looking at the Solid Snake, the Glaz, the Dokkaebi, the Grim, and even Ace on one occasion. Those shields are typically left up. So that's now going to force a pivot from the side of Wildcard.
5 seconds remaining.
So it comes down to this second half now for Wildcard, facing elimination from the Esports World Cup, losing the first map, 7-2 on Consulate. That was their map pick. Fortress has been a little bit more even, a little bit more equal, but they started on defense. Furia, for me, in the driver's seat.
Swapping mags.
Wildcard can't play scared, though. They can't play apprehensive. Can't allow these rounds to, come down the last 20, 30 seconds. Saw the pace that Furia brought both on Consulate and Fortress on their attacks.
Breaching here.
Yeah, big responsibility on Baby Shark and Bay in this round on the info gatherers, especially into the Mute and the Mozzie combination here. Going to make Drain work a challenge for the attack. Showers focus early here, and the sense to cover the cross from May. So horizontal focus on the Hammam side of the map, and Spike is now taking control down the main hallway.
They can look to flank late as well, still outside of the map. Pop to that death mark early. It's Vobs though that catches out a Blackbeard. At least the trade was swift from Adrian to hit the headshot. No gas babes in play for Furia. Baby Shark knows that box error is close inside of Infirmary. But dealing with him is going to prove to be a difficult ask, as Herd's able to catch out Adrian. Furia again looking in the better position. It feels as if almost most rounds have been that way. Bay caught in the hallway from Diaz. As he falls, maybe the hopes of Wildcard to fall with him. But Kenzen offers a reprieve. He must clutch along with Baby Shark.
Furia still have double nitro. They cannot afford to overpeak into the DMR. Patience required here from Furia. Discipline needed.
There's no ROUs remaining as well for Kenzen. They've all been expired. Good frag grenade creates space to grab the kit, but Diaz gets rid of Baby Shark, and Kenzen can't clutch up against Herds. Furia take the lead, 3 rounds away from knocking out Wildcard.
Well, you can't fault the game plan and the idea behind that attack by Wildcard. They look to play aggressive and confident, go for a direct hit, not wanting to concern themselves with the vert and the map clear and getting bogged down into the mute and the mozzie. And they got that control down main hallway. They got the Blackbeard into the objective, but then caught up close on shotgun. Furia not bleeding picks throughout the tail end of that round. Served them well. Here is a look back at that flood from Wildcard and the devastation as it didn't quite work out. Did a good job against the DMR late, not presenting opportunities there to Kansan. And Furia continued to be vocal on the stage. A 4-3 lead. Wildcard in a very compromised position.
Yeah, they are looking as if an exit from this tournament is not going to be too far away. Have to turn it around and do so quickly. Furia have been very dominant in this quarterfinal. A spot in the semi-final and a date with Dark Zero. Wouldn't that be a tantalizing matchup? Especially with the way that Furia are playing today.
Yeah, they've really come alive this afternoon. But we have to reiterate again, the job is not done. Wildcard are a quality outfit. They can bring this back. But they need to find another level, need to find that additional gear, refine that execution, try and build a bit more confidence now into this second half on the attack, where they need to be the ones to dictate how these rounds are played and show initiative. Nearly Nitro ripped from Herds over towards Old Tower, so Wildcard will need to be careful if they do progress on that portion of the map. It's Beta drone it currently. Oh, sorry, he's actually on the opposing side, getting a little lost there. On the side where the diffuser is currently situated, Spiker on the Deimos, so he'll complement the Dokkaebi well in this round for a bit of info gather potential. Baby Shark's in a creep position. Central stairs, can he make a play?
Well, it's Bay that's taken low, got the kill onto Boxera. But it's one and done for Bay. For the star player of Wildcard. Now entrusts the rest of the troops to do the job for him. And to be another round for Furia where they won't be able to play into the gas space of the smoke. Fine margins.
Reloading. 2
death marks remaining still for Spike to gain some more information for Wildcard. And the pace has slowed a little bit in this 8th round. Took a payload call on to Diaz. Loira made his call before. Diaz will do the same. And he's on death mark. Over towards Bathroom. Has one of the 2 Nitrosols still remaining for Furia. Kansan swings, doesn't find anything. Volps has gone down. Adrian in a good position to finish that off. Kansan though caught by Diaz up close. Baby Shark unable to find a trade. Volp still down on the floor, but he's been brought back up. 3 low health members for Furia. And at the doorway, Diaz then able to get rid of Spiker. Adrian falls, Baby Shark too! Well, it's not happening for Wildcard, is it? The Panthers are pouncing here at the Esports World Cup. 5-3 lead, 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance.
Hello.
Yeah.
Let's be.
We can hear. Oh, no, we can't hear.
Can't hear. Can't hear.
He's not talking.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
From now on, it's starting right now. Can I speak right now? Guys, just this right here, okay? Let's play more for the clears that are setting again the match right there, right? But one thing, let's bring Mute third and let's deal against the mirror. Let's bring each match in the compositions. Chacon, just play closer to the composition. He's muted right there. And,
he's muted.
In order to, he can't even hear. He can't hear.
I'm getting muted. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting muted like 3 times in a row. I didn't touch my keyboard a single time. I don't know why. What is happening? Like, get us. Like right now it's fine, but like even on the last timeout, I don't know. Like I got unmuted, muted. I can hear now.
Well, looks like some issues, obviously, with the timeout for Wildcard, but Lagonis will get to speak to the troops. He will finally be able to have this timeout. We have, of course, paused to make sure that they get the allotted amount of time. Down 5-3. Final tactical timeout. And honestly though, guys, at this point, everything up until this point says Furia will go on and win this and close it out here and now on this map of Fortress. One last message from Lagonis. One last chance for Wildcard. They need to find some momentum. They've had none of it in this series.
No, they certainly haven't. Tech pause called, so we'll prolong the break. It hasn't been a lack of trying from the side of Wildcard. I think they've shown pretty good initiative over the course of this second half. Unfortunately, the execution, it's just falling short of the mark right now. Furia, they're pumped up. Confidence has been flowing over the course of this best of 3 so far. And what a statement it would be for these boys to go 2-0 against Wildcard. It would be one hell of a game against DZ. Maybe one that is a little trickier to call than what may appear on the surface.
Well, the Furia fans in the crowd making a lot of noise as well, in excitement, knowing that their team is 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance against Dark Zero in a couple of days' time. Also a reminder, of course, tomorrow will be the other 2 quarterfinal games. Unfortunately, the way that I kind of look at this series, the gunfighting has just been so one-sided. You can have all the strategy in the world, the way that you want to play, the positions you want to be in. But in terms of raw shooting mechanics, Fury have just been so much better. Always in good trade positions, able to usually find that first kill when the flurry of kills are going on, and keeping themselves in the better position. So pause is done, timeout has expired, and Wildcard are facing elimination. And not just facing elimination, but getting absolutely beaten up. 7-2 on Consulate, their map pick, almost now looking like it could be 7-3 as well on Fortress. For a team that many thought could go and win the entire event.
And with good reason, a strong performance in the NAL. They've consistently been right up there at international events for the last 12, 18 months.
5 seconds to insertion.
As I think I said during map number 1, that as the events have progressed, the amount of doubters for Wildcard have diminished and diminished. But unfortunately today, struggling to connect those dots. It's not job done though for Furia. Getting across the finish line can sometimes be the hardest part of a game of Siege. So we'll see how they go about converting.
19-9, by the way, for Loira in the series across both maps. 16-10 for Hertz, 16-7 for Diaz. The only player positive is 16-14 Bay. It's been a very dominating performance. Bay, toe in the fire, takes a bit of damage and falls back from looking for an early creep down the hallway. Takes a battle against Loira towards top main, but where are the rest of the players for Wildcard?
He is cut off. Baby Shark showers. If Loira gets forced out or pushes down, it's a kill for Wildcard. You would have to think.
You would have to imagine Baby Shark should find this kill, and he does. Lovely headshot. And then to swing onto Volps is so clean. Maybe that's what Wildcard need. Get Baby Shark involved and hope he can find some momentum.
That's better. Some life for Wildcard to now tap into. Furia will now activate, they'll aggress, they'll look to play make for the remainder of this round. They will not turtle.
Oh! Kenton wins out the battle against Boxera. And out of the tactical timeout, even with some audio issues, it seems like Wildcard have responded to Lagonis. But Diaz keeps the round intriguing as he finds the kill onto Baby Shark. Still has some gas babes, still control around Dorm's games, where Canton, big swing at the breach, finds a critical kill to make sure that Furia can't do anything crazy in this 9th round. Diaz in a 1v4, as Wildcard should find their 4th round, and first on the attack.
Oh, Diaz is cut off. He will not be able to deny this plant, nor get back to the site. This has been a huge round for Wildcard.
Diaz, of course, not going to give up on it, but now he's got no chance. And maybe there is still a chance for Wildcard. First round that they've been able to win on their attack in this second half. And boy, has it come at a good time. Into the bends.
Into the bands we go. And look, full credit and respect to Wildcard. Given the frustrations facing them in terms of the scoreline and tech gremlins aside, they've been able to push that out of mind and produce a really solid round of Siege. They put Baby Shark in that playmaking position. He produced the double. And if they can tap into that maybe just a little bit more and relieve the load off the likes of Bay, Wildcard might be able to fight back into this round.
Well, it's the second kill. It's this one here. The first one we kind of thought would maybe be a given, but then the swing onto Volps. Close battle for Boxera to try and snuff out the attack. 4 alive as well. That's a really clean round for Wildcard. So the Blackbeard and the Mute will be banned away. Mute played once back on Waiting Cafe in the 7th round. Blackbeard's been played twice from Spike Up.
Yeah, Wildcard won't want to contend with the Mute Mozzie combo. It also means that Bay will have a little bit more freedom on the Deimos, less counterplay on offer for Furia, unless they elect to go the 2-barrel route. Triple shield as well, so Furia with the full commit. The dynamic on this particular side of the tertiary has been very interesting between both teams. How much emphasis on the horizontal versus the vert, where they want to situate themselves early, mid, late round. It's only been the more dynamic site between the 3 here on Fortress.
One and 7 for Spike Up. But I don't think he cares too much about his own personal KDA. They just want round wins. That's all that matters. Double Nitrocell brought into the round for Furia through Herds and Diaz. Again, with that shield bed, no shields for Wildcard. Unless they wanted to bring the fuse, which they don't. And Boxera, though, on to Spike Up, but a good trade from Bay. They'll bring the aggression here in the 10th round. Flooding towards Infirmary. Up close shotgun. Bay's not ready for a shot in the back. Devastating blow for Wildcard as then Adrian will fall and Baby Shark Kansan low on health. There goes Kansan, and there goes maybe the hope for Wildcard at the EWC. Baby Shark, 1v4, low health, and even he would know it would take an all-time play to win this round. But there's one. And with every all-time play, it starts with 1.
2 scans, 2 nades, a DMR, anything is possible.
Anything and everything. A hope and a prayer for Baby Shark. Oh, he hits the second one onto Loira.
Uh-oh.
90 seconds. Can he make this his moment? Spots the mirror. Knows there's one maybe at the door. Oh, the timing, it's impeccable. He looks away from what could have been maybe another 1v1, but Furia don't keep feeding him the ones. He's grabbed the kit, and he's gotten away. Round is alive, he's got a minute, but probably needs to keep hitting headshots and can't. Not his moment, and maybe not Wildcard's tournament. A decent effort from Baby Shark, but it's now Furia who have got 2 match and series points.
Oh, so close. What a clutch it could have been, but ultimately not to be. And maybe this will be marked as a tournament for Wildcard that just wasn't meant to be. As we look back at the previous round, the tempo and the pace, like a large portion of this series, explosive in the first minute. Furia fought themselves an early advantage, and whilst a couple of picks did get isolated there in the clutch attempt, good enough, and with the mirror to play off and other pieces of utility, it was still a pretty confident closeout from Furia.
Well, it should never come down to one player in a 1v4, but had Baby Shark won that round, we're looking at 5-5, all the momentum. Not to be, but he gave it a good effort. Wildcard cannot lose hope. 2 rounds, it's not insurmountable. It's not impossible.
10 seconds remaining.
In fact, Furia won 2 attacking rounds to close the first half. Wildcard now need to do that to close the second and get this to overtime.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
They have to throw everything into this. There is no second chance. There are no lower brackets. Wildcard are on the brink of elimination. And the quarterfinals? Not even semi-final, let alone grand final. Opening kill will be critical. Necessary probably for wildcard. Only one nitrocell in the round for Furia. Command bathroom is the site.
And they look to draw a little bit of initial pressure Dorm's side, but it's not a full commit from wildcard, at least not yet. Shock drones in play for Baby Shark. First fight elsewhere. That'd be great counterplay onto the Goyo and the Thorn. Never mind the catch as well, even the Grismot mines. So Baby Shark will be crucial in this round.
Oh, Baby Shark, though, has to also be a little bit cautious. Bay close by behind. Bulbs, by the way, is down, but crawling on over to Loira at the doorway. Loira shoots out the drone. Herds went to try and cut them off, and Cancer found the angle. Two more go the way of wildcard. We haven't seen them do much of this in this series. But this may even be flawless to set up what could be a dramatic finish in regulation. The wildcard crowd is starting to get on their feet. Diaz will not get a kill. All 12 rounds are needed on Fortress. Wildcard will not go silently into that dark night.
They're digging deep. They're digging very deep right now. And they silence Furia
Where
for the
did that
first
come
time.
from?
I don't know. But it's great to see. Able to steamroll that round.
Not a lot of history in the series to suggest that was something they were capable of, and yet they pull it out of their pocket. Have they got one more in them, though? That's the question. We saw the heartbreak in the previous series for Weibo Gaming, losing in this 5-6 position. Still must win for wildcard. For the North American to outfit, they have to still win this round. It's not job done. As clean as that was, irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. If you lose this, you are out. It's the same mindset, the same philosophy. Throwing everything you've got into this round. Furia, on the flip side, they'd love to just finish this here and now. They don't want to go to a third map, let alone overtime. They want to book their place into a semi-final.
So which team can rise to the occasion and subside the pressure that is beginning to overflow? Command bathroom. Typical site here on Fortress. Wildcard will dictate if it's a full map clear or
it's back to back. I mean, this is again, we've spoken about this over the last year or two. Not often at this level, in this era, do you see teams go back-to-back site. Furia feeling like, well, we got flawless, it can't be worse than that.
The wildcard then go for the same approach.
Double down, same play. It is a similar lineup. It is the exact same lineup. Herzlo catches Bay! But right now, it feels like maybe Baby Shark to be the hometown hero. Huge opening kill for Furia. They haven't had many in the last few rounds. 3-1 split in favor of wildcard over the previous 4. But now without Bay, no death marks, less pressure to be able to apply to the defense. 1 minute down, 2 to go.
Yeah, they are starting to take some space, but the deathmark late can be so useful in layering pressure from range. Wildcard lose that tool, and a player down also makes the trade game a challenge. Herds still first floor, but known to Spiker.
They need to find this kill onto Herds. Everyone else towards site. Can they open up a bit of a gap? Nitrocell thrown to create an opening for Herds. Feels as if he's being hunted. Adrian on the move. Herds, if he gets at least one, that's job done. They need to kill him cleanly, but he's got the angle. Spiker goes down and no imminent trade. He'll get another 1v1.
And he can hide, he can play time.
At the doorway. Oh, big heal from Kanza. Needed that one desperately. But how much damage is that already applied now to Wildcard? No Solid Snake, no Deimos. But still hope heading into the final minute. Can't forget to go and re-grab that kit. Dropped earlier from Spiker's death. Diaz ready to pop that Vulcan canister. Can't help but feel Wildcard are going to be low on time.
Furia have so much good peel util, and double smoke still up for Box Zero.
Love this angle for Adrian, but gets a live drone. Needs to be careful, knows there's one to the right side hallway, one in towards the side as well. Inside a bathroom, clears out Loira, pushes forward, knowing he was maybe going to get swung from bathroom. Needs to be careful with his back turn. boxzera could swing at any moment. Now going for the plant, his Baby Shark. Kenton's got the cover. Oh, no, he doesn't! Big swing kill from Volps. He is down, and now boxzera falls to Adrian. There's only 17 seconds as Adrian goes for the plant. This time, Kenton, you must cover. You cannot let him die. Oh, double! He doesn't just cover, he finds both kills. We go to overtime.
Just when it felt like wild card were down and out, they find a way to fight back.
But it's double attack on this overtime for Wildcard. It's not as if they're just home yet.
No.
But they've got themselves a little bit of breathing room as the crowd is starting to cheer them on. Furia, I thought they had this in the bag.
Well, the start of the round for Wildcard was poor.
It was a 5v3.
Herd's got 2 picks uncontested. But the push through from Adrian, who found the timing, was perfect. But then Volps straight up denies the plant.
Yeah.
And it felt like that was job done.
The Kenton made amends.
And Adrian found another massive pick. Kenton, as you mentioned, was able to withstand the pressure.
Look at what it means to Justin backstage. 2 rounds where that heart would have been racing.
He looked a little bit stressed. 4.
So overtime is required.
And Furia go waiting cafe.
Not one by Wildcard on their attack.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
In fact, waiting room cafe as a site. The only time it was one on the attack all the way back in the opening round from Furia. And that set the tone early until Wildcard then was able to get 3 straight. From there, Furia then got 4 straight. And now in the last 4 rounds, it's 3-1 split in favor of Wildcard. It's been a game of momentum here on Fortress. Back and forth. Will the pendulum swing once again? Or can Wildcard hold that momentum through in overtime?
Fair play to Wildcard. To be able to tap into that belief.
Hard to believe Furia haven't got a single player with double digits. Wildcard's got 3, almost 4.
This has been one hell of a map so far. How many more rounds required to close it? Early peppering over towards Hammam's side on this first floor as Wildcard initially committing to the horizontal clear. Solid Snake finds 3 pings, so Bay with good info that can then be relayed to the rest of the team.
And as we saw in the previous round, the opening kill hasn't really been that high of a conversion rate here on Fortress. It's not the be and all, you'd still like it. We're on the move towards dining as Adrian's just able to creep on up, get a little close, but don't swing that doorway just yet. Oh! Loira dies to Baby Shark! Halfway through this round, and Wildcard now with the player advantage. Furia looking to shut up shop and just fall back, play sight, and go defensive mode.
It might work. Double Nitro, triple smoke still up, and the keeper barriers from boxzera in pocket. He can fortify his position.
We haven't seen a lot of Nitro kills, although as I say it, I feel like I might just put the Moz on it. 3 gas pipes, as you said, still 2 keeper barriers for boxzera. It's gone a little quiet the last half or so. Spiker, just the 1 kill. Could he look to double his kills? To start overtime, still a lot of time remaining for Wildcard, and they find an angle onto Herds, starting to surround the site. Oh, they're flowing now. This may be another flawless. Oh, close enough. That'll do. Three straight rounds for Wildcard sees them take a 7-6 lead and map point. Furia had the semi-finals in their grasp, but maybe have let it slip.
Wildcard have found a flow state here on Fortress. Great little pop flash there at the start of the round. Loira forced to swing, got caught, and then the rest of the defense just utterly overwhelmed. The F2s have been devastating from Wildcard so far. They are feeding off this energy.
And they go defense now as well, looking to close this out. But funnily enough, in the last 5 rounds, it's a 4-1 split in favor of the attack. That's, of course, of what Wildcard did. Don't forget, Furia won 3 attacks themselves back in the first half. They can attack. And if you think back and what we've seen in this series, Consulate Fortress, Furia's attacking ferocity is what got them to the lead that they had and the 2 match points that they had, but no longer do they have that. Instead now, it's map point Wildcard. They'll get 2 chances to close this out and send us to Cafe.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Well, as this map has progressed, the contingent of Furia fans have only gotten quieter and quieter. Wildcard and their fan base has come alive. Baby Shark with strong support here at his home event.
You can't help but feel as well, if this goes Cafe, Wildcard's got all the momentum. Fury need to win this right here, right now.
Yep.
They need to win the next 2. Oh, Baby Shark almost dies, reinforcing late. No. He takes a significant amount of damage, which the irony is that Wall's just going to get opened up immediately anyway. It was all for nothing.
Oh, he plays the tuck. Baby Shark commits to the
that's got to be droned out. That is a really, really aggressive position.
Wait,
and Adrian taking a half as well.
This is one and done. He does not get out of this position without a contest. Surely not.
Bolts on over. I think he's ready for a drone to come through the breach.
Maybe he does catch the timing.
By the way, he's got the only Nitrocell available for Wildcard and playing the Warden. You don't want to be dying early. There's quite a lot of smokes and flashes available for Furia in this round.
Did escape.
You've got to get Baby Shark back to site. Keep him safe.
Loading new mag.
Because Adrian's also quite low. You lose too early here. We know what Fury can do on the attack. They've shown us across both maps. They can be absolutely brutal. Junker payload onto Baby Shark. He can't really afford to eat this call. He surely has to enter this. Finds a safe position inside a kitchen. And indeed will answer the call, but at the same time it's Herds that finds a pick outside the window onto Kenzen. Another opening kill for Furia.
And they have so much utility. Look at the player cards of Furia. Stack of Candelas, a bunch of flashes. They are not short of projectiles here.
And that's why they need to keep Baby Shark alive.
Yeah.
Absolutely important. On the Warden that he stays up.
How much will that HP hit determine the round? It could be defining.
60 seconds. Next fight feels like the big one. Bay towards Old Tower.
Live drone.
Thinking about staying and contesting. Boxera's on the move as well through Dorms, now heading towards games. Bay still electing to stay top of Old Tower. Baby Shark found the kill onto hers. Boxera's making his move as well. And it is though Diaz to fall. Boxera's got to keep pushing in behind, backfill the position that Bay was holding. Volps stuck out in the hallway. There is Boxera that's made that move. From top floor down the stairs. Finds a crucial kill onto Baby Shark. These Candelas can be lethal. Spiker to fall as well. Furia making it happen as they get rid of Adrian. Bay's the only one left. The superstar, the top player at this event up until today, but will not get the space to win this one. Furia get us to all 15 rounds. It is once again match series point for Furia, but also still map point for Wildcard. Which will it be? Will the Panthers get to that semi-final, or do we go to Cafe?
Flip a coin. It feels like a coin flip. Baby Shark almost caught at the start of the round. Furia commit to the horizontal clear. The Fenrir utility was so devastating in the latter portion of that round for Furia, but still they're able to forge a path towards that objective and prevent any attempt in denying the plant. Really good resilience in that round from Furia. It all comes down to the 15th.
4 straight attacking rounds on Fortress up until this point. It has been at a 63 defensive win rate. The highest at the Esports World Cup from 9 maps played as well. 106 rounds, the second most, only behind Nighthaven Labs. And yes, it's been that defend-decided. But 4 straight attacking rounds gives some semblance of hope for Wildcard fans. As you said, at this point, flip a coin. It's been all attack. So maybe you want to be on attack. But as we go to command and bathroom, what are the odds, Guz, that Furia lose this site for the third straight time on defense? Because that's what happened to close regulation. Wildcard need to win this site again. This time they also drop 2 operators, the Twitch and the Ash, and they bring the Dockerbee and the Grim.
Yeah, they commit to so much information. 4-pronged here on the attack.
The Mine brought this time as well instead of the Thorn for Furia. Those are the main changes from the last time we saw this site back in round 12.
It's going to be interesting to analyze across this round how effective the info gather will be for Wildcard. It's a large reason as to why that mute ban was expected to be effective, and it has for the most part, but they go for essentially the full commit.
Oh, careful. Adrian entry off the yellow ping. Loira just poking his head down that first floor hallway. Keeping control towards main stairs.
Yeah, he'll be in a position to poke for Jones, but then can rotate back towards site late. Don't assume Loira will be too aggressive when peeking for a moment, but now forced back. Triple radar there onto Loira, Volps, and Herds on the second floor extend.
In the last 6 rounds, the opening kill conversion has been 5-1. So it has started to have an impact. That first kill has had a big say towards the end of this map. And we're nearing the end. Halfway through this final round. Herds, Nitrocell, nothing. Still holding this bathroom mirror window. With Wildcard positioned ever so close. Eats the Jugger payload call. First point of contact is going to be a crucial battle in this final round of Fortress.
Still though, a lot of plant denial available for Furia. Final 60 seconds of the round, and Adrian pivots for the pinch split here. Wildcard goes for the risk.
It's been a very fast-paced Fortress, but this one may follow the script a little slower. More damage on the box Zera from the Jugger payload. On the Bees as well. Bob sitting towards Museum. Off-angle position, could flank late. It's the opening kill to Bay. Volt will make his move and got the kill onto Adrian. And as Bay falls, 2v3. Spike has only got 1 kill. He's going to need a few more. They've got 27 seconds.
They look to combine, but this is such a tricky position for Wildcard.
Furia can play side. They can play the time. It's up to Kansan and Spiker to push here and now. The EWC fate is on the line, and as Spiker falls, only Kansan to remain. GG call from Volps. They're confident. They know they've got this. A semi-final appearance at the Esports World Cup. Just 4 months after this team was put together, they are top 4 bound. How fitting!
And Furia wave them goodbye. Wow, what a statement by this roster. So many big names, but as a team, we haven't quite seen this before.
Commiserations for Wildcard. They fought bravely. They fought until the end. They did not give up. They didn't wave that white flag. 6-4 down to then win 4 rounds straight. It's obviously disappointing. So it's 3 rounds straight, but it's the same thing. It's the same mentality. Wildcard fans would have thought it was happening, that 3rd map was going to be required. It was not. Furia far too good. Where to for them? Well, a semi-final appearance in 2 days' time against Dark Zero.
Well, I didn't anticipate Furia to win this matchup. Never mind in a 2-0. DZ will have a clear target on their backs. Furia go into that matchup with huge upset potential.
I'm certainly not going to be discounting Furia in any matchup moving forward after what they showed today. Consulate, complete domination. Fortress, again, bringing so much attacking flair to a map that is so defender-sided. They made it seem like Border at times. And unfortunately for Wildcard, they end this event, an event in which they were one of the favorites to win the whole thing. Maybe the expectations got to them. It's a lot easier when you're the up-and-coming underdog. It's a lot harder when you are expected to go deep.
Oh, we have had 2 incredible quarterfinals so far today here at the Esports World Cup. Can't wait to jump back into the server tomorrow with another 2 banging games. It's becoming increasingly difficult to work out how this bracket's going to play out. It doesn't feel like we're going to get an expected result. So many upsets at this event so far, the best of 3s. Well, maybe there's more to come.
Tomorrow you've got the EML Showdown and the old Classico, Liquid versus FaZe Clan. Of course, for Furia, though, they will be semi-final bound against Dark Zero. Top 4 finish. Let's throw it to Adam on the stage.
Thank you very much there, fellas. Incredible scenes. Loira joins me here right now. Loira, Furia into the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. How does that sound to you?
Great, sounds great. I've been here before last year. I'm here again with those guys. They're the best. I'm just so happy.
It was incredible to watch that first wildcard pick as well, 7-2. Dominant. It seemed that there was so much aggression, so much confidence. You could feel it in the room. A playstyle for you guys. You seem to come into this feeling 100%. Was it down to planning? How did it work out the way it did?
Yeah, I think we planned very, very good for the maps we played today. So we were so confident for the whole series. Like, even if we had to play the third map, would be so good for us. So we were so confident and chilling. So we're just playing, I guess.
You had a bit of a real disappointment in Salt Lake City earlier on this year. Here we are now going to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. What has changed? What do you think is the difference between then and now?
I think experience, because we were a pretty new team, and also another factor was the preparation for the tournament. On Salt Lake, we had some visa issues, so we couldn't really scream before the tournament. Like for 2 weeks, was very, very bad, and we were not that prepared. This time was different. We did a boot camp. We were so ready to play the tournament, and we are just getting more experience every match. So good to be here now.
You've got DZ in the next round of the semi-finals. They were looking forward to playing against you guys. How do you feel going up against them? And are you ready? Any words, fighting talk ahead of that matchup?
No fighting, no fighting. Let's just play the match. We are enjoying so much playing the tournament, so let's just go there, do our job like we did all the other matches, all the stage, and hopefully we're gonna win and be in the final.
Lastly, anything you want to say to these amazing fans banging drums, supporting you guys the entire way? Anything you want to say to those brilliant fans cheering you along the way?
Yeah, of course. Like, they came all the way from Brazil to here to cheer for us and for everyone on Furia playing the tournament. So thank you a lot, guys, and I appreciate it very much.
Love to see it. Of course, this is the Esports World Cup. You get to crush the key of your foes. I'm going to ask all the team to join us right now. Fellas, come across this way. You need to choose someone as well. Who is going to crush the key?
Herds will crush the key.
You're going to crush the key. Come this way. We're going to walk towards the back screen here, fellas. As Wildcard's key is now crushed by Team Furia, and Herds is going to step forward and come and do the honors here, making sure that they officially are eliminated from the competition. Herds, do step on up there and crush that key. It is a tradition here. We love to see the drums. The fans are ready. We all are. Here we go. It's coming. I'm getting involved too here. Love to see it. There we go. And officially Wildcard out of the competition. Furia go through to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup. For now, we finish up here on the stage. We head back over to Rain Day and the fellas on the desk to wrap up this epic, epic day.
Well, that crush felt like it had a little more to it, especially with the hopes of what seemed to be the #1 contender in North America to take EWC. Their key crushed there. Herds, no tears lost with that one. And as Adam kind of had a chat with them on top of this moment, it felt like it was all good. Preparation, different, redemption in many ways from their last chance, their last outing at Salt Lake. And I certainly have proven a lot to the world who's been watching them.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the experience. I mean, they are a brand new team. So the fact they can get knocked out of SLC, get back on the saddle, go into SAL, get second place, come into the EWC, granted of going to the lower bracket, now pushing themselves into a semifinal. I mean, the gamble paid off from the get-go of them choosing Consulate and being so dominant.
Yeah, and they can be proud of the mental bounce back that you said. I think they all knew that they didn't show their true potential in Salt Lake City. I actually believe they maybe already had that potential 3 months ago. I think what happened in the 2 weeks prior to the event really, stuck with them. It was a problem. mentally to be there in the event after not having practiced for 2 weeks. No excuse now, and the result is showing. Yeah. And I'm just happy for Hertz, because just look at 1 year ago. He was in semi-final, but with 4 completely different teammates, with an entirely different staff. All of these guys, they left him. Yeah. And despite all of this, despite being alone on the bottom, having to rebuild everything, here he goes, only a couple of months later, exact same position.
Insane.
Top 4 secured at EWC, 1 single game away from grand finals, and 2 games away, 2 victories away from becoming the first ever player to have won a major, NSI, and EWC.
Wow.
I mean, that would be insane for this player.
It'd be, absolutely insane. You said it best.
That's really an incredible story for Hertz as well, but this entire team had a different approach to this game. The commentators talked about it, and Guz and Xenox did a great job kind of focusing on how the disparity between the kills, there were these high moments, top double-digit kills on the side of Wildcard. Furia barely got into double digits in that last round, but they were able to do it, and they worked well as a team.
Absolutely, but the biggest difference for me is every single time, regardless of the first series, going into the second series, they would always get hyped. Didn't matter how the round ended, didn't matter if it was nail-biting or it was a clean sweep, they were always hyping each other up, always being behind one another, always being that force, that teammate that you would want in moments like that, where we would see Wildcard. I mean, you just saw right there, they would kind of get down on themselves. They would start to question a little bit, but every single time, and I talk about Brazil as a whole, they always bring that tenacity. They always have that ferocity with them. They just do not quit.
Weirdly enough, this was a 2-0, but I think watching it felt a little bit more like a 2-1. It felt like we went the distance. I mean, Wildcard did not give up.
No, they didn't. And I think that's what makes them a great team. That's why they've been having deep runs in so many events. Mentally, they're there. It's just in the most critical moments, I think they really found, for a team that is almost one of the youngest one in the world, they found in front of them players that have so much experience. There's Hertz, yes, of course, but think of Diaz who already played at the top level in 2 different regions. You think of other players like Volps who've won a major with a completely different team. You just look at the side of Furia and you look at a team that has Loira, who played with G2 and has basically been the runner-up at EWC 1 year ago. You look at these guys and you think, okay, if there's one team that can mentally have the upper edge, that already won one match, they completely carried that momentum. And when I saw frustration on the side of Wildcard when they lost a round, I didn't see that on the side of Furia. I only saw more eagerness to go and win the next one.
I mean, also for me, when you're just looking at the way that Furia has played throughout this, especially throughout this event, they've had to overcome some losses already where Wildcard didn't have to experience loss. And that, I think, is the biggest thing for me as being a former player is when you lose a match, you take a lot from it. You're able to extrapolate things from it and then implement it into the next series.
100%.
But Wildcard was not able to do that. They were flawless through it. So once they came into their first loss against their best map and they'll lose it the way they did, I'm sure that weighs on your mental. There's no doubt in my mind.
They played 3 maps. And it's just the truth. You play 3 maps, you arrive here in the playoffs, and you arrive a little bit cold. That's the truth. And if you look at the main players on their other side, you look at 2 guys that went absolutely crazy on the side of Furia. These guys were thriving on that momentum because they had maybe to play a little bit more matches. And those 2 guys, that's Diaz and that's Hertz. On one side, the backline on the other, the aggression. It's exactly what we said before, right? You've got the hammer on one side and then the backline. It works so well with these 2 guys.
And I love that you mentioned that, especially before we jumped into this series, that you're not just looking at these fraggers to be popping off. You're looking at that back line of Bach, of Diaz, and both respectively earned these MVPs, from Hertz being that spearhead, and then you have Diaz being that handle, really being able to facilitate an entire round from start to finish. And it's the real reason why they're being able to cross this finish line, get into a semifinal presence, because every single player was stepping up in their role exactly where they needed to at any given moment.
And of course, it's hard to pick one, but Diaz was our MVP for this series. You could have pointed to all the impacts that Furia had, and you look at the experience, you look at Hertz surviving roster changes, getting to this moment, having the chance to win, so many different awards in this scene that it feels like no one, has done something like that before. But Diaz really, his impact on this team was something special today.
Yeah, and I really want to go back to, if any players any viewers out there, don't know Diaz very much. Diaz was already a top performer when he was playing in NAL. But what changed was whenever he moved back to his home region, his home country, to Brazil, he really started to flourish like I've never seen before. Wow. He went from a top regional player in NAL to a top international player as soon as as he started speaking Portuguese again, and as soon as he met a team that basically had him thrive. It started with Liquid, where in my opinion, with Maya, he was the best player on the roster. Then he landed his spot on this team. And here, he's been the MVP almost every single game since SAL all the way to the playoffs, all the way here to EWC. When you have one of the most aggressive team in the world, the most important thing is not necessarily the aggressive player, as weird as it might seem. It's the backline, the guy that's supposed to win the gunfight when you're in a man disadvantage, and he's that guy for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of want to change topic of go back to Herds really quick, and I kind of want to pick your brain, just being an analyst, being a former player as myself. Do you think this team reaches the strides that they've reached if Herds isn't the captain? When you have a player that has won a 6 invitational, has won everything throughout an entire year, do you believe in that ideology? Because that's something for me when I'm looking at this Fury roster, is they got behind that ideology. They got behind playing aggressive, playing into that nature, where we're now highlighting Diaz in the sense of you don't need just aggressive players, you also need the supportive backline. But it does make me question, if he wasn't the IGL, if he wasn't the captain, do we believe in this system?
No, clearly not. I think Hertz being the leader is the biggest thing here. And when I talked to him, I asked him, what's the biggest difference from being with your previous teammates with whom you won 2 majors and 1 SI, and with these teammates? And he told me, you know, with the guys that I used to play with, I won everything with them. So there was no disparity in experience. So if I had a voice and I needed to say something, I could not really be more legitimate than the others. In this one, I mean, guys, how many of you has got 3 STR trophies? No one.
Right.
So as the IGL, he's got that experience. Whenever he says something, everybody basically buys into it. And that's the big difference between the previous Fury roster and this roster. And that's why everyone aligns behind his vision, his play style. And that's why these guys are top 4 of EWC right now.
That's right. Top 4 in this tournament. It's hard to get to. And of course, they had to go through wildcard. This is a great team that came in with a great performance. Maybe they weren't warm enough. Maybe they didn't learn from these losses, but they didn't lose up until that first map that they played today. I'm sure it's a bit of a shock for wildcard fans, a little sad to see, but we had an exit interview with Adrian to talk to us a little bit about how he's feeling after that loss.
We're speaking to Adrian after their loss. Adrian, I'm sorry for the loss here at the Esports World Cup. You guys had a slower start in this series than in most of your recent series. What do you feel like the reason was to that?
I think we came into the game kind of in it, like it was guaranteed to us, it was promised, where it's not. Like, we had to put the work in to show why it should be us instead of them, but it was a bit too late on Fortress, definitely too late for Consular, and it's just how it goes, competition. If you're not there from the start, you're going to be last.
You lost your own map pick. What do you feel like went wrong on your own map pick?
I think we were doing too much of the same things without adapting anything little. And whereas they were doing that and making small changes, and we just weren't adapting mid-game to it as well, which is where I think it went down on Fortress.
Yeah, we heard Lagona's comment on the interview, or like in the tech timeout, talking about how you guys are maybe playing too scared on Fortress. Do you feel like that was the big issue there?
Definitely, I think at some points we were playing too scared and we just weren't following through with calls. We were hesitating, yeah.
And then looking to the future now, is there any time for you guys to rest, or is it straight back in for the Stage 2 prep?
I think there'll be some time to rest, but obviously I think we're going to work even harder to make sure this doesn't happen again.
All right, thank you for your time and good luck for Stage 2.
Thank you very much.
Stage 2 still on the horizon, and NAL champions, but wildcard will be out at EWC. This is a testament to how good they are, obviously, but you know, a tournament's a tournament for a reason, and it's the performer on the day that gets to move on.
Absolutely, and it's really insane to think that they were struggling to adapt, because that is absolutely where wildcard has thrived, event after event, stage after stage. That Spiker, being a young IGL that he is, he's so influential on this team to be able to read the plays, to be able to read the situations they're in, and move the pieces around in order to have practically as perfect of a round as you possibly can get. And to see them not be able to reach those strides, even getting into these playoffs, that's what they were doing so well. And to get here in the moment where it matters most, not be able to replicate it, I mean, it really is the repercussions.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic. I mean, obviously,
absolutely,
a lot of people thought they were going to go very, very far, but that changes things. And of course, let's catch you up with our bracket for how things have stood, because we've got 2 series under our belt here today. It's the semifinals that have now been picked for one side, Furia and Dark Zero taking down Wildcard and Weibo Gaming. Then FaZe Clan and Team Liquid, GK Esports Team Secret still have to punch their tickets. That leads us to tomorrow's schedule, where GK Esports Team Secret will start out the day. Then FaZe Clan, and Team Liquid Alienware. The Battle of Brazil will come back and finish off what should be an incredible day of R6 Esports as well. I cannot wait for that one. I mean, I know Furia fans are special, but it feels like Alpha, like this has got to be at least comparable. Like, there's got to be some dancing, some yelling, some cheering going on for that matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking, I'm just wondering how much the drums had an impact on the mental on the side of Wildcard.
I mean,
I feel like
they impacted us.
I was gonna say they definitely impacted us.
I'm pretty sure it played a part. I think there was the trash talk, there was the experience, and there was the drums that basically froze Wildcard. And just looking at these matchups, obviously tomorrow will be great. We have two dark horses. The two biggest dark horses of the tournament came from EML. And look at them. They're in quarterfinals.
I was going to say, even for you, I mean, it's certainly not the EML that you would have predicted to be here on the the quarterfinals.
But I love it.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But it should really shake up to be a good match. Or matches tomorrow.
The unfortunate part is, one team goes home, but the fortunate part is one team makes it through.
One in semis.
Exactly.
I'm thinking it's a
guarantee.
For semifinals.
Come on, man. All right, we have some more action here, as always, at EWC. Chris was able to catch up with what's going on over in Counter-Strike at the Qiddiya City Battlegrounds. Chris?
It's not necessarily happening this week, but in the STC Arena next week, and of course in the Accord Arena towards the latter stages of EWC, Counter-Strike 2 is very much in town and coming to town. And a lot of teams adjacent from what we've got going on in Siege. We've actually got Furia and Wildcard playing each other on this stage as well, which is quite coincidental. Of course, there are teams that are involved in the Siege side of things, but Furia being the most prominent. Across the board, though, we kind of know the CS teams that are kind of coming through. We're talking about teams like Falcons, Vitality, home crowd favorites, guys like that, Spirit, etc., all going to be vying for that place. But right now, it's actually the group stages. Top 4 teams go on through to next week in the playoffs, which, as mentioned, is going to be the STC Arena. We're going to be keeping an eye on what's happening in CS. It does come through as one of the more popular events, of course, here in EWC, and does have some club championship specification that we are going to be keeping an eye on as well. But it's just starting to build. We had a LCQ last week, group stages now, playoffs next week. We'll be keeping you up to date with everything Counter-Strike here as well throughout the next 2 weeks.
Obviously pretty exciting there, and Furia did end up closing out that win over on that stage. Quite crazy to see both those teams going toe-to-toe at the same exact time, different stages here in the venue. Of course, ag.al still lead guys, Team Falcon's still there. I mean, now eyes probably have to keep looking towards, Weibo Gaming, now no longer in it, so you're not going to be able to see them move forward. I mean, this is still a tight race, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
they're going to jump a little bit now, I think, Weibo, because they secured top 8, so I think they're making at least some kind of points there.
Yeah.
So they're probably maybe going to jump a few spots on the Club Championship, but you know what? Maybe that's a push for some organizations to come join Rainbow Six Siege. Who knows?
It could be. I mean, there's a lot of points on the line here, gentlemen. All right, closing out, obviously, our playoffs. How do we feel? What are our takeaways here leading into tomorrow?
I mean, I'm feeling really good. At least I have one North American team in the semifinal. But I mean, both series today were absolutely stellar ones to watch. You don't want to miss them. If you were just to look at the scoreline, it does not tell you the story and the battle that really took place for either of these series.
Yeah,
completely agree.
Both matches were crazy in terms, I think, of gameplay, of level. It's exactly what we expected, right? The highest level of Siege. Most importantly, tomorrow, I want to see El Clasico, We have the world, the 2 times world champions face on the new version of the former Furia, the now Team Liquid, and that's going to be crazy.
And can I just say, I absolutely loved your telestrations, as I always give you praise with every single event. I mean,
I love you holding the mic of my telestration.
This time it's a little bit different. I was able to support you a little better, but your telestrations are always top-notch, always fun to watch.
You guys did great. It's been fun working with both of you, of course. A big shout out to everyone who's involved here in watching, supporting, and being a part of our production, but a part of our community, maybe most importantly. R6 doesn't happen without you guys. So everyone who's watching and supporting the tournament, we appreciate you. Coming up tomorrow, we have our another batch of quarterfinal matchups. El Clasico, as you mentioned, EML takes the stage. One goes through, one will go home. To find out, you've got to come through and be here and make sure you're watching. From the Paris Expo Porte Versailles in France, we're going to say goodbye, and we'll leave you with the STC recap, but stick around for the EWC Spotlight Show, which will be happening right after that. From all of us, my name is Rain Day. Remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
everyone, and welcome to the EWC Spotlight. I'm Obley, and we are about to break down all of the fun things that we've just seen so far. And joining me today, I've got Glitter and CJ. CJ, did your mom write down your name twice on the birth certificate, or what happened?
It wasn't too creative from me. It was CJ. It had a lot of underscores and stuff back in the day, and I thought, you know what, let's just whack another CJ on the end, and we'll call it a day.
You didn't want to throw any combinations of numbers, or like the big X, little X?
I thought I'd be more, progress. I don't know. It's just it wasn't. Back in the day, everyone had the underscores, the XXs and stuff, and I thought I'm better than that. I was probably 15 at the time, and I said I'm more mature than anyone else. Right. So I'll go CJ. Not too creative, but it stuck.
I love that. Where did Glitter Explosion come from? Or that's just how you entered into the world?
I wish. That would be creative. My dad helped me come up with mine.
Oh, that's so sweet. I actually love that for you. All right, well, we did get some excitement that we do need to talk about. STC Arena, we had some Rocket League, and oh boy, were there upsets.
Big day one of Rocket League. We had probably the biggest upset we've had in the esports history. The world champs NRG from North America lost to TSM, a team from APAC. APAC is not a Rocket League region notoriously. That's their biggest win in the region's history. World champs going down. They lost 3-1 as well, so it didn't even go game 5. The world champs, they're out of form, and that's going to hurt them.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Who else do we have from NA that's still in?
Oh, everyone's still in. It's only day one. So group stage, of course, but Shopify Rebellion just lost. That's another upset. The other teams are looking okay. Space Station Gaming, they're the young kids from North America. They're looking pretty good. It's been a little shaky from North America all around. Europe, for the most part, they've been pretty cruisy all the way through.
When you say young kids, I need to know what that means, though.
We're talking 16, 17 years old. We're talking young.
Fantastic. Just because I got my butt whooped by like a 9-year-old playing Rocket League one time. Never recovered. Tracks. Yeah. Never recovered.
That's
but
tough.
Let's move on over to the Qiddiya City grid for PUBG Mobile. So we had some survival stage action. Who survived?
Great question, because 10 of them didn't. 10 keys were crushed. So only 6 made it through out of the 16 teams that played today. And it was a very close back and forth battle. Actually, in the final match, we had our 8th and 9th place teams finish 1st and 2nd to knock out Goat and Wolves from the top 6. It was a battle all day, back and forth. And honestly, one of the big things we were following was whether or not GK Esports and ag.al were going to make their way through. Both of them did not. So that was a little bit surprising on the ag.al side of things as well. And if we're talking about long-term storylines, what this means for PUBG Mobile, our 2024 champs, Alpha 7, gone. Our 2025 defending champs, the Yangon Galacticos, also out. So we are getting a guaranteed new winner this year.
We love when we have new winners at EWC. But also to your point, ag.al, they got their points last week. They don't need to get more points this week, right? Right? It's not like we're tallying them all up at the end.
I don't think that's what they want to hear. I think they want to make sure they get those points on the board.
Absolutely. All right, well, we did have another game over at the Alliance Vault stage. Probably the most physically taxing esport of all. We got some chess.
Yeah, and honestly, I went over there to watch a little bit. It was really cool. Not only was it packed, people were very excited to see, obviously, some of the big names on stage. If we're talking about chess, we're talking about GM Magnus, right?
The big dog.
Liquid.
Of course.
Big opportunity to get some points on the board for Liquid. They've been waiting for this, I feel like, all EWC long. But we're also looking at GM Ali Reza for Team Falcons, GM Hikaru for Falcons. I mean, there's some big names that are doing well so far for the big clubs as well.
But as I understand, Catastrophe hit the stage at some point.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm actually glad that you brought this up, because a little bit of a surprise with a mouse clicking error out of GM Jan. And I feel like it's just because it's a little bit of a different literal physical situation than what they're used to. And can you imagine having a really close back and forth match and then losing it because you misclicked?
You can see the pressure that's on these guys. I mean, with the live crowd as well, with the multiple stages going on at once, and yeah, when you're behind that computer, some things can happen that you don't really want.
Do we count that as like the same thing as if you touch a chess piece, you have to move?
See, I was asking the same question. We're going to have to get an official to rule on this for us.
Like if you touch the donut, you must eat the donut. You can't just not.
Yeah, I think once he made that move, he realized that it was done. And I don't think he was really protesting. He just said, well, it is what it is.
It is what it is. But over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we did have some Rainbow Six Siege, and this was week 2. Finally, we get to see some more of this broadcast.
Yeah, we're getting towards the pointy end of the Rainbow Six. Obviously, Dark Zero Gaming coming in as the hot favorites. Now, that quarterfinal matchup, that was close. They lost the first map of the best of 3 against Weibo. Now, Weibo have made the top 8 of 4 consecutive S-tier tournaments, but they can't crack a top 4. They win map 1 against the favorites at EWC, thinking maybe this is a chance. Finally, a top 4. They lose the next 2 maps. Dark Zero, the favorites, they stay alive. That's the first map they've lost, though, at the tournament so far, so they're looking fantastic. But Weibo, you have to feel for them because they were looking great, they were performing well, and then to go out to the favorites and once again just not cracking into that top 4, it's a bit of a curse at this point.
Yeah, you know, I feel like if there's any place to be cursed, you don't want it to be at EWC, where everything kind of
It's not ideal.
No.
I'd say.
No, but I mean, Glitter, speaking of potentially cursed teams as we transition into our club championship rankings, it's good news, though. It's good news because Team Liquid and R6, how are they doing?
Listen, they've at least made it to top 8, right? We've kind of been tracking how Team Liquid have been doing. Obviously, Magnus as well will probably get those points for the CC this time around. It's going to come down to whether or not they can take on FaZe, and they're going to need to do it because there's not a lot of other options for them this week when it comes to points.
Yeah, they've secured points getting top 8, but I mean, really, you need to begin winning, I guess, to really climb up the rankings there in the club champs.
And there's actually other big teams that we're focusing that are currently in the top side of the leaderboard that really matter for both of our stages, if I'm not mistaken, because we have Vitality, who are a big player when it comes to our PUBG Mobile Grand Finals. They could potentially take the whole thing home, and I think they're doing, or potentially going to do well in Rocket League, right?
I mean, they're looking good. You can lock it in. It's almost like with the chess, with Liquid, with Magnus. They know they're going to get points. With Rocket League, Vitality, they know they're going to get at least a top 4. They could definitely win the tournament as well, but Falcons are looking fantastic. They were a little bit shaky online, but they picked up Drali, who's one of the best players in the world. He's moved to the MENA region, and once you get that guy on land, he's won 2 Esports World Cups in Rocket League. And the European side of things, he's looking to win his 3rd EWC, which would be absolutely insane with different rosters every single time. So Vitality and Falcons, it's looking good.
Love the repeats. All right, well, before I ask you two for your final thoughts for today, have you gotten a chance to walk around yet? A walk around FanFest? What have you seen?
I don't know how good you guys are at crane games, but there's a Vitality booth, and I have won that crane game every single time.
Oh, so it's rigged?
Or I'm just good.
I mean, as a reporter here, we've been lucky enough to really check out all the action. Space Station Gaming booth, we've got watch parties and co-streams as well. From the Rocket League side of things, Fury, he's a Vitality creator. He's absolutely pumped with how well Vitality are doing. We've got chess, we've got Gotham Chess, Anna as well. So we've just got co-streamers galore coming in. It's just so much fun. I love the fact that at this EWC, you've got the stages, but then the booths are right there as well. They're all connected. It feels like one big ecosystem. So FanFest is going crazy.
All right, man, I love that. And also, CJ, I love the fact that we got to have you on the couch today. Because, I mean, listen, I always have Glitter.
You're stuck with me.
I'm stuck with you. You? I'm stuck with. But CJ, anything that you want to say?
Oh, it's just great to be. I'd love to be back.
Really?
Is that a chance? Yeah, I'm more than happy to come back and check out some more, well, I can give you guys the Rocket League insights. You can tell me what's going on. But week 6, so the club champs, the race is getting tighter, and this is where it really gets interesting.
Now that he said that, Glitter, he's not allowed to leave contractually.
I didn't mean it.
You actually sleep on this sofa now.
Oh,
sorry. You're going to cast the games from right here. But for everyone else, thank you all so much for tuning in to watch the EWC Spotlight, and we'll see you for the next one. CJ.